Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was neglected son of goddess Artemis? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The house at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England, appeared much like any other in the neighborhood. A 2-story brick structure with an overgrown front lawn and tall hedges growing along the walkway. Only those who ventured inside could tell that something was off. The main floor lacked the vibrancy of 4 people living together. Vernon Dursley, dressed in glassed and a navy blue jumpsuit from his factory job at a drill-making facility, walked through the empty hallway while Petunia Dursley, his wife, her hair tied up in a tidy bun and house dress covering her frame, followed behind him with a damp cloth and bucket of soapy water. Their son Dudley, at 6 years old, already shaped by his parents' spoiling ways, lumbered towards the kitchen where he knew treats waited for him. But there was a fourth, Harry Potter, a 5-year-old orphan. He had unkempt jet black hair and his icy silver eyes resembled moons. His tiny frame and pale skin bespoke his neglect. He was small and skinny for a 5-year-old boy and too scrawny to carry his own weight. Measuring 97 centimeters or 3 feet 2 inches and 12 kilograms or 26 pounds, he looked ready to topple over, like a sapling that had just broken through the ground. There were scars all over his body, but they didn't look like they came from surgery. They were crisscrossed, webbed marks that couldn't have been anything else but torture wounds. Worst of all, there was no evidence that he actually lived in the home. His tiny bedroom was inside of a cupboard under the staircase. He slept on the cold hard floor with only a stack of blankets. As if it weren't enough to live in squalor, he also cooked for everyone and cleaned the house by himself, even though a 5-year-old child shouldn't have been doing it at all. Hidden deep in a forest France, Artemis stood outside a small camp. Her resplendent beauty was breathtaking, with cold silver eyes that shimmered like moons and auburn hair pulled back into a sleek ponytail. She was tall and toned, her muscles defined beneath her dark clothing. An owl hooted in the distance as Artemis watched the boy sleeping in the cupboard, his chest rising and falling steadily in slumber. Artemis' voice boomed with joy as she said, "Finally, I found you, Zoe." Zoe lowered her gaze in respect and whispered, "Milady." Artemis stepped closer to Zoe, her eyes aglow with purpose. "I have been looking for my son all this time. Do you remember when father punished me 26 years ago?" Zoe nodded slowly. "He turned me into a mortal and removed my memories and power. When my mortal shell died 5 years ago, I left behind a son." Artemis paused, her voice now gentle and full of emotion. "I must go now and find him. Tell Atalanta and Sophia to prepare the medical tent, he is injured." Zoe's eyes widened with understanding. She remembered the tale of Artemis being turned mortal by Zeus as punishment for a transgression, the details of which were often whispered among the hunters but never confirmed. The thought of the mighty goddess rendered powerless and condemned to live as a mortal was both tragic and humbling. Zoe placed her hand over her heart, bowing her head. "Your wish shall be fulfilled, my lady. We will ensure everything is ready for your return." Artemis gazed at the night sky, her silver eyes reflecting the moonlight. She could feel Harry's pain and suffering from afar. A tear slid down her cheek. "Thank you, Zoe. I should have been there for him. I will make it right," she whispered. With a graceful leap, Artemis transformed into a bear, bounding through the forest. The journey to Little Whinging was fraught with challenges, but Artemis was determined to retrieve her son and bring him to safety. Back at the camp, Zoe quickly relayed the message to Atalanta and Sophia. The hunters of Artemis were known for their unparalleled skills and unwavering loyalty to their goddess. They swiftly prepared the medical tent, ensuring it was stocked with all the necessary supplies. As Artemis approached the Dursley residence, she was taken aback by what she found. Blood wards. Either Dumbledore is the biggest hypocrite ever or he does not know what blood wards do. She waved her hand and the wards instantly collapsed. Angered, she pounded on the door. Vernon Dursley, having just returned from work, peered suspiciously through the peephole. He was met with the fierce gaze of a resplendent woman, emanating power and authority. Hesitatingly, he opened the door, just enough to confront the visitor, keeping the chain in place. "Who are you? What do you want?" he barked. Before he could react, the door blew open, sending him tumbling backward. Petunia screamed from the kitchen and Dudley, having heard the noise, peeked out from behind a wall. The aura surrounding Artemis was palpable, and the Dursleys felt a chill in the air. Even though she now appeared in her mortal form, her very presence was enough to suppress any resistance from them. "I've come for the boy," Artemis stated firmly, her eyes scanning the house for Harry. "No, impossible," the old man said. "You were dead," Petunia shrieked, her voice rising in hysteria. Artemis's gaze shifted to Petunia, her eyes narrowing. "You see, Petunia Dursley née Fairchild, I am the goddess Artemis, and Lily Potter née Fairchild was nothing but a mortal shell of mine." There was an icy coldness in her voice, making Petunia cringe. Artemis advanced, her every step echoing power and authority, making the Dursleys shrink back in fear. Dudley hid behind the sofa, his eyes wide, the treats he had been munching on now forgotten. Petunia tried to scramble away, but she was paralyzed by Artemis's gaze. "Where is my son, Petunia?" Artemis asked coldly. Petunia pointed to the cupboard under the stairs, her voice quivering. "He's there." Without another word, Artemis moved to the cupboard and gently opened it. Harry, who had been woken up by the noise, stared up at her with his big, bright eyes, fear evident in them. Artemis's face softened when she saw him. "Harry," she whispered, tears filling her eyes. She carefully lifted him up, cradling him close to her chest. Harry looked into her eyes, the shimmering moonlight in them giving him a sense of comfort and warmth. "Mama?" he asked, his voice barely audible before he collapsed into her arms, exhausted from the ordeal and years of neglect. Artemis held him close, her heart aching as she felt the weight of his frail body against hers. She touched his forehead with a kiss, feeling the scar that marked him and the burden of his legacy. "I've got you now, my little moon," Artemis whispered, her voice full of emotions. "You're safe." The atmosphere in the room was stifling, and a tense silence permeated the space. The Dursleys watched, frozen in terror, as the goddess comforted her child. They had seen her immense power firsthand, and the realization that they had been harboring a child of a deity was slowly sinking in. Vernon found his voice first. You can't just come here and take him," he sputtered, trying to muster some semblance of authority. Artemis's gaze shot to him, her eyes icy. "Do you think you can defy a goddess, Vernon Dursley? You dare to challenge my right to my own child?" Petunia, her face pale, spoke up, her voice tremulous. "He was left here for his own protection." Artemis glanced at the decrepit cupboard and the frail form of her son. "Protection? Do you call this protection? You were meant to care for him, not imprison and torture him and keep him as a slave." Petunia shrank back, unable to meet Artemis's gaze. "We did our best. We were afraid of his abilities." Dudley, who had been listening silently, finally mustered the courage to speak. "Why did you leave him here, then? If you're his mummy?" Artemis sighed, her anger subsiding. She looked down at Harry, who was now sleeping peacefully in her arms. "I did not leave him. I was rendered mortal by my father, Zeus, and lost all memories of my divine origin. When my mortal shell died, I was reborn as the goddess Artemis, but Harry was left behind. I've been searching for him ever since." The weight of her words hung in the air. The Dursleys were faced with the consequences of their actions, the guilt evident in their eyes. Artemis turned away from them, her focus solely on her child. "You will face consequences for what you've done, but now is not the time." She summoned her powers, and in a whirlwind of silver and moonlight, both Artemis and Harry disappeared from the house at 4 Privet Drive. Artemis and Harry reappeared in front of Zoe, their feet suddenly touching the ground again amongst the tents of a quiet medical camp. Zoe jumped back in surprise but quickly recovered. "Zoe," Artemis said, her voice echoing through the night air, "has Atalanta and Sophia prepared the medical tent?" "Yes, my lady," Zoe replied, rushing forward to assist. She cast a worried glance at the boy cradled in Artemis's arms. "Is thy son all right?" Artemis gently brushed a strand of Harry's messy hair back, her fingers lingering on the lightning bolt scar. "He will be. But he needs care. The neglect he's suffered. It's beyond comprehension." Sophia and Atalanta approached, their faces etched with concern, with quick, measured steps. Sophia closed in on the young boy and stopped a few feet away. She cast her gaze up toward the goddess who had introduced him. "Milady, How old is he? He's 5, replied Artemis, as of 2 weeks ago. Sophia nodded solemnly and dropped to her knees. Her hands glowed a soft blue as she reached out and delicately touched Harry's forehead. With each passing second, a deepening frown creased her features. She felt for the extent of his injuries. He's severely malnourished, said Sophia quietly as she pulled away from him. There is evidence of physical trauma and a lot of fractured bones that have been healed improperly. And there is something dark in that scar on his forehead. Artemis stiffened. She had noticed the scar but had been too afraid to ask any questions about it. What do you mean? She implored. Sophia sighed sadly. It looks like this scar was created by a powerful magical spell. I'm not sure what kind, but it's definitely not natural. Atalanta stepped forward. Her voice was soft and gentle yet firm. My lady, we should take him inside and tend to his wounds first before we delve further into the mystery of what happened to him. When Harry arrives inside, the girls inject him with a sedative. His limbs grow heavy, and his vision blurs as he falls asleep. They cut his shirt, revealing his abdomen filled with scars of all types, most of them intersecting with each other. Atalanta lets out a gasp when she sees his scars, her yellow eyes widening in horror. Sophia rushes out of the tent, and she returns a few minutes later with Artemis. The goddess's face is a mask of fury, her eyes blazing with divine wrath. The Dursleys will pay for this long term. I will watch as all that they worked for gets destroyed, she sneers, her voice dripping with venom. Atalanta, I need you to take pictures and then try to heal as many scars as you can, she commands, her voice softening slightly as she looks at Harry's unconscious form. Yes, milady, Atalanta responds, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and compassion. Atalanta gently cradled Harry's arm, looking closely at the intricate web of scars that crisscrossed his pale skin. With a click, she captured images of the evidence, each scar an irrefutable testament to the pain he had suffered. It was clear that, although young, Harry had endured hardship few could imagine. Zoe approached cautiously, holding a delicate silver bowl filled with a shimmering liquid. It's a healing salve, she whispered. We gathered it from the moonlit flowers that bloom only during the festival of Artemis. It's meant to heal physical wounds and soothe the tortured soul. Artemis nodded, her expression one of gratitude and appreciation. Apply it generously, Zoe. We need to ensure that his physical pain is alleviated as soon as possible. Gently, Zoe applied the salve, and the marks began to fade slowly, disappearing as if erased by time itself. The magic of the ointment combined with the divine intervention made for an efficient remedy. However, Sophia hesitated as she neared the lightning-shaped scar. I'm not sure about this one, she admitted, her eyes troubled. There is a soul fragment inside that scar, as if someone split their soul and placed a piece of it inside that scar, like if they tried to cheat death. Artemis's eyes darkened with realization. Horcrux, she whispered, remembering the old tales from the magical world. Tales of dark wizards splitting their souls into objects to gain immortality. He is but a child, and yet he bears such a burden? Atalanta looked at Artemis, confusion evident in her gaze. Horcrux? What is that? It's an abomination, Artemis answered bitterly. A dark piece of magic where a wizard rips apart their soul and hides it within an object, or in this case, a person, to achieve immortality. Every time they create a horcrux, they become less human. I will be back with Hades or Persephone to consult on this. Atalanta shuddered. It sounds like a curse. It is, Artemis confirmed, her face grim. And it's something that is beyond even my abilities to heal. That piece of soul can influence and corrupt the person carrying it. Sophia stepped closer, her curiosity piqued. If this dark magic is beyond your abilities, how do we remove it? What will happen to the boy? Artemis looked thoughtful. Removing a horcrux is not an easy task. If it were an object, we could destroy it without much thought. But Harry, we need to be very careful. Zoe took a deep breath, determination set in her eyes. Then we'll be careful. We will find a way. Atalanta nodded in agreement. The boy deserves a chance at life, free from this curse. Just then, a shadowed figure appeared at the entrance of the tent. It was Hades, the god of the underworld, with Persephone, the queen of the underworld, by his side. You called, Artemis? Hades said, his deep voice echoing throughout the tent. Yes, Artemis replied. I need your expertise. She quickly explained the situation, and both Hades and Persephone exchanged glances. "This is grave," Persephone murmured. "A living horcrux. It's not something we've dealt with before." Hades nodded in agreement. "But we might know of a way to extract it without harming the boy. The process, however, will be dangerous and will require both our powers combined." Artemis clenched her fists. "Do it. Whatever it takes. Remove that filth from my son." Hades touched the scar. Harry started thrashing and crying. A black mist formed and eventually took shape, becoming a dark silhouette of Voldemort, but with huge holes through his soul. The holes didn't yield when you looked into it, rather, it was an absence that sucked at you with the force of a hurricane. Voldemort glared at Hades with hatred, his wand extending menacingly. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Hades stared into Voldemort's eyes without fear. She spoke in a low but certain voice. "You will be brought to the underworld where you will await punishment for all your atrocities against both humans and gods alike." Voldemort sneered derisively. "Who do you think you are, you pathetic mudblood? You are nothing to me. I am a god," he declared arrogantly. Hades, unfazed by Voldemort's proclamation, gave a sardonic chuckle. "You, a god? Don't flatter yourself. You're but a fractured remnant of a soul, clinging to existence. True gods stand before you." Persephone stepped forward, her gaze cold. "Your arrogance knows no bounds, Tom Riddle. But in the underworld, you will learn your true place." Voldemort's gaze darted from one god to another, a hint of unease creeping into his features. "You cannot destroy me," he hissed, determination evident in his eyes. Hades's eyes narrowed. "We don't intend to. You will remain in the underworld, where your influence will never reach the surface again." With a gesture from both Hades and Persephone, chains made of shadows materialized, wrapping themselves around the dark silhouette of Voldemort. He struggled against them, his form shifting and contorting, but the chains held firm, pulling him closer to the god of the underworld. "No, this can't be happening," Voldemort screamed in denial. Persephone's face was a mask of ice as she whispered, "Welcome to eternity, Tom." And with that, Voldemort was dragged beneath the surface of the earth, to the deepest depths of the underworld. Artemis let out a deep breath, her shoulders sagging with relief. "Thank you," she whispered to both Hades and Persephone. "I owe you both a debt." Hades waved his hand dismissively. The balance had to be restored. The universe cannot endure such a blight as him for long. Persephone nodded in agreement. "The realms of gods and mortals must remain in harmony. We did what was necessary." Zoe, Atalanta, and Sophia watched in awe, grateful for the god's intervention. Harry, now free from the malevolent influence, lay peacefully on the cot, his breathing steady and his expression serene. "Will he remember any of this?" Sophia asked, glancing towards the boy. Artemis shook her head. "No, it's best he doesn't. He's been through enough. Let him have his childhood. But when the time is right, I will reveal to him the truth, and guide him on his path." The next morning, Harry woke up in a soft bed, the canvas walls of the tent filtering the morning light. He felt different, lighter somehow, though he couldn't pinpoint why. His body was free of pain, and when he touched his forehead, the once burning scar was cool to the touch. Sitting up, he saw Artemis sitting nearby, watching him with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Harry," she greeted. "Mama?" he asked, his voice small and cautious. "You're safe," Artemis reassured him. "You were injured, but we took care of you." "But how? Auntie Petunia said you didn't want me, and who is Harry? My name is Freak." Artemis's face contorted with a mix of sorrow and anger. Taking a deep breath, she approached the bed and sat down next to Harry, trying to keep her voice gentle and soothing. "Your real name is Harry James Potter," she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You are not a freak. You are a special boy, and I am so sorry that I wasn't there for you earlier. But I promise, from now on, you will be loved and cared for." Tears brimmed in Harry's eyes. "But why did they hate me? Why did they hurt me?" Artemis hesitated, trying to find the right words. "Sometimes, people act out of fear or ignorance, Harry. The ones who harmed you didn't understand or appreciate the wonderful person you are. But that's in the past now. You are with family, and we will never let anyone harm you again." Harry stared into Artemis's eyes, searching for any hint of deception. After a moment, He seemed to find what he was looking for, as a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips. So, I'm really Harry? And you're my mama? Artemis nodded, tears of her own forming. Yes, Harry. I am your mother, and you are my son. A mix of emotions played across the 5-year-old's face: disbelief, happiness, relief, and hope. He wrapped his arms around Artemis, burying his face in her shoulder. Thank you, Mama. Artemis pulled the little boy into her arms, feeling his frail body tremble against hers. The sorrow and hurt in his eyes reminded her of her own losses. With a lingering hug, she drew away far enough to gaze down into the solemn face before her. Harry, she said softly. Yes, Mama, he replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Do you know of gods? She asked, noticing the defensive set of his shoulders from Vernon's words. Uncle Vernon said they are make-believe things that don't exist, Harry answered cautiously. Artemis smiled gently at him and said, Well, Harry, your uncle is wrong. I am Artemis. Goddess of nature, vegetation, childbirth, wildlife, the hunt, sudden death, animals, virginity, young women, forests and hills, the moon, archery. Harry blinked, trying to process the information. So, you're a god, Des? Like in stories? Artemis nodded. Yes, exactly like in the stories. Throughout history, mortals have worshipped gods and goddesses, seeking guidance, protection, and blessings. But sometimes, the line between the mortal realm and that of the divine becomes blurred. She gently touched Harry's cheek. You, my dear boy, are a testament to that. So, I'm special because you're my mum? Harry asked, his voice quivering with a mix of hope and uncertainty. Artemis squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly. You are special, Harry, not just because of me, but because of who you are and the heart that beats within you. You've been through so much, yet you've remained strong and kind. Harry's eyes shone with wonder. Does that mean I can do magic like in the stories? Artemis chuckled softly. While you do have a unique heritage, magic, as you think of it, is a bit different. But yes, you will learn about your own capabilities in time. For now, what's important is that you're safe and loved. Harry looked down, playing with the sheets. And the people who hurt me, will they come for me? Artemis's expression hardened. They will not harm you again. They have no power here, and I will ensure your safety. The young boy sighed in relief, leaning into Artemis's embrace. I'm glad you found me, Mama. Artemis kissed the top of Harry's head, her heart swelling with love and protectiveness. So am I, Harry. So am I. She put him down on the bed and went to leave the medical tent when Harry grabbed her waist and tearfully cried, No, Mama, please don't leave me. Artemis stopped in her tracks, her heart aching at the desperation in his voice. She turned back, her eyes shimmering with tears, and knelt down to be at eye level with Harry. Hey, she whispered, lifting his chin with her fingers so that he looked directly into her eyes. I am not going anywhere. I promise. I'll be right outside, okay? Harry sniffled, wiping away his tears with the back of his hand. Promise? Artemis nodded, her voice soft but unwavering. I swear, Harry. I won't leave you alone again. I will be back with food, and maybe I can show you my wolves, and other animals around here when you are better. Would you like that? Harry's eyes widened in wonder. Real wolves? Like in the stories? Artemis smiled warmly. Yes, real wolves. They're my companions and guardians. They're very gentle, especially with children. They'd love to meet you. Harry's initial fear began to dissipate as curiosity took over. Okay, he whispered, the idea of meeting real wolves sparking a glint of excitement in his eyes. But Mama, please don't be gone too long. Artemis reached out, cradling Harry's face with her hands. Just a few minutes, love, and remember, I'm right outside. She leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. The scent of wildflowers and moonlight lingered, enveloping Harry in a comforting embrace. As Artemis stepped out of the tent, she was met by Zoe, Sophia, and Atalanta. The trio of women had been watching over Harry with Artemis, all of them deeply affected by the boy's circumstances. Zoe stepped forward, her face etched with worry. How is he? Artemis sighed, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. He's scared, understandably so. We need to make sure he feels safe here, surrounded by love and care. Sophia nodded. He's been through so much, it will take time for him to trust fully, but he seems to have taken to you quite well. Atalanta, with her keen eyes, had been observing the forest around them. I've posted guards in the perimeter. No one will come near him without our knowledge. Artemis nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Atalanta. Zoe, make sure the other hunters know that my son will be staying with the hunters of Artemis for the time being. I am going to use a loophole in the ancient laws that will allow me to raise him. Also please tell me, whose job was it to cook breakfast today? Zoe raised an eyebrow, sensing the subtle annoyance in Artemis's voice. It's Callista's turn today. Artemis's expression softened. Let's not be too hard on her. Given the circumstances, everyone's been on high alert. Perhaps she just lost track of time. Sophia chuckled, or maybe she was just distracted by the antics of some of our younger hunters. You know how they can be. Artemis gave a small smile, indeed. Nevertheless, Harry needs to eat, and so do the rest of us. Let's get something together. Atalanta added, I brought back some fresh game early this morning. It's by the fire pit. That should help. Artemis nodded appreciatively. Perfect. Let's prepare a hearty breakfast. My son has a lot of catching up to do, in more ways than one. The group made their way to the camp's center, where a large fire pit was surrounded by makeshift benches. The air was filled with the sounds of nature and the distant conversations of other hunters who were beginning to stir and gather for their morning routines. As they approached, Callista, a young woman with raven black hair and sparkling blue eyes, was already by the fire, looking sheepishly at the unprepared ingredients. I'm so sorry, my lady, she began, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I overslept. Artemis held up a hand to stop her. It's all right, Callista. We've all had a lot on our minds. Let's just get breakfast started. Harry must be hungry. Callista nodded, her relief evident. Of course, Lady Artemis. I'll get right on it. Zoe, while Callista cooks, please gather all of the hunters. I have a few announcements to make, pertaining to our new arrival. Zoe nodded, her silver circlet gleaming in the morning light. Understood. As Callista and Atalanta started preparing the food, Artemis took a moment to sit on one of the benches, absorbing the serenity of the forest around her. The gentle chirping of birds, the distant rustle of leaves, and the soft hum of the wind against the canvas tents brought her comfort. But her thoughts were still heavily weighed down by the plight of her son. She was interrupted from her musings by Sophia, who sat down next to her. He'll be all right, you know. With time and with our support, Harry will heal. The trauma won't vanish, but he'll learn to cope. Artemis smiled faintly. I know. It's just hard to accept that he was subjected to such cruelty, especially when I was oblivious to it all. Sophia placed a comforting hand on Artemis's shoulder. You did what you could with the information you had. Now that you know, you're doing everything in your power to protect and love him. That's what matters. Before Artemis could reply, the sound of footsteps approached, and soon, the entire camp of hunters had gathered around the fire pit. They stood in loose formations, their various armors and weapons reflecting their diverse backgrounds, but all shared a similar sense of purpose and dedication in their eyes. Artemis rose, addressing the assembled hunters. Sisters, as most of you are aware, a young boy named Harry has come under our protection. Harry is my son. A murmur of surprise spread through the crowd. He has faced undue hardship at the hands of mortals who neither understood nor appreciated his worth. From this day forth, he is under the protection of the hunters of Artemis. She paused, letting her words sink in. Some of you may question this decision, as our oath dictates that we remain apart from the company of men. However, Harry is only 5 years old, and our primary oath is to protect the innocent. I invoke a loophole in the ancient laws that will allow me to raise him. Now if you want to understand how I have a son, I want to make it clear to everyone that I have not broken my oath. Do you remember when Father punished me 26 years ago? Well, he turned me into a mortal and removed my memories and power. When my mortal shell died 5 years ago, I left behind a son. I am going to make it clear, as Sophia and Atalanta can testify, he has been in a state that only the worst of us can imagine. He is to be treated with respect, and attack on him will be treated as if you were attacking me personally. No harm should come to him, and everyone should ensure he feels welcomed and protected. Many of the hunters nodded in understanding, their loyalty to Artemis evident in their expressions. Elena, one of the older and more respected hunters, stepped forward. Lady Artemis, we trust your judgment. If this boy is your son and you deem it fit to keep him under our protection, then we shall guard him with our lives." There were murmurs of agreement from the rest of the hunters. Phoebe, another seasoned hunter, added, "The oath we took was to protect the innocent, especially those that are vulnerable. Harry fits that criteria. We shall stand by him." Artemis nodded in appreciation. "Thank you for your understanding and support. I know this is an unusual situation, but I trust in our unity and the strength of our bond. Together, we will ensure that Harry grows up in a loving and safe environment. Now for those who are curious about what am I going to do, I am going to invoke a clause that will allow me to raise him. In the ancient laws there is a clause that states that a mortal child of a deity can be raised by the deity if there is an intention to make the child immortal, or if there is an intention to make the child an heir to one or multiple of the deity's domains. I am going to invoke the second part of that clause." A collective gasp went through the assembled hunters. It was a rare occurrence for a god or goddess to declare a mortal as their heir to any domain. The responsibility and power that came with such a position was immense. Althea, a hunter who was well versed in the ancient laws, voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. "Lady Artemis, which domain do you intend to declare Harry as heir to?" Artemis looked out over the gathered crowd, her eyes reflecting the weight of her decision. "I intend to declare Harry as the heir to my domains of nature, vegetation, wildlife, the hunt, sudden death, animals, forests and hills, the moon, and archery." The murmurs that went through the assembled group were louder and more intense this time. Artemis had declared not just one domain for Harry, but almost all of her main domains. "That's significant," whispered one of the younger hunters to her companion. "It's unprecedented," the other whispered back. Zoe, who had been silent up until now, stepped forward. "It is a decision that Lady Artemis has the right to make, and she has her reasons. We, as her loyal followers, should support her and Harry in this journey." "I agree with Zoe," Atalanta added. "This is not a decision made lightly. We should respect it and provide all the support Harry needs." Artemis nodded at them gratefully. "Thank you, Zoe, Atalanta. I understand the weight of this declaration and its implications. I believe in Harry's potential, and with our guidance and love, he can rise to the challenges of these domains." She looked around, her gaze piercing and steady. "Does anyone have concerns or objections?" There was a heavy silence, but no one stepped forward. Artemis gave a small smile. Then it settled. "Harry will be raised among us, and in due time, he will learn of his heritage and responsibilities. Remember my warning, there is only one person among you who could understand what he has gone through, and that is Erica, the daughter of Hecate Erica, not the daughter of Mnemosyne Erica." The sudden mention of Erica caught the attention of many of the hunters. Most of them were aware of both Ericas in their ranks, but the distinction made by Artemis was a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. Erica, the daughter of Hecate, was known for her tragic past. Before joining the hunters of Artemis, she had been subjected to tortures and cruelties that many could not fathom. Her past was a closely guarded secret among the older hunters, and only a few knew the details. Over the years, she had risen above her pain, finding solace and strength among her sisters, but the scars remained. Artemis continued, "Erica will play a vital role in helping Harry adjust and heal. She understands trauma and the path to recovery. I trust her to provide the empathy and guidance Harry needs." Erica stepped forward, her usually stoic face betraying a hint of emotion. "I will do my best. Lady Artemis. I know how it feels to be lost and scared. Harry will not face this journey alone." Artemis nodded, visibly relieved. "Thank you, Erica. Your experience and strength will be invaluable." Sophia added, "We're all here for him, in any capacity he needs. Whether it's guidance, training, or simply a listening ear." Artemis smiled gratefully. "I know, Sophia. This is why I trust this group, my loyal hunters, with my son's well-being." Elena spoke up, "Let's remember, he's just a child. While we understand the weight of the responsibility he will eventually bear, for now, he needs love, care, and a safe environment to grow." Callista glided towards Artemis, a silver tray of food and drink balanced in her hands. The sweet scent of orange juice mingled with the herbs of ambrosia wafted through the air. "Milady, this food is for Harry. Atalanta said he needs to be on a semi-liquid diet for now, and the orange juice is mixed with ambrosia," she said, her voice soft and gentle. "I will take it to him," replied Artemis solemnly. She took the tray from Callista's hands and walked toward the medical tent. The heavy canvas flaps parted easily, revealing the dimly lit interior. In the center, on a soft makeshift bed of furs and blankets, lay Harry, his eyes closed in slumber. His chest rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern, and for a moment, Artemis allowed herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Despite the horrors he had faced, here he was, safe and in the care of those who loved him. She approached quietly, setting the tray down on a nearby table. As she did, Harry's eyes fluttered open, fixing on her with a drowsy stare. "Mama," he murmured, his voice laced with sleep. "Yes, love," she responded, her voice a soft caress. "I brought you breakfast." His eyes widened at the sight of the food. "For me?" Artemis nodded, giving him a gentle smile. "Yes, for you. Eat up. It'll make you strong." "But Uncle Vernon and Auntie Petunia said I don't deserve food," cried Harry. Artemis's heart clenched at the innocent confession, fury simmering beneath the surface. It was beyond her comprehension how anyone could treat a child with such cruelty. But she kept her voice steady, gentle, and comforting as she responded. "That's not true, Harry," she said, cradling his face with her hands. "You deserve all the love and care in the world, including nourishment for your body. What they told you was wrong." Harry's eyes filled with tears, a mixture of hope and past trauma. "Really, Mama?" She nodded, her eyes filled with determination and affection. "Really. You are my son, and you will never be denied anything you need here. We'll make sure of it." "Stay still, Harry, you are still weak and let me help you," said Artemis, spooning food onto the fork. Harry nodded obediently but couldn't suppress a small shiver of anticipation as the fork came closer. The aroma of the food was intoxicating, and even in his weakened state, hunger gnawed at him. As Artemis carefully brought the fork to his lips, Harry tasted the divine combination of the orange and ambrosia. It was unlike anything he had ever tasted. The sweetness of the orange juice blended seamlessly with the divine richness of ambrosia, providing not just physical sustenance, but a warmth and comfort that seemed to spread throughout his entire being. Swallowing, Harry looked up into Artemis's eyes, filled with wonder. "That's amazing," he whispered, his voice still weak. Artemis chuckled softly. "That's the magic of ambrosia. It's not just any food. It's the food of the gods. It has healing properties and should help you recover faster." Harry's eyebrows knit together in a frown. "But why? Why are you giving it to me? I'm just a freak." Artemis's face darkened, her grip on the fork tightening for a split second. She took a deep breath, allowing herself a moment to calm her surging emotions. Setting the fork down, she reached out, cupping Harry's face and tilting it upwards so he was looking directly into her eyes. "Listen to me, Harry James," she began with a tone that brokered no argument. "You are not a freak. You are my son, a young demigod with untapped potential, and deserving of love, respect, and care. What you've been told in the past, the way you've been treated, it's unjust and unfathomable. Here, among us, you will learn your true worth. You will grow strong, not just in power but in character." Harry blinked up at her, his large, silver eyes shimmering with tears that threatened to fall. "But I don't understand. Why did they hate me so much?" Artemis hesitated, searching for the right words. "There are people in this world who, out of fear, ignorance, or jealousy, act cruelly towards those they don't understand. Harry, you just turned 5 a few weeks ago. You didn't deserve how they treated you, and trust me, they will pay." Harry's lip quivered, the weight of years of neglect and mistreatment pressing down on his small shoulders. Artemis could see the confusion, the pain, and the budding hope in his eyes. She reached out, pulling him gently into her arms, cradling him against her chest. "They were wrong, Harry," she whispered soothingly, stroking his messy jet-black hair. "They were terribly wrong. And they will answer for their wrongdoings. But for now, you're safe here. You're with family." Harry nestled closer, allowing himself to be enveloped in the warmth and safety of his mother's embrace. For the first time in his young life, he felt truly protected and truly loved. And as he drifted back into a restful sleep, nourished by the ambrosia and his mother's love, the tent was filled with a sense of hope and determination. "Harry, can you finish eating? I want you to meet Erica. I will let her tell her story to you even though you might not understand it. Just know she comes from a background not too similar to yours. She was also hated for being different," said Artemis. Harry nodded weakly, still nestled in his mother's embrace. Although tired, he sensed the importance of what his mother was saying. Artemis helped him sit up and gently began feeding him more of the ambrosia-laden food. Every bite seemed to reinvigorate him, filling him with warmth and vitality. When he had consumed enough, she gently wiped his mouth and helped him to a sitting position. "Erica," Artemis called softly. From the entrance of the tent, Erica stepped inside. Her tall, athletic frame seemed almost out of place in the dimly lit enclosure, but her presence was comforting. She knelt beside Harry's bed, offering him a soft smile. "Hello, Harry," she greeted warmly. Harry looked up at her with curiosity, noting the battle scars that crisscrossed her arms and the fierce determination in her eyes. Yet, despite her imposing appearance, he sensed a kindred spirit. Someone who had faced adversity, just like him. "Erica has been with me for 40 years, Artemis began. She too faced challenges in her younger years. Erica, would you share your story?" Erica took a deep breath, nodding slowly. "Of course, Lady Artemis," she looked down at Harry, her gaze softening. "Harry, I was born in Königsberg, Germany in 1930. My mother is the goddess Hecate, and my father was a Jew, which was a dangerous combination during the times I grew up in. Especially since by the laws I was labeled a Jew. When I was 6, my father and I were taken to Sachsenhausen concentration camp. Those were dark and horrific days. I faced hate and prejudice not just for being a half-blood, but also for my heritage. The camp guards and even some of the inmates treated us as if we were less than human." Harry's eyes widened, aghast at the idea of someone being treated so poorly at such a young age. Erica's tale was a stark contrast to his own, and yet the underlying theme of cruelty and prejudice resonated with him. "In the camp, my demigod abilities began to manifest," Erica continued. "The guards saw this as a threat, and I became a target. But my mother, Hecate, often helped me in covert ways. Small miracles, shadows that hid me when I needed it, moments when time seemed to freeze, allowing me a moment of respite." She paused, taking a deep breath. "One night, my father was taken away. I never saw him again. It was the darkest moment of my life, but in that moment of despair, Lady Artemis found me. She and her hunters rescued me from that hellhole and offered me sanctuary among them." Tears brimmed in Erica's eyes as she looked at Artemis with gratitude. "She gave me a new purpose, a new family. I became one of her hunters and vowed to help others like me, to fight against the darkness in the world." Harry swallowed hard, deeply moved by Erica's story. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. Erica reached out, touching his cheek gently. "You have nothing to be sorry for, little one. My past shaped me and made me stronger, and it led me to Lady Artemis and her hunters. My story is one of hope, of finding light in the darkest of times. I gave you a summary of my past. I don't want to scare you from what I experienced. Especially considering you were only 5 years old. Maybe when you are older I will, but do you have any questions? Can you be my friend? If you were from 40 years ago, why do you not look old? What happened to your daddy? What is a Jew? Why do you talk weirdly? What is Königsberg? How are you so strong? What is Sachsenhausen?" Erica chuckled softly at the barrage of questions, finding Harry's curiosity endearing. She held up a hand to signify she'd answer them one by one. "First and foremost," she began with a soft smile, "I'd be honored to be your friend, Harry. As for my age," she continued, "when one joins Lady Artemis's hunters, they gain the gift of eternal youth. We don't age, which is why I still look young despite being born 55 years ago." Erica took a moment to collect her thoughts before addressing the next question. "Your question about my father is difficult, but to be honest, I don't know exactly what happened to him. After he was taken away, I never saw or heard from him again. It's one of the hardest parts of my past. As for what a Jew is, Jews are followers of Judaism, a religion that has been around for thousands of years. It's both a faith and an ethnic group. During the time I grew up, there was a terrible man in power in Germany who despised Jews and many other groups. He blamed them for problems in the country and caused a lot of harm to them. It was because of these beliefs that my father and I were taken. I might sound different to you because I grew up speaking German. My accent might seem strange to you. Königsberg is a city where I was born. Today it's known as Kaliningrad and is part of Russia." She flexed her arm, chuckling at Harry's question about her strength. "As for my strength, a combination of my demigod heritage and the rigorous training I've undergone as one of Artemis's hunters has made me strong, And also, the adversities I faced in Sachsenhausen concentration camp made me resilient. Sachsenhausen, she continued, her face turning somber, was a place where many people, including Jews, were taken during the war. It was a place of immense suffering and pain. People were mistreated, and many lost their lives. It's a dark chapter in history, and it's important we remember and learn from it. Can you tell what happened in the camp? Erica hesitated, her eyes distant as she was transported back to the memories of her childhood, memories that were tinged with pain and trauma. Harry, she began, her voice soft and measured, the things that happened in Sachsenhausen and in other camps like it, were deeply horrifying. They're not easy for anyone to hear about, let alone for someone as young as you. While I want to be honest with you, I also don't want to burden you with the weight of such heavy information. She sighed, her fingers playing with the edge of the blanket. But to give you a brief idea, people in the camps were starved, overworked, subjected to cruel experiments, and many were killed. Families were torn apart. Children, much like yourself, were separated from their parents. It was a place of suffering and death. She looked into Harry's eyes, trying to gauge how he was processing the information. There's a lot of cruelty in the world, Harry, but there's also kindness, love, and hope. While it's important to remember and learn from the past, it's equally important to move forward. And make sure such things never happen again. Harry, noticing the tears in her eyes, wrapped his small arms around her. Erica was momentarily taken aback by the sudden gesture, but then she melted into the embrace, feeling the genuine warmth and innocence of Harry's touch. A tear rolled down her cheek, though. She tried to hide it from the young boy. "You're very brave," Harry whispered, pulling back and looking up at her with those big green eyes that held so much understanding and compassion, far more than any 5-year-old should possess. Erica chuckled softly, brushing away her tears. "You're one to talk, young man. From what Lady Artemis has told me, you're quite the brave little warrior yourself." Harry blushed, ducking his head. "I just don't like seeing people sad." Artemis, who had been silently observing the exchange, walked over and gently ruffled Harry's messy black hair. "You have a big heart, Harry," she said, her voice full of pride. "And that's one of the many reasons why we all love you." Erica nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Harry. You've reminded me that even in the face of great darkness, there's always a beacon of light. And sometimes, that beacon comes in the form of a kind-hearted young boy." Harry smiled, his chest swelling with happiness. The tender moment was interrupted, however, when Harry's stomach growled. Erica and Artemis both laughed, their spirits lightened by the simple, innocent sound. "It seems someone is still hungry," Artemis commented with a teasing tone. Blushing, Harry nodded. "The food was really good, Mama." Artemis smiled, brushing a stray hair from his face. "Well, we can't have you going hungry. How about another serving?" Erica, ever the protective figure now, added, "And perhaps after that, a bit of rest. Sharing and hearing stories can be exhausting." Harry hesitated for a moment, torn between wanting more of the delicious food and the allure of rest. Finally, he nodded. "Okay, but only if Erica stays with us for a while. I want to hear more stories." Erica's heart warmed at the request. "Of course, Harry, as long as you'd like." A.N. Erica is the name of a family friend who died a few weeks ago. I turned her into a character in this story to honor her. Her past was identical to the character I created. This is Chapter 1 of the rewrite of HTTM. Note: in 30 days I will be taking the original down from all platforms. Please read and review. I will read every review. This FIC will have elements from the Shadowhunter Chronicles. For my Wattpad readers, I will be creating a reaction FIC to this FIC. I am just not sure if I should do an ancient Greek setting or a Hogwarts setting. Edit. The 25th of November 2023. Fixed a typo where it said he has green eyes instead of silver. It now says he has silver eyes. I added the word laws where I forgot to put it in before ancient. Add the words, a clause, after, invoke. I plans. Harry had been living with the Hunters of Artemis for several weeks since he was rescued from the Dursleys. Atalanta and Sophia had just given him the all-clear to leave the medical tent, but a new problem presented itself. Harry had no clothes to wear. He looked down at himself, clad only in a threadbare blanket draped across his shoulders. "Harry," said Artemis, her voice gentle yet firm. "Yes, Mama," replied the 5-year-old, rubbing one of his feet nervously against the ground. playing with his hospital gown. "We have a problem," Artemis continued, her hands wringing together. "Atalanta and Sophia treated you when you arrived here, and they had to cut your only clothes off. It seems that there were no other clothes available in your house." She paused for a moment before adding, "I typically have only girls in my camp, so unfortunately I don't have any spare boys' clothes either." "Oh," replied Harry. "So, we will have to go to the store to get you clothes. I can't have the other gods know about you yet, so it will have to be discreet." Harry's eyes widened in excitement, having heard tales of the vast and myriad stores from Sophia during his treatment sessions. "The store? Really, Mama?" Artemis smiled tenderly at the young boy, her silver eyes softening. "Yes, but we must be careful. It's a different world out there, one that is not always kind. You'll have to stay close to me and follow my lead." Harry's big silver eyes widened as nodded vigorously, the prospect of an adventure lifting his spirits. "I promise, Mama." "However, I can't take you to the store in a hospital gown," Artemis continued, her gaze scanning the camp. "It will attract unnecessary attention. So, we have two options. We A. make something out of deerskin for you, or B. have you wear what we have in stock, which may not be ideal because it's girl things. Remember, this is only until we go to the store and get you something, so I am going to let you pick." Harry pondered the options. The idea of wearing deer skin seemed rather itchy and uncomfortable. But then, wearing girls' clothing might make him the subject of laughter or ridicule. He was still young, but he remembered how Dudley and his gang would laugh at anything out of the ordinary. He looked up at Artemis. "Mama, can I see the clothes you have in stock?" Artemis nodded, leading Harry to a tent filled with clothing of all sorts, most of them in shades of silver and green, reflecting the moon in the forests. There were dresses, tunics, and robes. Some were plain, while others had intricate designs of stars and arrows. Harry shuffled through the clothes, finally selecting a silver tunic that seemed a bit long for him but not too much. "This one doesn't look too girly, Mama," he said, holding it up. Artemis examined it and smiled. "It's a good choice. With a belt around it, it will look just like any other tunic. You'll blend in just fine." Relief washed over Harry. "Thank you, Mama," he said, hugging the tunic to his chest. Artemis bent down, hugging the boy. "We'll get you proper clothes soon, but for now, let's make the best of what we have." After a bit, Harry was dressed and walked towards Artemis, who was standing next to Zoe. "Zoe, you are in charge of things here while Erica and I leave to get Harry clothes," said Artemis. Harry and Erica, after their first conversation the first morning Harry was at camp, became really good friends with each other. "Of course, milady," replied Zoe. "You know, milady, your son looks exactly like you. You both have the same eyes, same facial structure, same nose. It's like looking at a 5-year-old version of yourself that just happens to be a male." Artemis looked down at Harry, her silver eyes twinkling with amusement and affection. "Do you think so, Zoe?" Zoe nodded, her usually stern face softening as she looked at the young boy. "I have seen many over the years, milady, and I've never seen a boy resemble his mother so closely." Harry, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention, shifted his gaze between Artemis and Zoe. He wasn't quite sure what they were talking about, but he liked the idea of looking like his mama. "Do I really look like you, Mama?" he asked Artemis, tilting his head to the side. Artemis chuckled softly and knelt beside Harry, gently lifting his chin. "You do, my little moonbeam. You have my eyes and the same shape to your face. Though you have your father's hair," she said with a fond smile, brushing a few unruly black locks from Harry's forehead. Harry beamed at the comparison. "That's good. I like looking like you, Mama." Erica, who had been watching the exchange with a gentle smile, approached Harry and playfully ruffled his hair. "Well, little man, are you ready for our shopping trip?" Harry nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Harry." Artemis straightened up, glancing around the camp. "Let's not delay then. Remember to be discreet and stick close." Artemis held Harry close as she prepared to flash them to Offenburg. She could feel the anticipation radiating off of Harry and smiled. "Harry, I am going to flash us to a small city called Offenburg. It's just east of here. Okay. You may feel like you are going to throw up, as this will be the first time you experience this while awake." Harry tensed slightly but nodded. "Yes, Mama," he replied, his voice trembling slightly. "It's in West Germany, but don't worry, this is not the Germany from my time. They will not hurt you. said Erica, hinting at her time as a Jew in Nazi Germany during World War II. Harry visibly relaxed, understanding that his friend and mother were telling him he would be safe there. Okay, Mama, he said again, more confidently this time. I'll try not to throw up. Artemis smiled reassuringly, pressing a kiss to Harry's forehead. It will be over before you know it. Just hold on tight. With that, the world around them seemed to shimmer and dissolve, a sensation of weightlessness overtaking Harry. The surroundings blurred, colors and shapes swirling around them as they traveled through space and time in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, they found themselves in a bustling street filled with people, cars, and buildings. The noise and activity were a stark contrast to the serene environment of the hunters' camp. The scents of fresh bread from a nearby bakery, gasoline from passing cars, and a mix of different perfumes and colognes filled the air. Harry's head spun from the sudden transition, and he felt a slight queasiness in his stomach. He looked pale and soon vomited on her shoulder. Artemis didn't flinch or show any sign of disgust. She gently rubbed his back, murmuring soothing words into his ear. "It's okay, my moonbeam," she whispered. "It's your first time. You'll get used to it." Erica quickly pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Artemis, who used it to wipe away the mess from Harry's mouth and her own shoulder. The passers-by didn't seem to notice the small scene, too engrossed in their own worlds to pay attention to the trio. Harry's face was flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Mama," he mumbled, his voice shaky before vomiting again, this time on the ground, narrowly missing a German paramedic team who was walking through to their ambulance after buying food in the restaurant next to them. The paramedic team looked at the scene with a mix of concern and surprise. One of the paramedics, a young woman with curly blonde hair tied in a ponytail, approached the trio. "Alice in Orning?" she asked, which meant, "Is everything okay?" Erica, who understood German, quickly replied, "Ja, ist nur reisekrank," which translates to, "Yes, he's just travel sick." The woman gave a nod of understanding, her eyes filled with compassion. "Mochten sei, das wär ein Überprüfen," she offered, meaning, "Would you like us to check him out?" Just as she said that, Harry vomited again. Artemis rubbed his back and spoke softly, "It's all right, Harry. Just let it out." Erica nodded to the paramedic. "Ja, bitte," she said, thanking her for the offer. Ist fun. Jahre alt und Word vor Kurzem aus dem Krankenhaus entlassen, which means, "Yes, please." He's 5 years old and was recently discharged from the hospital. The blonde paramedic gave a gentle smile, signaling her partner to bring over their kit. The male paramedic, a tall man with a short beard, quickly approached with a small bag of medical supplies. Artemis looked up, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered in English, holding Harry close. The male paramedic gently tapped Harry's shoulder, making sure to get his attention. "Hello, kleiner man," he said softly, which meant, "Hello, little man." He tried to sound as comforting as possible, seeing how the young boy was already distressed. Harry looked up, his eyes red from the exertion and tears, but he managed a small nod. The female paramedic carefully checked Harry's pulse and listened to his heartbeat with a stethoscope. She then gently shone a light into his eyes, ensuring he was responsive. After a few minutes of examination, she stood up. "He seems to be okay," she told Erica in German. "It's probably just the shock of traveling. Just make sure he drinks plenty of water and rests." Erica nodded in appreciation. "Thank you," she replied, "we appreciate your help." The paramedics packed up their kit, offering warm smiles to the trio. "Gut Besserung," the female paramedic said to Harry, which meant, "Get well soon." As they walked away, Harry looked up at Artemis. "Mama, I don't like flashing," he said, his voice small. Artemis hugged him tighter. "I know, my moonbeam. But it's just one of those things we need to get used to. For now, let's find a nice place to sit down and get you some water, okay? Once you feel better we can go buy you some clothes, which is what we came here for. How does that sound?" Harry took a moment, wiping his eyes, before nodding slowly. "Okay, Mama. I just want to feel better." "That sounds perfect," Artemis replied, starting to move in the direction of the cafe. As they walked, Harry clung to Artemis, looking around with wide eyes at the unfamiliar surroundings. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed like another world compared to the camp. Harry took a tentative sip, his face still slightly pale. Better? Artemis inquired gently. Artemis brushed his hair back. You have nothing to be sorry about. It's a new experience for you, and it can be overwhelming. But we'll face it together, all right? Erica looked at them both fondly, memories of her past, intertwined with moments of vulnerability and protection, resurfacing. Once he's rested a bit, there's a children's clothing store just around the corner, she mentioned. We can get Harry some clothes there. After a while, with Harry feeling better, the trio ventured to the children's clothing store. The shop was a burst of color, with neatly arranged racks filled with shirts, trousers, dresses, and other clothing items. Harry's eyes darted around, intrigued by the various designs. Artemis picked out a few outfits, holding them up to Harry to see if he approved. To her amusement, Harry seemed particularly drawn to a green shirt with a silver stag print on it. Like this one, Mama, he said, touching the soft fabric. Artemis smiled, recognizing the significance of the stag. It mirrored the animagus of a certain someone from her past who just happened to be the boy's father. It suits you, my little moon, she replied, adding it to their selections. More than you know, she added in her thoughts, her heart aching with the memories of James Potter when she was turned into Lily Potter when she was turned into a mortal by the Olympian Council. Although she had no memories of Artemis when she was Lily, the memories she made felt real, and even though she made an oath to remain a virgin goddess, she does not regret Harry. The 5-year-old boy has been a beacon of light ever since she rescued him from the Dursleys several weeks ago. Oh, how she can't wait to punish those mortals for the harm they inflicted upon her son. Mama, why are you sad? Asked Harry, pulling Artemis out of her reverie. Artemis blinked, looking down at the boy's upturned face, his bright silver eyes filled with concern. She forced a smile, gently caressing his cheek. I'm not sad, love. Just lost in memories for a moment. Harry tilted his head. Memories of Daddy? Artemis hesitated for a fraction of a second before nodding. Yes, of your father. He was a brave and wonderful man, Harry. You have his hair, you know. Harry's hand instinctively went to his untamed black hair, which always seemed to be in disarray no matter how much it was combed. A small, shy smile formed on his face. Really? Was he like me? Artemis sat down, pulling Harry into her lap. She looked at him intently, her silver eyes shining with unshed tears. In many ways, yes. He was brave, kind, and had this mischievous glint in his eyes, much like you. And he would have done anything to protect you. Erica, seeing the emotional moment, decided to give them some space. I'll be at the counter, she whispered, moving away to pay for the selected clothes. Harry wrapped his tiny arms around Artemis. I wish I could have met him. Do you think he would have liked me? Artemis tightened her embrace, choking back her tears. He would have adored you, Harry, and he would have been incredibly proud of the strong and kind-hearted boy you're becoming. A tear rolled down Harry's cheek. I miss him, Mama, even though I never met him. Artemis kissed the top of his head. I know, my moonbeam. And it's okay to miss him and to wish for things that cannot be. But always remember that you are surrounded by people who love you and care for you. Erica returned, holding the bag of clothes they had picked out. All set, she announced, her voice soft and understanding. Artemis nodded her thanks and got up, holding Harry's hand. Artemis felt hand touch her shoulder. She turned around and saw Apollo. What do you want, Apollo? Apollo, with his sun-kissed skin and golden curls, looked at his twin sister with a mixture of concern and warmth. Sister, you don't need to be so defensive. I've come to help and to see my nephew. Artemis' eyes narrowed slightly, protective instincts flaring. He doesn't need any more upheaval, Apollo. Apollo raised an eyebrow, his eyes drifting to Harry, who was gazing curiously at him. I have no intention of causing upheaval, Artemis. He is family. And despite our differences, family means everything to us. Erica, sensing the tension, cleared her throat subtly, trying to diffuse the situation. Harry, this is Apollo. He's your uncle. Harry looked at Apollo, taking in his radiant appearance. Hello, he said, hesitantly extending a small hand. Apollo smiled genuinely, bending down to Harry's level. Hello, young one. It's good to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. Artemis sighed, running a hand through her silver hair. What do you want, Apollo? Apollo straightened up, facing his sister. I want to help, Artemis. With everything that's been happening and the dangers that surround Harry, you can't keep him shielded forever. You'll need allies. Artemis frowned. I can handle it. Apollo shook his head. This isn't about your capabilities, sister. It's about making sure Harry has the best chance at a normal life. You're not in this alone. Erica, trying to navigate the complex dynamics between the divine siblings, interjected, perhaps we could discuss this over a meal? It's been a long day for all of us. Apollo nodded in agreement. That sounds like a good idea. Artemis hesitated for a moment but eventually relented. Fine. But we keep the discussion civil, for Harry's sake. Harry, sensing the compromise, squeezed Artemis' hand. It'll be okay, Mama. Artemis looked down at her son, her expression softening. I know, my moonbeam. With you by my side, everything will be. And with that, the group made their way to a nearby restaurant, seeking both sustenance and common ground. The street was lined with a blend of modern architecture and old Germanic buildings, giving the town of Offenburg a unique charm. They chose a quaint eatery with rustic wooden tables and a welcoming ambiance. A sign overhead read, Zum Goldenen Hirsch, which translated to, the Golden Stag, an uncanny coincidence that didn't go unnoticed by Artemis, given the stag's symbolism connected to Harry. Inside, the aroma of hearty German dishes filled the air. Artemis, Harry, Erica, and Apollo were seated at a cozy booth by a window overlooking the streets. A middle-aged waiter approached, smiling warmly as he handed out the menus. Erica took the lead, translating and helping Harry pick something suitable for his still sensitive stomach. They settled on ordering traditional dishes like bratwurst, sauerkraut, and pretzels, with a light soup for Harry. As they waited for their meals, Apollo cleared his throat. Artemis, I understand your reservations about me being involved. But I genuinely want to help. Not just as an Olympian but as family. Artemis sighed, her silver eyes locking onto Apollo's golden ones. I'm not doubting your intentions, brother. But Harry has been through enough, and I won't have him used as a pawn in any of the gods' games. Apollo nodded, his expression earnest. I would never use Harry for any godly games. He's my nephew. And while we may have our disagreements, you and I share the same core belief. Protecting our loved ones. Erica sipped her drink, watching the interaction with interest. She knew the complexity of godly relationships, but she had always admired the bond between Artemis and Apollo, despite their differences. I just want him to have a semblance of a normal life, Artemis whispered, glancing down at Harry, who was playing with the cutlery, his earlier fatigue forgotten. Apollo leaned forward, his tone gentle. He can, and he will. But you cannot shield him from the truth forever. He has godly, mortal, and angelic blood in him, and that comes with its challenges. And while he has you and your hunters, having the support of other gods might be beneficial. Erica interjected, Milady, one of the lessons I learned when you saved me from Sachsenhausen, is you can never have enough allies. As a daughter of Hecate I could teach him magic, but you know as well as I that you can't hide him from the other gods forever, especially when they start to sense his unique energy. As Lord Apollo said, he has divine, mortal, and angelic blood. Artemis took a deep breath, realizing the weight of what Erica and Apollo were saying. She knew that shielding Harry entirely was impossible, especially with the unique mix of power he possessed. But her maternal instincts fiercely wanted to protect him from the complexities and dangers that came with being tied to the gods. You're right, she finally admitted, her voice laced with resignation. I can't keep him hidden forever. But any interaction he has with the other gods will be on our terms. They won't use him or exploit him. Apollo nodded in agreement. I promise to stand by that, and I'll ensure that any of the other gods who wish to interact with Harry respect those boundaries. But you have to trust that I want what's best for him too. Erica placed her hand on Artemis's. You're not alone in this, milady. We're here to help and guide him. Together, we can ensure that Harry grows up understanding and controlling his powers and is surrounded by love and support. Artemis looked from Erica to Apollo and then down to Harry, who was now drawing imaginary patterns on the wooden table with his fingers. The weight of responsibility she felt was immense, but knowing she had allies, true allies, by her side made it more bearable. I just want him to be happy, she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. And he will be, Apollo replied confidently, reaching across the table to ruffle Harry's hair. He's got a formidable mother, a supportive uncle, and a talented protector in Erica. The fates have big plans for him, and we'll be by his side every step of the way. Now comes the next thing. I want in on whatever you will do to the Dursleys, for the way they treated him." Erica's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You're aware of that?" Apollo smirked. "Of course. I see everything underneath the sun. The Dursleys' treatment of Harry was abhorrent, and it's only fair that they face some form of retribution for it." Artemis's gaze darkened. The memories of what Harry endured in that household, the stories he had whispered to her on the quietest of nights, had ignited a wrath within her that she seldom felt. "I've already ensured that they won't be able to hurt him again," she began, choosing her words carefully. Apollo chuckled lightly. "That's my sister. Always a few steps ahead. But I want in. Those mere mortals had no right to treat any child that way, let alone one with Harry's lineage." Erica chimed in, "If wanted to appear as a normal family, perhaps we can make them not appear that way and make sure they're public enemy number one." Apollo nodded thoughtfully. "A fitting punishment. Strip them of the one thing they cherish most, their facade of normalcy and respectability." Artemis smirked, the wicked glint in her eyes revealing her mischief. "And perhaps a few other inconveniences to make their lives challenging." Erica leaned forward, her eyes alight with excitement. "I have a few spells up my sleeve that could rearrange their circumstances. Maybe a spell to make the authorities believe Harry was a patient inside a hospital, maybe get the local and national news reporting on it. Just imagine the headline, 'Orphan 5-year-old beaten and starved by aunt,' or something like that." Apollo chuckled. "Now that's a headline that would be difficult for them to sweep under the rug. Their precious reputation would be in tatters." Harry looked up from his playful doodling, catching snippets of their conversation. "Mama, what are you talking about?" Artemis leaned over and kissed his forehead, trying to put on a reassuring tone. "Just making sure no one ever hurts you again, my moonbeam." Harry seemed to understand, hugging Artemis tightly. "Thank you, Mama." Apollo's gaze softened at the sight. "We'll ensure that justice is served, Artemis. On that, you have my word." Erica gave a sly smile. "And with a little magic, we can make sure the world knows the truth. I'd be more than happy to lend my expertise." Artemis nodded, her protective nature evident. "Let's ensure they feel the weight of their actions. No child should ever endure what Harry went through." As their food arrived, Harry looked at Artemis with big silver eyes. "Mama, what did Uncle Poyo and Airy mean when they said I have divine, mortal, and angelic blood?" Artemis sighed, her heart heavy with the weight of the truths she had yet to reveal to Harry. She exchanged a look with Apollo and Erica, both of whom nodded encouragingly. It was time. She took Harry's small hand in her own. "Harry," she began gently, "you know how sometimes their stories about gods and goddesses are angels and mortals?" Harry nodded. "Like the stories you tell me before bedtime?" "That's right," Apollo interjected softly, "just like those." Artemis continued, "You, my moonbeam, have a very unique heritage. Your father was a mortal, someone from the world we're in now. But your mother," she touched her own chest, "is a goddess. That's why sometimes you feel stronger or see things others might not." Harry's eyes widened, absorbing the information. "And the angel part?" Erica leaned forward, her eyes kind. "When your mother was turned into a mortal shell, she was born into a family of shadowhunters, the Fairchild family, and her father, Granville Fairchild, had angelic blood in him. Shadowhunters are descendants of humans and angels, who hunt demons and keep the balance between the mundane world and the supernatural." Harry looked puzzled for a moment, trying to piece everything together. "So, Mama is a goddess, my grandpa was an angel human, and my dad was a regular person?" Artemis smiled, her eyes glistening. "In simple terms, yes, that makes you very special. Harry. It's a combination that the world has never seen before. It means that you're not a demigod, nor a god, but something in between." She hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words. "A tribrid, if you will." Harry tilted his head, absorbing the information. "Does that mean I have powers?" Apollo chuckled. "More than you can possibly imagine right now. But with great power comes great responsibility. You'll have to learn to control it and use it wisely." Harry thought for a moment. "But I still don't understand what angels are. What can I do exactly?" "Moonbeam," began Artemis. "Every god or goddess has angels that serve them. They help manage our domains. The more domains a god or goddess has, the more angels they have that serve them. Angels are beings of pure energy and light, created by the universe or the fates themselves to assist and serve the deities in their duties. Each angel is unique and possesses their own set of powers and abilities, often reflective of the domain they serve. They use special runes that give them a different range of powers, runes that I am sure you can use and read. Harry blinked, trying to wrap his young mind around everything. So angels are like helpers? They have special marks that give them powers? Erica, tapping her wrist to reveal a faint rune, explained, exactly. These runes, when activated, allow angels and shadowhunters to do certain things. Some might give you strength, some might heal wounds, and some might help you see things others can't. Artemis chimed in, because of your unique bloodline, you'll likely have access to runes and powers that even shadowhunters or angels themselves might not be aware of. Your divine, mortal, and angelic lineage will make your powers vast and varied. Harry looked down at his hands, trying to imagine the potential they held. Will it be dangerous? Apollo ruffled his hair affectionately. Any power can be dangerous if not used wisely. But you have us. We'll guide you, teach you, and ensure you grow into the wonderful being you're destined to be. Moonbeam, began Artemis, I am going to teach you how to use your demigod powers. I am going to have Ariel teach you about your angel part. Be warned, although she is one of my angels and she serves me directly, she will not be easy on you. Erica will teach you about magic, while you continue to attend the same school. Any questions? Harry took a moment to process everything. His mind was buzzing with all the new information, and the weight of his lineage was not lost on him. He looked around the table, taking in the faces of those who were promising to guide and protect him. He finally broke the silence with a soft question, will it hurt? Erica gave him a reassuring smile. Learning can sometimes be challenging, and with power, there might be moments of discomfort. But we'll be right by your side, every step of the way. We won't let anything truly hurt you. Artemis tightened her grip on Harry's hand. We promise, Moonbeam. This journey won't always be easy, but with love, patience, and perseverance, you will thrive. Harry looked deep into Artemis's eyes, searching for reassurance. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Okay, Mama. I trust you. Apollo sighed in relief. We'll start slowly, Harry. With time, everything will make more sense, and you'll come to understand and embrace your powers. For now, let's just focus on being a family. Erica chimed in, and eating our food before it gets cold. Sister, I am also going to tell you he is protected by prophecy. 2 different prophecies, actually, Apollo told her. And what are the wordings of each prophecy? Artemis leaned closer to hear Apollo's reply. Apollo spoke in a low, ominous voice. The first one is, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. He paused, letting his words hang in the air before continuing. And the second one, said Artemis, her voice barely above a whisper. As much more serious, a child born as the 7th month dies and a child born as the 6th month dies. They are 2 halves of one whole. One a son of the moon, the other a daughter of the harvest. Ancient enemies thought beaten shall be resurrected. Together they shall succeed. But apart and the world shall be destroyed. Apollo's voice trailed off, the weight of the words pressing down on everyone present. The silence was deafening, each lost in their own thoughts about the grave implications of the prophecies. Erica was the first to break the silence. So, Harry is marked by 2 significant prophecies. One that pertains directly to a threat from a Dark Lord and another that speaks of world destruction and a partner in destiny, born a month before him? Apollo nodded gravely. Yes. The first prophecy is more immediate, pointing towards a confrontation with the Dark Lord who seems to have marked Harry in some way. The second speaks of a much larger threat, one that requires Harry to unite with another, born a month prior. Artemis snapped her fingers and Harry fell asleep. Voldemort is the Dark Lord in that prophecy. He is the reason why Harry's father is dead, and he did split his soul several times. And placed a bit inside Harry, Hades removed the soul shard. The line 2 halves of one whole would mean they have a soul union, but that has not been seen in about 6 centuries. Apollo exhaled slowly, his golden eyes narrowing in contemplation. Soul unions are rare and powerful. If the prophecy speaks true, then the other child, the daughter of the harvest, must also possess immense power. Together, their combined strength will be unparalleled. Erica's face turned serious. We must find this daughter of the harvest. She might be the key to understanding the broader context of the second prophecy. Apollo nodded. It's crucial that they meet, learn about their intertwined destinies, and work together. But first, we need to focus on Harry's training and protection. Artemis placed a protective hand over her son. We will train him, but we must also prepare him for the weight of the prophecies. It won't be easy, and I don't want him to face these burdens alone. Apollo agreed, and we'll also need to keep an eye out for signs of the ancient enemies thought beaten. The resurrection of ancient threats could be catastrophic. Erica leaned back, looking between the twins. The prophecies are clear that Harry's path is intertwined with this daughter of the harvest. We must find her, yes, but we must also ensure she is prepared for what lies ahead. If she's untrained or unaware of her role, she could be a liability. Artemis frowned, her fingers brushing over Harry's sleeping form. How do we even begin to search for her? The world is vast, and she could be anywhere. Apollo drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought. The prophecy mentioned, daughter of the harvest. It might be a reference to Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Perhaps this child is a demi-goddess with Demeter as her divine parent. Erica raised an eyebrow. It's a start. But the prophecy could also be metaphorical, referencing some other kind of harvest or power. Artemis sighed. Regardless of its meaning, we need to begin the search. I'll reach out to Demeter and see if she has any knowledge of a child born as the 6th month dies. No need, said a feminine voice, and a lady with golden hair like wheat, and wearing a green dress sat down next to him. I heard the prophecy, and when the fates told me it's in motion, I was looking for who the son of the moon will be. Considering you are the goddess of the moon, I was looking for you all day today and finally found you. Hello Lady Demeter, said Erica. The child is my daughter. I have a mortal shell looking after her for now. Her name is Daphne Greengrass. Her father is a member of the Greengrass family with ties to both the magical world and the shadow hunters. Demeter's eyes softened as she spoke of her daughter. Daphne is a bright and loving child. She possesses strength, both from her divine lineage and from her mortal blood. I've kept a close watch on her, ensuring that her upbringing remained relatively normal, to give her a chance at a childhood. But it seems destiny has other plans. Considering the two children are 5 years old and under such potent prophecies, we need to ensure they are both safeguarded and educated properly. Artemis nodded, looking over at her sleeping son. Harry and Daphne need to be aware of their interconnected destinies, but at the same time, we must make sure they have a semblance of a normal childhood. 5 years is such a tender age. Demeter agreed. While I was hoping to introduce Daphne to the world of gods and magic a bit later in her life, it's evident we can't delay any longer. She needs to be prepared, just as Harry does. Her father died in the war with Voldemort, and I have a mortal shell I created out of my power watching her. My original plan was for her to go Camp Half-Blood when she turns 6, that way I will not be raising her in a roundabout way like I am now and will be following the ancient laws. Apollo interjected, the timeline seems tight. 1 year to introduce Daphne to our world before sending her to Camp Half-Blood. And considering the gravity of the prophecies surrounding her and Harry, it might not be a bad idea to let them meet sooner rather than later. Erica nodded in agreement. Introducing them now could be beneficial. It'll allow them to grow together, understand their unique bond, and develop the trust they'll need to face the challenges ahead. Artemis looked concerned. Demeter, why don't you make her an heir to your domains so she will be exempt from the ancient law that states we can't interfere with our children's lives? I am going to do the same with Harry. Demeter hesitated for a moment, the weight of the decision evident in her eyes. Making her an heir to my domains is not a decision to be taken lightly, but given the circumstances, I agree. It'll give me the authority to guide and protect her directly. Apollo offered a supportive smile. These are exceptional circumstances. Such measures might be our best way to safeguard both children and ensure they're equipped to face their destinies. Demeter sighed deeply. Very well, I'll take the necessary steps. But we need a plan on how we're going to introduce them, educate them about their powers, and prepare them for the world that awaits. Erica mused. Camp Half-Blood is an excellent place for them to learn about their demigod abilities. But considering the gravity of their situation, perhaps a more specialized training might be in order. Artemis nodded. I agree. We can combine both approaches. Let them spend time at camp. Half-blood during the summer months learning the basics, bonding with other demigods, and understanding their heritage. With us the other months, they go to Hogwarts at age 11 to avoid suspicion, especially from a certain manipulative old man. What do you think, Demeter? Demeter considered the proposal, her fingers tapping the table lightly. Balancing their time between both worlds would give them a broader perspective and a chance to learn about both their heritages. Hogwarts is essential for their magical training, especially since they both have ties to the magical world. As for Dumbledore, we must tread carefully. He has a knack for meddling in prophecies and destinies. Apollo interjected, the magical community, especially the Ministry of Magic, might not be pleased about two such powerful children entering their world. With the prophecy mentioning Voldemort, it's crucial that they remain under the radar, at least until they're prepared. Erica agreed, that's why blending in and having regular schooling at Hogwarts is essential. The more they appear like typical students, the less attention they'll draw. We just need to make sure they're equipped with the knowledge and skills they'll need to navigate the magical world. And they won't be entirely alone at Hogwarts. My plan is to have a few of my hunters who are children of Hecate, like Erica here, keep a close eye on Harry while he attends by. Attending as students, began Artemis. My original plan was I am going to teach Harry to use his demigod powers. I am going to have Ariel teach him about his angel part. Erica, to teach him about magic, and have Harry continue his education at the school he is currently going to. Ariel, as you know, is an angel who serves me directly. Demeter cared to comment on how we should adjust that. Demeter pondered for a moment before speaking. Daphne will need a similar comprehensive approach. I propose that I take charge of teaching her about her demigod powers and her relationship with the earth. My priestess, Milena, is also skilled in herbology and can acquaint Daphne with the magical properties of plants and herbs, which may come in handy given her magical heritage. She paused, taking a deep breath. Now, for the angelic aspect. Due to the nature of my domains, I don't have many angels that serve me directly. I do have Seraphel and Ithuriel, both of whom are seraphim and are bound to my domains because of their love for nature and growth. Seraphel, with her deep understanding of life and compassion, can guide Daphne through her angelic side and help her harness that unique power. Ithuriel, on the other hand, has vast knowledge about the interconnectedness of the cosmos. He can offer insights into how Daphne's unique lineage interacts with the broader universe. However, he also is known for his dislike of children. Artemis considered this, her brows furrowing in thought. Ithuriel's expertise would be invaluable, but if he's not fond of children, it might pose a challenge. Perhaps Seraphel could bridge the gap, acting as a mediator and ensuring that Daphne receives the guidance she needs without unnecessary friction. Would he be willing to work with Ariel? Demeter considered the question for a moment. I believe Seraphel could persuade Ithuriel to cooperate for the greater good. Ariel and Ithuriel might have differences in their approach and beliefs, but their shared objective of ensuring the safety and training of Harry and Daphne should be enough to make them work in tandem. Apollo chimed in, angels have been known to set aside their personal preferences for the sake of their divine mandates. With Seraphel's compassionate guidance, Ithuriel may come to see the importance of this task and warm up to the idea of training Daphne. Erica nodded. It's also worth noting that both Harry and Daphne, despite their young age, carry significant destinies. The weight of the prophecies and the nature of their unique heritages might make them more mature than typical children of their age. Ithuriel might find their depth and purpose surprising. Artemis leaned forward. Now that that's settled, what do you think about my Hogwarts plan? Demeter mulled over the Hogwarts plan for a moment, then replied, it's a good plan in principle. Hogwarts will not only offer them a magical education but will also allow them to blend in with the wizarding world and develop bonds with others their age. Given how much they will need to shoulder in the future, having genuine friendships and relationships will be vital. She paused, choosing her words carefully. However, there's another aspect to consider. With prophecies of this magnitude and with Voldemort being involved, Harry and Daphne may become targets for manipulations, from Dumbledore or others. Having your hunters there is a good safeguard, but we need to ensure they're discreet. The last thing we want is for their true purposes to be discovered. Artemis agreed, you're right. My hunters are trained in stealth and will blend in, but we need to ensure they maintain a low profile and act as typical students. Their priority is to protect and guide Harry and Daphne, not draw attention to themselves. So anything we should modify? Demeter thought for a moment, then spoke. I have a daughter who is a member of Hogwarts staff, Pomona Sprout. She is the head of Hufflepuff House and the professor of herbology. It might be beneficial for her to know about Daphne's true heritage and the broader situation. Pomona is loyal and discreet. She could act as an additional ally within Hogwarts walls, ensuring that both Harry and Daphne are well looked after while attending the school. Additionally, her knowledge of magical plants and herbology would further Daphne's training in that field. Artemis nodded, seeing the logic behind the suggestion. That's a wise idea. Having someone within the staff, especially someone as trusted and knowledgeable as Pomona, would be a significant advantage. She can keep a discreet eye on them and intervene if necessary. But we need to be careful about how much we divulge. Too much knowledge could put her in danger as well. Apollo added, considering the manipulative nature of certain individuals within the magical community, we should be very selective about the information we share. The fewer people who know the entirety of the prophecies and the depth of Harry and Daphne's powers, the better. Erica chimed in, yes, but Pomona's knowledge of Daphne's heritage would allow her to offer guidance in specific areas without necessarily being aware of the broader implications. It's a matter of striking the right balance between informing her enough to help but not so much that she becomes a target herself. Demeter sighed, I trust Pomona, but you're right. It's a delicate balance. We'll need to approach her with caution, perhaps starting with introducing her to Daphne's heritage and the immediate threats. If the need arises, and she proves trustworthy, we can gradually inform her more. Then it is settled, said Artemis as she looked at the sleeping form of Harry. I plan on doing the ritual to make Harry the heir to several of my domains on the full moon of October 28. That gives me 3 weeks to get the materials needed to complete the ritual. Which is something that comes from my domains of the moon, nature, the hunt, sudden death, animals, the forest, hills, wilderness, and archery. Some of the things I will need will be a bit difficult to obtain, like what material can come from my domain of sudden death. I know for my domain of the moon I can use a rock that comes from the moon, but the others will be difficult. Just be thankful I am not including my domain of childbirth, chastity, young woman, and care of children. Demeter chuckled softly, yes, that would certainly complicate matters. But regarding the materials for the ritual, let's break it down domain by domain. Apollo offered, for nature, you could use a sacred oak leaf or a branch from the oldest tree in a pristine forest. For the hunt, an arrow that has successfully hit its mark. For animals, perhaps a feather from a rare and majestic bird, or a tuft of fur from a powerful predator. Erica added, for the domain of the forest, perhaps a drop of sap from a sacred grove. For hills, a stone from the highest peak. For wilderness, maybe water from a remote, untouched spring. And for archery, a string from a bow that has never missed its mark. Demeter nodded, those sound suitable. As for sudden death, that's indeed a challenging domain to represent materially. Perhaps instead of an object, you could use a symbol. A wilting flower or a snapped twig might represent the sudden end of life. Artemis pondered, yes, a wilting flower could work. It's delicate and poignant, representing the fleeting nature of life. I'll ensure that each item is gathered with the utmost respect and reverence for the domain it represents. Apollo commented, you might also consider weaving in a chant or a song that pays homage to each domain as you introduce its respective item during the ritual. This could amplify the connection and significance of each item. Artemis then looked at Demeter. Thank you all. Now Demeter, when will you perform the ritual for Daphne? And do you need any help with gathering the materials? Demeter took a moment to think, then replied, I intend to perform the ritual for Daphne 2 days after yours, on October 30th, just before Samhain. The thinning of the veil between realms during that time should amplify the energies of the ritual. As for the materials representing my domains, they include agriculture, fertility, sacred law, and the cycle of life and death. She began listing potential items. For agriculture, I'm thinking of using grains from the first harvest of a blessed field. For fertility, perhaps soil from a land that's been particularly bountiful. As for sacred law, a written scroll of ancient laws or maybe a binding knot from a sacred grove might suffice. Demeter hesitated slightly before continuing, the cycle of life and death is a bit more complex. I considered using a seed that's about to sprout, representing the beginning of life, and a fallen leaf, symbolizing the inevitable end. Artemis nodded in understanding. Those sound appropriate and resonate deeply with your domains. If you need assistance in gathering any of these items, I'll gladly offer my hunter's expertise. Demeter smiled gratefully. Thank you, Artemis. I might take you up on that offer, especially for gathering the grains from the blessed field. It's located in a rather remote area, and having the expertise of your hunters would be invaluable. Apollo, sensing the weight of the upcoming rituals on both goddesses, sought to lighten the mood. Well, at least neither of you need items from the domain of dance or music. Imagine trying to encapsulate those. The room filled with soft laughter, a brief respite from the pressing matters at hand. A.N. This chapter introduces concepts I am borrowing from the Shadowhunter Chronicles. I have 13 chapters written already and chapter 14 is close to being written. I am so glad many people like this FIC, please review it. I enjoy reading and replying to your reviews. FFN Reviews. G. Amelia 41592 Chapter 1. November 25th. This has potential. Let's see where this goes. Though I do have to ask how Hades and Persephone did not know that was just a part of Voldemort. Answer. They did know it was only a part of Voldemort, they were referring to that particular segment. Guest Chapter 1. November 24th. Interesting. So does Artemis still have magic, and does Harry have any godly abilities? Surprised at how well the hunt is behaving. Answer. Harry does have godly abilities, you will see in future chapters. The hunt is behaving well because Artemis is their patron. If Artemis tells them something, her word is law. Demon Boy 121986 Chapter 1. November 24th. Awesome touching start. Most have it when Artemis is still in a man-hating way. I like what Hades and such did here. No spoilers besides another god. I think it would be kind of cool to see others freely help her, including the king. Due to something you need to read to find out, Harry ain't just your normal kid of a god or wizard. Why not, instead of the drama of it being challenged, have them approve of it and maybe even compliment it? Answer. The reason Artemis is different here is that her punishment changed her, and you see a glimpse of it this chapter. And yes, you will see drama when Harry goes to Olympus in Chapter 8, mostly from Hera. Punishing the Dursleys. Part 1. Sirens wailed through the air as a fleet of police cars raced down Privet Drive and screeched to a halt outside Number 4. Officers swarmed out of the vehicles, surrounding the house with guns drawn, while a tactical team battered open the front door with a battering ram. Police with a warrant, shouted the officer in charge. The officers rushed in and fanned out to search for the suspect, Vernon Dursley. He was sprawled on the floor between two armchairs, trying to wriggle out of an open window, but he was quickly tased by an officer waiting outside. Vernon Dursley, you are under arrest for abuse. Child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, attempted second-hand child murder, of your nephew Harry James Potter. Two officers grabbed Vernon and dragged him off to a police car while another officer stepped forward and saluted his superior. Sergeant Barnes, he said. Yes, Officer Braddock, replied Sergeant Barnes. You have to see this, said Officer Braddock. The two officers stood in the Dursleys' opulent living room, Petunia shaking nervously in her handcuffs. Officer Rogers lifted an eyebrow as he spoke to Sergeant Barnes. It appears we can charge Mr. Dursley with bribery, fraud and tax evasion. That doesn't surprise me at all, Sergeant Barnes sneered, as Officer Braddock tightened his grip on Petunia's arm and guided them towards a door tucked away under the staircase. We're already adding resisting arrest to the charges. Sergeant Barnes' eyes narrowed as he approached the understair door. He had seen many crime scenes in his years of service, but what he had heard about the Dursleys was particularly disturbing. Officer Braddock pushed open the door, revealing a dim, cramped space, no larger than a broom closet. This, Officer Braddock began, gesturing inside, is where they kept Harry Potter locked up, a boy of only 5 years old. Sergeant Barnes stepped closer to the entrance, a look of disbelief on his face. He peered inside, trying to make out details in the dim light. The walls were unadorned, save for a few faint scratches, perhaps made by desperate fingers. A thin, worn-out mattress lay on the floor, covered in stained sheets. There was no light source, only a small, barred window high up, allowing in minimal light. Sergeant Barnes ran his fingers over the old and faded wallpaper, feeling the cold dampness of the walls. "I've seen some pretty dark things in my time, but this is something else." "They treated him like an animal," murmured Sergeant Barnes. Sergeant Barnes stepped closer to the entrance, a look of disbelief on his face. He peered inside, trying to make out details in the dim light. The walls were unadorned, save for a few faint scratches, perhaps made by desperate fingers. A thin, worn-out mattress lay on the floor, covered in stained sheets. There was no light source, only a small, barred window high up, allowing in minimal light. It's like a prison cell," he whispered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Officer Braddock nodded gravely. There were padlocks on the outside. The boy wouldn't have been able to get out on his own. Sergeant Barnes ran his fingers over the old and faded wallpaper, feeling the cold dampness of the walls. "I've seen some pretty dark things in my time, but this is something else." Nearby, other officers were carefully collecting evidence, photographs of the confined space, fingerprints, and swabs. Officer Patel, one of the forensic experts, held up a tiny metal bowl. "Looks like this was his water dish. There's a rusty chain attached to it." "They treated him like an animal," murmured Sergeant Barnes. "No, in my 64 years of life, I only seen something similar to this once when I was in a German POW camp in World War II, said Captain Smith. Captain Smith, with his graying hair and deep lines on his face, had seen much in his time. Yet, the horror in his eyes was palpable as he looked into the cramped space. His broad shoulders tensed, and his fists clenched, suppressing the fury rising within him. "How could they?" murmured Sergeant Barnes, his voice thick with emotion. "To their own family." Captain Smith took a deep breath, memories of war resurfacing. "Evil exists, Barnes. Not just in the grand scheme of world events, but in the very heart of households. We've seen it time and time again. Some people never let go of their darkest instincts." Officer Braddock turned away from the entrance, unable to stomach the sight any longer. "It's a wonder he survived. We found him at the school, scared out of his wits, hiding from everyone." Sergeant Barnes sighed deeply. "Let's ensure the boy never sees the inside of this cage again. And let's get these monsters prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." Petunia whimpered, tears streaming down her face. "It was Vernon. He was the one who wanted to keep him there. I tried to stop him." "Petunia Dursley, Harry Potter has been in your care since 1981, correct?" Captain Smith snapped, his patience worn thin. "Why yes," Petunia stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "And it is 1985, he is a 5-year-old boy," Captain Smith continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "Did you not hear his cries? Did you not see the desperation in his eyes? I was a member of the SAS during World War II. I was involved in the liberation of Neuengamme concentration camp in Germany. The horrors I witnessed there, children and adults alike imprisoned, tortured. It's a sight that haunts me every single day. And today, in this house, I'm reminded of those horrors." "I didn't have a choice," Petunia whispered, her voice breaking. "I tried to feed him when Vernon wasn't looking. I tried to comfort him, but Vernon, he was always watching. He was so controlling." "Ah yes, the famous 'I was just following orders' excuse," yelled Captain Smith, his face full of anger. "It didn't work in 1945 and it won't work here. I have a 5-year-old boy in the hospital because of how you and your husband have treated him. You had a choice. You were being paid to care for him, from both his inheritance and the country. The Department of Child Welfare placed the child under your custody, not your husband's. And in all these years, not once did you think of reporting his condition, seeking help, or getting away from Vernon. Your excuses don't stand a chance in front of a child's suffering." Officer Braddock glared at Petunia. "Your hands are as dirty as your husband's. Maybe you didn't lock him in, but you sure as hell didn't unlock him either." Petunia sobbed uncontrollably, the weight of her guilt and complicity finally crashing down on her. "I was scared. He said he'd hurt Dudley if I tried anything." Captain Smith stepped closer, his voice cold. "Fear can make us do terrible things, but it doesn't absolve us from the consequences. You should have fought for that child. Your sister's child. You failed him." Another officer, Officer Green, stepped forward holding a file. "We've been going through their finances, Captain. There's a paper trail of money transfers and unexplained expenses. They were being paid £1,000 monthly from the young Potter's inheritance. along with £350 per month from the DWC, and £100 in food assistance. 2 questions. How much does that add up to between November 1981 through September 1985? And is this boy related to Charles and Doria Potter? Officer Green quickly scanned the file, doing a swift calculation, considering payments. Starting from November 1981 through September 1985, that's 47 months. Given the amounts, they received a total of £47,000 from Potter's inheritance and £16,450 from the Department of Child Welfare. The food assistance totals £4,700. So, in all, they've received £68,150 over this period. Captain Smith raised an eyebrow, clearly angered by the figures. Nearly 70 grand, and yet the boy lived in such deplorable conditions. It's disgraceful. Green flipped through a few more pages in the file, stopping on one particular sheet. As for your second question, Captain, yes, Harry Potter is the grandson of Charles and Doria Potter. You Petunia are lucky that Charles and Doria are not alive. I knew them both during the war. Charles was the toughest man I have ever met, took down an entire division of Germans by himself. Doria was the medic every soldier would not dare cross, both won the Victoria Cross for their bravery during the war. If they were here and saw what you've done to their grandson, I shudder to think what they would have done, Captain Smith said with a mixture of anger and sadness. Petunia's face turned an even paler shade of white, realizing the magnitude of her crimes and the kind of family Harry belonged to. She whimpered, I didn't know. I thought Lily just married someone ordinary. Captain Smith's eyes bore into her. You do know, if I remember correctly, the Potters held the title Marquess of Anglesey. Charles once told me, just because I am a Marquess and a member of the House of Lords, does not mean I shouldn't fight next to the common soldier. When I was shot in the leg by machine gun fire, he picked me up and while under fire he carried me 3 miles to where Doria was stationed. Petunia's eyes went wide, but Captain Smith continued his rant. What you don't realize, Mrs. Dursley, is once this comes to light, the media will be all over this, and your semblance of normalcy is gone. You kept the Marquess's heir, a child with a legacy of bravery and honor, locked up like an animal. The British aristocracy and the general public will tear you apart. Tears streamed down Petunia's face, the weight of the revelations overwhelming her. The thought of her family being in the public eye, the looming trial, and the hatred she would face from all sides made her knees buckle. Officer Braddock shook his head. All for what? Money? Control? Fear? The choices we make always catch up to us in the end. Captain Smith stepped back, his anger giving way to weariness. Take her away. I want photographs of everything. We need to brief the media before they begin to speculate what happened here. Hopefully, that will keep the British aristocracy from tearing the department apart. Officer Braddock nodded, guiding Petunia away as she stumbled, her tears leaving streaks on her pale face. As they left the room, the sounds of muffled sobbing echoed throughout the opulent living room. Officer Patel continued to collect evidence, ensuring that every detail was meticulously documented. Officer Green approached Captain Smith, extending the file towards him. We also found records of school reports for Harry. It seems he's been having difficulties, likely due to the trauma. We should ensure he gets the necessary support. Captain Smith sighed, rubbing his temples. This is going to be a storm, Green. Not just legally, but politically and socially. The Potters are a respected family with a lot of influence. This scandal, it's going to rock the nation. Before the media briefing, we will need to talk to his school. He should be in year 1 of Key Stage 1. I need a volunteer to join me for that. Let's be thankful it is the summer holidays, said Captain Smith. Officer Green nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I'll accompany you. Captain. I've got some experience dealing with schools and teachers. It might help to have someone familiar with the system. Captain Smith offered a weary smile. Thank you, Green. We'll need all hands on deck for this one. The pair left the Dursley residence, climbing into an unmarked police vehicle. As they pulled out of the driveway, a slew of media vans could be seen in the distance, already swarming the area, trying to get a scoop on the unfolding drama. Captain Smith frowned, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on his shoulders. Officer Green looked over, his expression sympathetic. It's going to be a media circus, Captain. But we'll handle it. We always do. Captain Smith sighed, adjusting his cap. It's not just the media that worries me. It's the boy. He's been through unimaginable trauma, and now he's about to be thrust into the limelight. We need to ensure his safety and well-being. The drive to the school was short, and upon arrival, they were greeted by the headmistress, Mrs. Wilson. She was a tall, stern-looking woman with silver hair pulled back tightly. Her eyes held a mix of concern and surprise. "Hello, headmistress, I am Captain William Smith, and this is Officer Bernard Green. We are with Surrey Police. We need to talk to you about a boy called Harry Potter. He is 5 years old, and he should be moving from Early Years Foundation to Key Stage 1. We believe he attended here for Early Years Foundation," said Captain Smith. Mrs. Wilson's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Harry Potter. "Ah, yes, young Harry. He is indeed one of our students. He's a quiet boy and often keeps to himself. There have been instances where we've been concerned about him, but we never imagined." Her voice trailed off, realizing the gravity of the situation. Captain Smith nodded solemnly. "Headmistress, I need all records about Harry. His performance reports, any medical slips, instances of tardiness, absences, everything." Mrs. Wilson's posture straightened. "Of course, Captain. I'll have everything gathered for you. However, may I ask what this is all about? Has something happened to Harry?" Officer Green answered, "We've found the boy in a rather distressing situation at home, headmistress. We are now investigating a case of severe child abuse. We need to talk with any teacher who has interacted with him, his homeroom teacher. We need every record with him, and we need the same with Dudley Dursley, age 6, commanded Captain Smith. Although Dudley was treated very differently than Harry, we need to speak with his teachers as well. Also, this is going to be a high-profile case, so don't be surprised if you see media here." Mrs. Wilson's expression shifted from surprise to horror. "This is unthinkable. Harry has always been a bit reserved, perhaps even withdrawn at times, but we never suspected anything of this magnitude. I'm regretful that we didn't catch on to this sooner." She paused, taking a deep breath. Mrs. Thompson was Harry's main teacher last year. She's mentioned concerns about Harry's demeanor and well-being several times. And Mr. Harris was Dudley's teacher. I can call both of them to the office." Captain Smith nodded. "That would be helpful, thank you." Within a few minutes, Mrs. Thompson, a petite woman with short curly hair and glasses, entered the room, followed closely by Mr. Harris, a taller man with a beard and a gentle demeanor. Both teachers appeared concerned, their eyes darting between Captain Smith, Officer Green, and the headmistress. Captain Smith wasted no time. "Mrs. Thompson, Mr. Harris, thank you for joining us. We are conducting an investigation involving Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley. We need every piece of information you can provide about these children and their behavior in school. Any signs of distress, absenteeism, or anything else out of the ordinary. When Harry and Dudley first started school, we were told by Harry was the worst troublemaker imaginable and Dudley is a sweet innocent angel, by their guardians. It was the exact narrative the Dursleys portrayed at home. But within a short period, it became evident that there was a stark difference between what was being told and what we observed." Mrs. Thompson began, adjusting her glasses. "Dudley was often the instigator of most playground incidents. He had a group of friends who would follow him around, and together they would pick on the weaker students. Harry was often their main target," she continued, her voice shaking slightly. "I've had to reprimand Dudley several times, but whenever I spoke to his parents, they would dismiss my concerns, claiming Dudley could do no wrong." Mr. Harris interjected, "I've observed the same behavior in my class. Dudley would often be the ringleader in any mischief, and I've had to separate him and his gang from the rest of the students on more than one occasion. Harry, on the other hand, was quiet, hesitant to engage, and often showed up with unexplained bruises." Officer Green jotted down notes, his brow furrowed in concern. "Did Harry ever confide in any of you about his home life? Or give any indication that he was being mistreated?" Mrs. Thompson hesitated. "There were times when he'd come in especially withdrawn or upset. I tried to talk to him, but he would always deflect or change the subject. I had a feeling something wasn't right. I remember one particular instance," she continued, tears forming in her eyes. "It was a chilly day, and while the other children came in wearing their winter jackets, Harry came in wearing just a thin sweater. When I asked him where his jacket was, he said he didn't have one. I offered him one from our lost and found, but he refused, saying his aunt would get mad. That is what led me to call CPS, last December." Captain Smith looked up, his eyes sharp. You contacted Child Protective Services? What was the outcome of that call? Mrs. Thompson looked down, her hands clasped tightly. They said they'd look into it. I gave them all the information I had. But a few days later, I was told the matter was resolved and that there was no cause for concern. Officer Green's voice was tight with frustration. They said it was resolved? With no further action taken? Yes, she replied. I was baffled. I felt in my gut something wasn't right. That was when I discovered that Mr. Dursley's sister is the head of CPS for her district. Dudley the following January boasted how his dad paid off CPS to stop them from doing things. Captain Smith's face hardened. That's a blatant conflict of interest. It seems the Dursleys had more influence than we initially thought. We'll need to investigate this further. Mr. Harris spoke up. I recall Dudley showing off new toys and gadgets every other week, boasting about how much they cost. Meanwhile, Harry had the same worn-out backpack and shoes the entire year. The disparity was obvious to anyone who paid attention. Mrs. Thompson added, Harry rarely participated in school events or activities that required parental permission or any form of payment. He never went on school trips or took part in after-school clubs. I always assumed it was due to financial constraints. Captain Smith's voice was tight as he explained, Harry is the Marquess of Anglesey and the last living Potter with that title. Money should not have been an issue. But that is not relevant to school. Anything that we should know about Harry and Dudley, please tell us. Mrs. Thompson took a moment before answering. Harry, despite the challenges he faced, was quite bright. He would always pay attention in class, and whenever he was given a chance, he would read or draw. There were moments when he'd showcase a glimmer of happiness, mostly when he was engrossed in a book or an activity. It was as if, for a brief moment, he could escape his reality. It always broke my heart to see that light extinguished once he realized he was heading home. Mr. Harris added, on the other hand, Dudley would frequently disrupt the class, often demanding attention and getting upset if he wasn't the center of it. He was used to getting his way, and when he didn't, he'd throw tantrums. It was clear he was coddled at home and expected the same treatment at school. Harry and Dudley rarely interacted in school, Mrs. Thompson continued, but when they did, there was an evident power dynamic. Dudley would use his size and influence to intimidate Harry, and Harry would always back down, trying to avoid conflict. Mr. Harris, trying to find a positive note, added, despite everything, Harry had made a couple of friends, mainly children, females partially, who were outside of Dudley's circle. They would sit together during lunch and play during breaks. It wasn't much, but it seemed like a small comfort for him. How was their attendance records? Asked Captain Smith. Mrs. Wilson, who had been listening intently, pulled out a tablet and quickly accessed the school's attendance records. Harry had several unexplained absences throughout the year. More than any other student in his year group. Whenever he returned, he seemed even more subdued than usual. Dudley's attendance, on the other hand, was almost perfect, with just a few days missed here and there. Mrs. Thompson nodded in agreement. I remember those days when Harry was absent. Whenever I inquired about it upon his return, he'd simply say he wasn't feeling well. But there were times when it seemed like he was covering up for something more. Captain Smith looked concerned. Were these absences ever reported or flagged by the school? The headmistress responded, yes, they were. As is protocol, after 3 consecutive unexplained absences, we contacted the guardians. When we reached out to the Dursleys, they'd often give vague explanations. A lingering cold, a minor accident at home, or sometimes just saying he needed some time off. We recorded these explanations in our system, but without concrete evidence of wrongdoing, there was only so much we could do. Officer Green sighed. How about disciplinary records like detentions, suspensions, etc.? Mrs. Wilson once again accessed the records on her file cabinet. Dudley Dursley had multiple disciplinary incidents recorded. He's been given several detentions, mainly for bullying, disrupting class, or defiance towards staff. There was one instance where he was suspended for 2 days after physically assaulting another student. Mrs. Thompson added, that was a particularly severe incident. Dudley and his gang cornered a younger boy in the playground, and Dudley ended up breaking the boy's arm. His parents were called in, and he was suspended, but upon his return, it was as if nothing had happened. He showed no remorse. Mr. Harris continued, in my class, Dudley was often reprimanded for not completing his work or for copying from other students. He had this sense of entitlement, believing rules didn't apply to him. And Harry? Officer Green inquired. Mrs. Thompson looked pensive for a moment. Harry never had any major disciplinary issues. There were a couple of instances where he was late to class, but he'd always apologize profusely. Once, he was given a detention for not completing his homework, but when I spoke to him privately, he explained that his cousin had torn up his workbook. I tried to offer him another chance, but he just accepted the detention, saying it was his fault for letting Dudley get to his things. Captain Smith's expression was grim. How many detentions he had? I know the boys are only 5 and 6, but we need a number, also every suspension they had. Mrs. Wilson scanned the records again. Harry had only 2 detentions throughout the year, including the one Mrs. Thompson just mentioned. Dudley, on the other hand, had 15 detentions and 1 suspension for the assault incident. Mrs. Thompson added, I remember that second detention for Harry. It was for not bringing in his art supplies, but again, he explained that Dudley had taken them and thrown them away. I offered him supplies from the classroom, but he said he didn't want to be a burden. It struck me as odd, a young boy using such words. Captain Smith nodded, his face reflecting a mixture of anger and sadness. How did the kids dress? Mrs. Thompson took a deep breath before beginning. Harry's attire was always a point of concern for me. He often wore clothes that were too big for him, appearing as hand-me-downs. They were worn out, frayed at the edges, and sometimes had visible patches or stitches. It wasn't uncommon for him to wear the same outfit multiple days in a row. On colder days, as I mentioned earlier, he didn't have appropriate winter clothing. His shoes were also noticeably tattered, and I could tell they were uncomfortable for him. Mr. Harris chimed in, on the contrary, Dudley was always dressed in the latest children's fashion. His clothes looked brand new and were always clean and ironed. He would often boast about the brands he was wearing and make fun of other children for their cheap clothes, especially Harry. Mrs. Thompson's voice grew soft. There was one day, just before winter break, when the children were excitedly discussing their holiday plans. Harry was wearing an oversized, faded jumper with a tear on the sleeve. One of the girls in the class asked him why he didn't ask Santa for new clothes. Harry simply replied that he didn't believe in Santa because Santa never visited him. The sadness in his eyes was palpable. Captain Smith clenched his jaw, his eyes cold. This may sound odd, but is there a medical record for each child? If yes, are the vaccines up to date? Mrs. Wilson nodded and tapped her tablet once again, pulling up the medical records for the 2 boys. Yes, we keep a basic medical record for each student which includes vaccination records, allergies, and any known medical conditions. She paused as she analyzed the data. Dudley's records show that he is up to date with all his vaccinations, and there are no listed allergies or medical conditions. Harry, on the other hand. She hesitated, her face a picture of concern. His vaccination records seem incomplete. The last entry is from when he was just a baby. There's also a note here about possible malnutrition and a recommendation for a medical review, but there's no follow-up listed. Captain Smith's expression darkened further. You mean to tell me that a boy under the care of guardians, who was attending a public institution, had not received his vaccinations and there was a concern about malnutrition, and no action was taken? Mrs. Wilson swallowed hard. It appears that way, Captain. All medical concerns are reported to the guardians, and it's their responsibility to ensure that their child receives the necessary medical attention. In the case of vaccinations, parents have the right to decline for various reasons, though we always recommend they keep them up to date. With Harry, we reached out to the Dursleys multiple times regarding the medical review recommendation, but we were either met with hostility or were brushed off. Mrs. Thompson added, it's also worth noting that Harry seemed to tire easily, especially during physical activities. He would often be out of breath or complain of aches, which isn't typical for a 5-year-old child. Officer Green's brow furrowed as he continued jotting down notes. This may seem like a very strange question, but in art class, what did Harry draw? We are asking because when we searched his cupboard, we found a journal with strange images drawn. Most notable was an eye with 2 lines crossing each other, a strange C with an arrow, a wired W with a C, an X with a scythe, a diamond with horns. We also found many drawings of the moon, a forest, and many different animals, mostly predatory animals and stags. We also found many different drawings of arrows. Mrs. Thompson hesitated for a moment, recalling the art sessions. In art class, Harry did seemed to gravitate towards a recurring set of symbols and themes. He often drew images that were a bit more abstract than what other children his age would typically draw. I remember the symbols you mentioned. The eye with the two lines was something he drew frequently, usually surrounded by patterns that resembled waves or winds. The strange sea with an arrow and the other symbols also appeared multiple times in his art projects. As for the animals, yes, he often drew predatory animals. The stag, in particular, was a recurring motif. The way he drew it was both striking and mature for his age. It often had a regal, protective aura to it. Once, when asked about the stag, he mentioned it was a protector in his dreams. The forest scenes he painted were dark, almost haunting, with the moon usually in its various phases. Mr. Harris added, I've seen his sketches of arrows as well. At one point, during a free drawing session, he spent the entire period perfecting a single arrow, sketching it from different angles, with varying fletchings and tips. I initially thought it might be a phase or a fascination with archery. Back to the symbols, did he ever mention what they mean? And what did the symbols look like to you? Asked Captain Smith. Mrs. Thompson shook her head slowly. Harry was rather reserved about his drawings. Whenever I inquired about the symbols, he would usually change the subject or just shrug. But one time, when I pressed a bit, he mentioned that they were symbols from his dreams. He didn't elaborate further, and I didn't want to push him too hard. He seemed protective of those symbols as if they held a personal significance to him. Mr. Harris chimed in, to me, the symbols appeared almost like runes or ancient markings. It's quite unusual for a child of his age to draw such intricate and consistent symbols. They were always symmetrically perfect, and the detailing was meticulous. Mrs. Thompson added, I did some research on my own once, trying to understand if these symbols had any known cultural or historical significance. The closest I came was a book from Cambridge University on angelic symbols, and those symbols were a perfect match for what he drew. The diamond with horns is the symbol for angelic power. X with a scythe is the symbol for good luck. A wired W with a C is the symbol for expectation. The strange C with an arrow is the symbol for agony. Strange C with an arrow is the symbol for fearless. And you didn't mention it, but in his art he typically has a cross with smaller cross, which is the symbol for calm anger. And that was the only book I found, and it was written in 592 and the book is in Latin. I only know how to read it because I have studied Latin. Captain Smith leaned forward, his eyebrows raised in surprise. That's very intriguing. So, you're suggesting that a child, presumably with no exposure to these ancient symbols, was drawing them with such precision and frequency? Mrs. Thompson nodded. Yes, Captain. That's precisely what I found puzzling. I even approached the Dursleys once during a parent-teacher meeting, asking if Harry had access to any old books or if they had any family traditions related to these symbols. They just brushed it off, saying Harry had an overactive imagination and that they didn't know where he got these ideas from. Officer Green, who had been listening intently, interjected, It's worth noting that in our preliminary investigations, we found no evidence of any books, especially not one as described by Mrs. Thompson, in the Dursley household. Mrs. Wilson added, It's also worth mentioning that, apart from these unique symbols and drawings, I have managed to overhear Harry talking to himself repeatedly in a language of Greek origin. When he is alone, I once recorded him and let my mother listen to it, and she said it was perfect Mycenaean Greek, a language of ancient Greece, but the strange thing is the dialect he was speaking died out around the 12th century BC, although my mother was less than pleased with what he was saying, and had some very choice words about what a child should be saying. Captain Smith's eyes narrowed. This is becoming more intriguing by the minute. A child speaking a dead dialect of Greek, drawing ancient angelic symbols, and showing signs of neglect. All of this is puzzling. And I'm very interested to know what he was saying in that recording. Mrs. Wilson hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. It was unusual, to say the least. My mother is a retired professor of classical languages, and she was astounded by the accuracy of his pronunciation and the fluidity with which he spoke. However, she was also alarmed by the content. I do have the recording and what my mother translated it to if you want it. I am going to warn you though, it contains graphic language. Captain Smith nodded. It's 1985. I am sure every child uses profanity in this day and age, and I am a World War II veteran, I probably heard worse. I need to hear the recording and see the translation. Mrs. Wilson took a deep breath, Pulling out a small cassette recorder from her bag, she clicked the play button, and the room was filled with the soft, melodic voice of Harry speaking. The words were unfamiliar, rhythmic and enchanting in their way, and yet there was an undertone of frustration, pain, and anger. After a few minutes, the recording ended, and she handed Captain Smith a handwritten note. It was the translation of Harry's words. "Why do they treat me so? I'm no less than them, but they act as if I'm dirt. The world's unfairness burns me, and sometimes I wish I could make them feel my pain. Those wretched people, their laughter echoes in my ears, and their words sting like arrows. Why am I forsaken? Why doesn't anyone see my pain? I am not a toy to be thrown around. One day, they'll regret all they've done to me." Captain Smith read the note multiple times, each time his expression growing grimmer. He finally looked up. This child, at his tender age, feels such depths of pain, isolation, and neglect. It's heartbreaking. And the intricacies of the language, the angelic symbols, and his other behaviors are pieces of a puzzle we need to solve. Officer Green nodded. It might be necessary to delve deeper into Harry's background, maybe even consult experts in child psychology and ancient languages. We need to ensure his safety, first and foremost. Captain Smith ran a hand through his hair, deep in thought. It's as if he has access to knowledge from a past era. How can a child of this age know all this without any apparent exposure? And anything else we should know about either Harry and Dudley before we interview Vernon and Petunia Dursley? Mrs. Wilson thought for a moment. Dudley, in all fairness, is just a spoiled child. He's not inherently evil or anything of that sort. But he's grown up in an environment where he's been conditioned to believe that he's superior, especially in comparison to Harry. He's been given everything he's ever wanted and has learned to manipulate situations to his advantage. But deep down, I think there's a desire for genuine connection and understanding. It's just been overshadowed by his upbringing. Mrs. Thompson added, on the topic of Harry, there's one more thing I'd like to mention. While many of his peers have been hesitant to interact with him due to Dudley's influence and Harry's often reclusive nature, there are times when they've approached him for help. Especially with their schoolwork. Even though Harry is cautious and tends to keep to himself, he never hesitates to lend a helping hand. There's a kindness in him, a sort of quiet strength that's hard to miss. Mr. Harris nodded in agreement. Harry also has an uncanny ability to understand animals. We've had a few incidents where stray cats or dogs have wandered onto the school grounds. While most children would be scared or apprehensive, Harry approaches them calmly, speaking to them in gentle tones. It's as if he has a deep connection with the natural world, understanding it on a level most of us can't fathom. Captain Smith's interest was piqued. Animals. Interesting. And this connection he has it ever presented any peculiar incidents? Mrs. Thompson hesitated for a brief moment. There was this one time, during a field trip to the local park. A bird had injured its wing, and the children gathered around it, some feeling sorry, others poking fun. Harry knelt beside the bird, whispered something to it, and held it gently in his hands. Within minutes, the bird flapped its wings and flew away, seemingly unharmed. It was strange, to say the least. Anything else? Mr. Harris cleared his throat. There was another incident, not directly related to animals but nature itself. During a particularly dry summer, our school's garden was wilting and most of the plants were on the brink of dying. We'd given up hope on them. One day, during recess, I saw Harry walk up to the garden. He stood there for a while, just looking at the plants, and then he placed his hands on the ground. It might have been my imagination, but the area around where he touched seemed to become a shade greener. Over the next few days, despite no change in the weather or additional watering, the plants in that garden began to thrive. It was unexplainable. Mrs. Wilson added, and there's also the matter of how he interacts with his peers on the rare occasions when he does. Once, a girl in his class was being bullied by a group of older students. They were teasing her relentlessly about her glasses. Harry, who usually kept to himself, stepped in. He didn't shout or threaten, he simply stood beside the girl and looked at the bullies. There was a certain intensity in his eyes, an unspoken challenge. The bullies backed off almost immediately as if compelled to do so. Captain Smith raised an eyebrow. Compelled? Mr. Harris nodded. It's hard to explain. It was as if there was an invisible force emanating from Harry, protecting the girl. Later, the same girl told me that she felt a warmth surrounding her when Harry stood by her side as if she was enveloped in a protective bubble. There have also been times when Harry seemed to know things he shouldn't. For instance, during a social studies class, we were going over the tale of Artemis and Cypriotes, a lesser-known myth from Greek mythology, before I even got to the part where Cypriotes encountered Artemis and was transformed into a woman as a result of seeing her bathing. Harry spoke up, recounting the tale in minute detail. Not just the main story, but intricate nuances and subtleties that aren't even found in our textbooks. He spoke of it as if he had been there, witnessed the event firsthand, added Mrs. Thompson. We soon found out a repeated occurrence whenever we went over a myth involving Artemis. For example, when we discussed the tale of Actaeon, the unfortunate hunter who happened upon Artemis while she was bathing. Harry again took the lead. He described how Actaeon was turned into a stag for his transgression and was then pursued and torn apart by his hunting dogs. But the way Harry told it, it was as if he felt the fear, the remorse, and the eventual acceptance of Actaeon's fate. He even went on to explain the symbolism behind the story, the consequences of violating sacred boundaries, and the unpredictable nature of divine retribution. It was truly eerie, almost as if he had a personal connection with the tales of Artemis. Officer Green, still taking notes, added, "If I may, there are also some other unusual reports from the neighborhood. Mrs. Figg, a local resident, once mentioned that she often found Harry speaking to her cats as if they could understand him, and not just typical childlike talking to pets, but having actual conversations where it seemed like the cats were responding to him through their gestures." Mrs. Wilson recalled another incident. During a particularly cold winter, many of the local birds had a hard time finding food. Harry was often seen in the schoolyard, scattering crumbs for them. One day, I saw him surrounded by birds of various species, all seemingly waiting for their turn. It was a sight to behold, with Harry standing still in the midst, the birds flitting around him in a coordinated dance, as if they were all connected by some invisible thread. There were other similar instances too, Mrs. Thompson added. During a school outing to a local farm, while other children were squealing and laughing around the animals, Harry seemed to have a calming effect on them. The horses, which were usually skittish around loud noises, would approach him gently, allowing him to pet and feed them. The farm's old sheepdog, known for its grumpy disposition, sat obediently by Harry's side as he whispered something into its ear. Mr. Harris recalled another memory. There's also the incident during a stormy day. We were all inside the school, watching as the storm raged on. A tree near the playground had been struck by lightning and was on the verge of collapsing. Harry was seen walking up to it, placing his hand on the trunk, and muttering something. Miraculously, the tree seemed to stabilize, and even though its bark was charred, it remained standing and eventually recovered. Mrs. Thompson remembered another incident. On one occasion, during a school assembly, the power went out unexpectedly. While most children were startled or scared, Harry remained calm. I saw him close his eyes and mutter something under his breath. Moments later, the entire hall was bathed in a soft, silvery light. It emanated from nowhere and everywhere, creating an almost dreamlike ambiance. When the power returned, the light vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. When I asked him about it later, he shrugged and mentioned that the moon had lent him some light. It was both fascinating and bewildering. Captain Smith took a deep breath, processing all the information. These accounts, when looked at individually, might be dismissed as coincidences or overactive imaginations. But when you piece them all together, a pattern emerges. Harry is no ordinary child. There are elements of mysticism, ancient knowledge, and a deep connection with nature that we can't simply ignore. Mrs. Wilson, with a concerned tone, said, "All of this makes me wonder what kind of life Harry leads at home. Given the neglect he's shown at school, and the clear distinction between how he and Dudley are treated, it's alarming to think of what he might be going through." Captain Smith nodded gravely. "Indeed. We have to ensure his safety and well-being. The more we uncover, the more pressing the need becomes to intervene. We can't ignore the signs, especially with so many witnesses validating these unusual events." Mrs. Thompson sighed. "The question remains, what does all of this mean for Harry? Are these gifts or burdens? And how can we best support him?" Captain Smith replied, "For now, our immediate priority is to ensure his safety and investigate the Dursleys thoroughly. Vernon and Petunia are under arrest for abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, attempted second-hand child murder, fraud, bribery, tax evasion, and other crimes. I am going to talk with them later today. And I know the hospital has said he does have relatives in the States who are willing to take him in. That being said, I am going to warn you, this is going to be a media circus, so if you have anything else to tell, we law enforcement should know, tell us now. Mrs. Wilson nodded, taking a deep breath. Given what we've discussed today, I believe it's essential that Harry's unique abilities and experiences be kept as private as possible. We've all seen how rumors can spread, especially in the media. If word gets out about his connections with nature and his knowledge of ancient languages and myths, it could attract the wrong kind of attention. Harry could become a target for those who wish to exploit or harm him. Mr. Harris added, in the past, there have been a few incidents where strangers have approached the school, asking about Harry. They never identified themselves clearly, and always left when we started asking questions. I never thought much of it then, but in light of what we now know, it's concerning. Mrs. Thompson spoke up. I've also noticed an older gentleman, wearing half-moon spectacles and a purple robe, observing the school from a distance on multiple occasions. He seemed to be specifically watching Harry during recess or outdoor activities. I approached him once, and he introduced himself as Albus Dumbledore. He claimed to be an old friend of the family and said he was just checking in on Harry. Captain Smith nodded and said, and did you confirm that with the Dursleys or call the police? And was he on school grounds? Mrs. Thompson hesitated for a moment before replying. I didn't confirm with the Dursleys. Given their attitude towards Harry, I thought it best not to involve them unless necessary. And no, I didn't call the police either. At the time, he didn't seem threatening and even appeared kind-hearted. He was always just inside the school boundaries. Captain Smith frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. That's concerning. Regardless of his intentions, it's never appropriate for an unidentified adult to be watching a child at school. We'll need to look into this Albus Dumbledore further. Mrs. Wilson interjected, I also had an encounter with this Dumbledore. He once approached me during a parent-teacher conference and inquired about Harry's academic progress and general well-being. I found it odd that he knew so much about Harry, including his living situation with the Dursleys. He mentioned that he had been keeping an eye on Harry, for his own good, but didn't go into further detail. Captain Smith's brow furrowed. I know this technology is still new, but do you have CCTV footage of it? If yes, I want to see the footage. If no, tell me everything about this character, including times he checked it. Law dictates you should have a copy of his ID card if he signed in as a visitor. Failure to provide ID law dictates you should have called police to escort him out. Officer Green went to his radio and said, I need a background check on Albus PBW Dumbledore. Mrs. Thompson looked sheepish. I admit, at the time, it didn't raise as many red flags as it should have. We were still transitioning to the new security measures, and while CCTV cameras had been installed, I can't say for sure if they were active on those specific days. I'll have our IT team pull up any available footage. Mr. Harris chimed in, our visitor log should have a record if he signed in, but if he was always just inside the school boundaries, he might not have. Either way, I can pull up the logs from the past year. Mrs. Wilson added, Dumbledore had an air of authority about him, and he spoke with such conviction and knowledge about Harry's situation that it was easy to overlook the usual protocols. It's something I deeply regret now. A crackle came from Officer Green's radio. Background check on Albus PBW Dumbledore shows active warrants. Failure to report to the 1916 military draft. Please be advised there is a restraining order filled 4 years ago in 1981. Do you need the details? Officer Green looked up, his face serious. Yes, provide the details on that restraining order. The voice on the radio responded, the restraining order was filed by Marquis James Charles Potter and Marchioness Lily Grace Potter née Fairchild, specifically for their son, Harry James Potter. The order clearly states that Albus PBW Dumbledore is to stay at least 500 yards away from Harry and have no direct or indirect contact with him under any circumstances. Any violation of this order will result in immediate arrest. A second restraining order was filed by Duke Arcturus Black for his sister Doria Potter and her son James Charles Potter, after the death of Marquis Charles Henry Potter in 1978. Captain Smith's expression darkened. This is serious. Not only has this Dumbledore been violating a clear restraining order, but he's been doing so multiple times and for several years. This raises further concerns about his motives and intentions towards Harry. And the school's lax security measures have inadvertently facilitated these violations. Mrs. Thompson paled. I'm deeply sorry. I should have been more vigilant, and I take full responsibility for our oversight. We'll make sure to pull up all the logs and footage available and provide it to the authorities. Officer Green jotted down a few notes, then spoke up. We'll need to notify other local law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for this Dumbledore character. Given his repeated violations, it's clear he has a vested interest in Harry. And with the Dursleys out of the picture, he might make more direct attempts to contact or even abduct him. Mrs. Wilson looked worried. What can we do to ensure Harry's safety? Given everything we've learned today, I fear he might be in more danger than we previously thought. Captain Smith nodded, deep in thought. First, we'll need to increase security measures at the school and inform the staff about the situation. Every member should be made aware of Dumbledore and his descriptions, and any sightings should be immediately reported. Secondly, the information about Harry's unique abilities and experiences should remain confidential. As you've rightly pointed out, Mrs. Wilson, any leaks to the media could put Harry in further jeopardy. Thirdly, how would you feel about having Michigan 5 agents and police on campus? Mrs. Wilson sighed, her face etched with worry. While I understand the importance of ensuring Harry's safety, I'm concerned about how such heightened security will impact the other students. We strive to provide a nurturing and safe environment, and the presence of law enforcement might create a sense of unease among the children. Mr. Harris nodded in agreement. I share Mrs. Wilson's concerns. However, given the circumstances, we must prioritize Harry's safety above all else. Perhaps we can find a way to balance both, ensuring security without causing unnecessary panic. Captain Smith nodded. I am asking you because when this breaks out, that is what the House of Lords will do. Police will take over all security matters in the school, while Michigan 5 will be watching the school while hiding in plain sight. I know for a fact MI5 will have military-trained snipers looking at Harry. Mrs. Thompson took a deep breath, processing the gravity of the situation. We understand the severity of this. Maybe we can frame the increased security as a new safety initiative for the school. The presence of MI5 agents can be covert, blending in as new staff members or part of the administrative team. As for the police, perhaps they can rotate in plainclothes officers so their presence isn't overtly noticeable. Mrs. Wilson considered this. That sounds like a balanced approach. If the law enforcement officers are not in uniform, it might lessen the impact on the children's psyche. But we'll need to have a meeting with the entire staff to make them aware of the situation without causing panic. Captain Smith agreed. That's a prudent approach. We'll coordinate with Michigan 5 and the local police to ensure this transition is as smooth as possible. The safety of Harry and every student at this school is our primary concern. Mr. Harris scratched his chin thoughtfully. What about Harry's long-term safety? Even if we ensure he's safe at school, what about when he goes home, especially now that the Dursleys are out of the picture? Captain Smith leaned forward. From what I've gathered, Harry has relatives in the States willing to take him in. It might be a good idea to expedite that process, considering the circumstances. An international move might make it harder for this Dumbledore character or any other potential threats to track him down. Mrs. Wilson nodded, agreed. We should liaise with the Child Welfare Department and see if they can fast-track the process. In the interim, we'll need a safe place for Harry to stay. Maybe a foster family with strong ties to law enforcement, so he's protected 24/7? Officer Green added, Harry is already being fostered, according to the hospital he is at. Captain Smith raised an eyebrow. That was fast. Do we have details on this foster family? Officer Green flipped through his notes. Yes. Harry has been placed temporarily with Erica von Essar and Artemis Vesporia. Erica is a Holocaust survivor and old friend of Lily Potter, while Artemis is his godmother. Captain Smith looked thoughtful. That's reassuring. Knowing he's with someone familiar and connected to his family will help ease the transition. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have someone from law enforcement keep an eye on the situation, given everything we've discussed today. Mrs. Thompson agreed. That name sounds familiar. Erica von Essar? Mrs. Wilson added. She did a presentation at the school in 1982. Ah, yes, Mrs. Thompson recalled. She spoke about her experiences during the Holocaust, what it was like being Jewish in Germany during the 1930s, the importance of tolerance, and the dangers of prejudice. I remember it was deeply moving. Many students, including the staff, were in tears by the end of her talk. It's comforting to know that Harry is in the hands of someone with such a strong moral compass. Captain Smith nodded. It's reassuring, indeed, but we mustn't let our guard down. Dumbledore, or anyone else interested in Harry, might not be easily dissuaded. We have to remain vigilant. Officer Green mentioned, given the extensive list of offenses that the Dursleys face, I believe their prosecution will be swift. But their arrest might bring about unexpected consequences. If Dumbledore or any other party was indirectly working with them or using them to keep an eye on Harry, they might become more direct in their approach now. Mr. Harris mused, we might also consider holding a session for parents. They will surely hear about the increased security and the media will have their version of events. We should have an open line of communication and keep them informed. Captain Smith agreed. That's a good idea. The last thing we need is panic and rumors spreading. A well-informed community is a stronger one. I can coordinate with local law enforcement to have representatives present during the session to answer questions and provide assurance. Mrs. Wilson remarked, we also need to consider Harry's mental well-being. The trauma from his past and the sudden changes in his life can be overwhelming for a young boy. I suggest we bring in a child psychologist or counselor to help him navigate through these trying times. Captain Smith gave a nod of approval. Definitely, it's not just about physical safety, but emotional and mental well-being as well. I'll see if we can get someone from child welfare to recommend a trusted professional. Officer Green looked at his notes again. Regarding the surveillance on the school grounds, I'll coordinate with MI5 to ensure that their presence is discreet but effective. We'll also need a communication channel to update each other regularly, especially if there are any new developments. N. Sorry for this chapter being so dialogue-heavy, I was lost on how to reduce the dialogue. Thank you to everyone who reviewed or commented on this FIC. I read and try to respond to every review and I use them to gauge how to further improve my writing, so please review. This is part 1 of a chapter that has 2 parts. One had to split the chapters exactly in half, so Monday's update will be just as long as this one. FFN Reviews. Andrew Lee Houghton Chapter 2, November 27th. Hera should not be too bad as his parents were married. You are ignoring the glaring issue that Hera has a dislike towards Artemis since she is a child of Zeus, not born of her, and she will do anything to see a child of Zeus suffer. Gamelover 41592 Chapter 2. November 27th. Excellent work on this chapter and glad Apollo and Demeter came to help. Also thank you for answering my question. No problem. Glad you liked the chapter, i.e. Punishing the Dursleys Part 2. The morning of October 8th dawned crisp and cold. After stepping into his outfit, Harry made his way across the dew-soaked grass to where Artemis stood waiting for him. He broke into a run and cried out, "Mama," before throwing his arms around her neck. "Hello, my little moon," she cooed, stroking his hair gently. "Are you ready to return to school today?" Harry nodded shyly before burying his head into Artemis' shoulder. A wave of fear rushed through him as he remembered his constant torment from Dudley. His voice wobbled as he muttered, "Yes, Mama. But I am scared that Dudley will pick on me." "How about I go with you and talk to your teacher about Dudley?" asked Artemis. "Sounds good, Mama," said Harry. With a wave of her hand, she transformed the chariot into a 1985 Chevy Astro and teleported them from their home in the forest to the street outside the campus. Artemis drove the short distance to the entrance, and as they pulled up, a tall woman with silvering hair pulled back tightly strode towards them. This was Mrs. Wilson, the headmistress. "Hello, Mrs. Wilson?" asked Artemis as she opened the driver's side door. "Yes, I am," Mrs. Wilson replied in a no-nonsense tone. "I take it you're the new guardian of Mr. Potter?" "Yes, I am," Artemis nodded. "I'm Artemis Vespuria, Harry's new guardian." She hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Did the police talk to you about what happened to the Dursleys?" "Follow me to my office, and we can discuss this privately," Mrs. Wilson replied, her stern features softening slightly as she glanced at Harry. The boy clung to Artemis, peeking out from behind her, his silver eyes wide and curious. They walked silently through the school's halls, passing by children chattering and teachers greeting one another. The atmosphere felt thick with anticipation for the day's lessons. Artemis could sense Harry's anxiety, his small hand gripping her dress tightly. Once inside Mrs. Wilson's office, the headmistress gestured for them to sit. It was a well-appointed room with bookshelves lining the walls, filled with academic tomes and a few awards and plaques on display. Mrs. Wilson sat behind her desk, her eyes trained on Artemis. "The police did inform me about the unfortunate incident with the Dursleys," she began. "From what I understand, Vernon and Petunia are under arrest for abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, attempted second-hand child murder, fraud, bribery, tax evasion, and other crimes. I am going to bring in Harry's teacher for his first year, Mrs. Thompson, to this conversation if that is okay with you." "It is," replied Artemis. Mrs. Wilson pressed a button on her intercom and within a few minutes, Mrs. Thompson, a petite woman with short curly hair and glasses, entered the room. "When the police came to talk to us about what happened, a lot of things came to light that needs to be addressed," said Mrs. Wilson, her voice taking on a grave tone. Mrs. Thompson nodded, taking a seat beside Mrs. Wilson. She looked at Harry with concern. "Firstly, Harry, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the school. It's our responsibility to ensure that every student is safe, and we failed you." Harry just nodded, his eyes cast downward. Mrs. Thompson continued, "In light of the revelations, we've begun an internal review. We realized that many signs of abuse were overlooked. There were instances when Harry came to school with visible injuries, and while they were reported, no adequate action was taken." Mrs. Wilson added, "Dudley's behavior towards Harry was also a cause for concern. We had received reports from other students about him bullying Harry, but we thought it was mere sibling rivalry. We were wrong." Artemis looked at them both, her expression serious. "While I appreciate your honesty, what's crucial now is to ensure that Harry feels safe and supported here. I won't tolerate any harm coming to him, be it physical or emotional." Mrs. Thompson nodded vigorously. "We're taking immediate steps. Dudley has been suspended pending an investigation. Additionally, we're organizing counseling sessions for Harry to help him process his trauma." Artemis leaned forward, her eyes intent. "I expect regular updates on Harry's progress. And if there are any incidents, however minor, I want to be informed immediately." Mrs. Wilson assured her, "You have our word, Mrs. Fesporia. We deeply regret what Harry has gone through, and we'll do everything in our power to rectify the situation. But that brings us to another issue. Due to events regarding an old man named Dumbledore, we have heightened security here. Michigan 5 will be having military-trained snipers looking around Harry at all times, and uniformed police have taken over the school security," she said, her tone suggesting the gravity of the situation. Artemis raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this revelation. "Dumbledore? He knows Lily and James had a restraining order issued against him for Harry." Mrs. Wilson started her story with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. "In the past several months, staff members have noticed strange people lurking around the school, asking questions about Harry. They never fully identified themselves and left when we asked for more details. Then, last year, we noticed an older gentleman wearing half-moon spectacles and a purple robe observing the school from a distance on multiple occasions. He seemed to be specifically watching Harry during recess or outdoor activities. I approached him once and he introduced himself as Albus Dumbledore. He said he was just checking on Harry, for his good, but wouldn't elaborate further." Mrs. Wilson paused, her eyes locking onto Artemis as she recollected the events that followed. "It wasn't until police interviewed us that we discovered his true intentions. And given the severity of the situation and the fact that he repeatedly trespassed on school property, we decided to take it to the authorities." Artemis' face darkened. "It seems this Dumbledore has been keeping tabs on Harry for a while now. He's a manipulator. The fact that he's watching Harry without any legal or familial rights is deeply concerning." Mrs. Thompson added, "We've been instructed to report any sightings or interactions with him immediately. We've also held an emergency staff meeting to ensure all teachers and staff are aware and vigilant." Harry looked up, confused and scared. "Why is he after me? I don't even know him." Artemis looked at Harry's silver eyes, and in Mycenaean Greek, she said to him, "Don't worry about it, I will handle it, son, As I told you, nobody will hurt you ever again." Artemis' voice was filled with a protective fierceness that seemed out of place in the school's office. Harry's eyes shone with a mixture of fear and trust as he replied in the same ancient dialect, "I trust you, Mama." Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Thompson exchanged glances, not understanding the language, but sensing the deep bond between Harry and Artemis. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with unspoken promises and determination. Mrs. Wilson cleared her throat, breaking the brief moment of silence. "We have also liaised with local law enforcement and have passed on all information regarding Dumbledore. They're conducting their investigation, and we have been told to cooperate fully." Artemis nodded. "That's good to hear, but I want it to be clear that if I get even the slightest inkling that Harry is in any danger, I won't hesitate to take him out of this school and provide him with a safer environment." "We understand," Mrs. Thompson said, her voice filled with regret and determination. "It's our duty to ensure the safety and well-being of all our students, and we failed Harry once. We won't let that happen again." Mrs. Wilson gestured to Mrs. Thompson, who spread out the canvas-backed paper on the table between them. "These are some of Harry's drawings from last year," she said, pointing to a stylized eye with two intersecting lines, a peculiar C with an arrow, a looped W, entwined with a C, an X with a scythe, and a diamond shape with horns. There were also numerous sketches of the moon, a wooded landscape, and wild animals, mainly predators and stags. Mrs. Thompson continued, "I did some research into these symbols myself to understand their origin. The closest I came was an ancient book from Cambridge University about angelic symbols, and they were almost identical to what Harry had drawn. It turns out the diamond with horns symbolizes angelic power, the X with a scythe stands for good luck, the looped W intertwined with C denotes expectation, the strange C with an arrow represents agony, while the cross with a small cross indicates calm anger. This book was written in Latin in 592 AD, which is why I could read it. I have studied Latin. Can you explain how he came to know all this?" Artemis looked at the drawings, her eyes widening slightly in recognition. She glanced at Harry, who was looking curiously at the papers, seemingly unaware of the significance of his drawings. "Indeed, not unusual for children to doodle and draw symbols they find fascinating," Artemis began, her voice steady, "but these symbols are indeed ancient and carry deep significance, especially in certain circles." Harry, sensing the importance of the moment, spoke up. I see them in my dreams sometimes, and when I wake up, I like drawing them. They make me feel safe, I guess." Artemis took a deep breath, and looked at Harry, and switched to Mycenaean Greek. "How long have you known these symbols?" Harry looked thoughtful for a moment, then replied in the same language, "Ever since I can remember, Mama. They've always been there in my dreams, like a guiding light." Artemis's fingers traced the symbols on the paper, her touch gentle as if she was touching something deeply sacred. Looking directly at him and still speaking the same ancient language, "Little Moon, do you have any idea what you are invoking when you draw these?" Harry looked taken aback by the question, his gaze flitting from the paper to Artemis's face. "No, Mama," he replied hesitantly in the same ancient tongue. "I just felt drawn to them, like they were a part of me." Artemis's eyes softened, a mixture of pride and concern evident. "These symbols, Harry, are older than the very language we're speaking. They are symbols of protection, power, and ancient lineage. I taught you names have power. Well, these symbols have power. They are not to be drawn recklessly. Please don't draw these again, until I can get Ariel to teach you these. And you are risking exposing yourself as a child of a goddess to the world." "I am sorry, Mama," replied the 5-year-old boy, in Mycenaean Greek. "You did not know, Little Moon," replied Artemis in the ancient dialect. "Promise me you won't draw them again." Harry nodded earnestly, the weight of her words sinking in. "I promise, Mama." Artemis smiled, a hint of relief flashing across her features. "Good. Just remember, you have an ancient heritage that many might not understand or might even fear. It's essential to protect yourself and your lineage." Mrs. Thompson, who had been watching the exchange with keen interest despite not understanding the language, cleared her throat. "I take it these symbols have quite a bit of importance?" Artemis turned her gaze back to the teacher. "Yes, they do. But what's most crucial is Harry's safety. It's best if these drawings remain confidential." "Understood," Mrs. Thompson said, gathering the drawings. "I will ensure they're kept secure. And if any other incidents arise concerning Harry's doodles or anything else, I will make sure you're informed." Mrs. Wilson added, "We're doing everything we can to ensure Harry's safety and well-being at school. You have my word." Mrs. Thompson added, "On the topic of Harry, there's one more thing I'd like to mention. While many of his peers have been hesitant to interact with him due to Dudley's influence and Harry's often reclusive nature, there are times when they've approached him for help. Especially with their schoolwork. Even though Harry is cautious and tends to keep to himself, he never hesitates to lend a helping hand. There's a kindness in him, a sort of quiet strength that's hard to miss." Mrs. Wilson nodded, her eyes widening in agreement. "Harry also has an uncanny ability with animals. A kind of sixth sense, if you will. A few times, stray cats or dogs have gone onto the school grounds, and while most of the children would be scared, Harry is always calm and speaks to them with a kind and reassuring voice. It's like he has tapped into something special, a connection that most of us can't comprehend." Mrs. Thompson hesitated for a brief moment. "There was this one time, during a field trip to the local park. A bird had injured its wing, and the children gathered around it, some feeling sorry, others poking fun. Harry knelt beside the bird, whispered something to it, and held it gently in his hands. Within minutes, the bird flapped its wings and flew away, seemingly unharmed. It was strange, to say the least." Mrs. Wilson leaned forward in her chair, remembering the event. It was during a dry summer, she began. "I saw Harry stand by the withered plants, and after he put his hands on the ground, they seemed greener. Over the next few days, without any change in weather or additional watering, those same plants began to thrive again." Mrs. Wilson continued, "Harry rarely interacted with his peers, but one time when a girl in his class was being harassed, he stepped forward. His gaze was enough to make the bullies back off immediately. She said it felt like an invisible shield surrounded her, and she felt warmth radiating from Harry, as if she was safe and secure." Mr. Harris added, "It's hard to explain. It was as if there was an unseen power protecting her." Artemis turned to Harry, and in Mycenaean Greek, she said, "Little Moon, nobody can know that you are a child of a goddess. You must be careful with the powers you display. They might lead to questions and situations we don't want to be in." Harry looked up, confusion evident in his silver eyes. I wanted to help. The bird, the plants, the girl. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I don't understand why that's a bad thing." "It's not a bad thing," Artemis replied, still in the ancient language, her voice softening. "Your heart is in the right place. But it's also a dangerous world. Nobody can discover your heritage, not your teachers, nor your classmates." Harry nodded slowly, taking in Artemis's words. "I understand, Mama. I'll be more careful." Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Thompson exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation, yet not fully grasping the depth of the conversation. "We only mentioned these incidents because we thought you should be aware of them," Mrs. Thompson began cautiously. "We'll ensure that these remain confidential and won't be shared beyond this room." "I appreciate that," Artemis replied in English. "Thank you for bringing them to my attention. Harry's safety and well-being are of the utmost importance." Mrs. Thompson paused before continuing. "Harry knows things he shouldn't. When we discussed the tale of Artemis and Cypriotes, his eyes lit up and he recited the story with poetry-like detail as if he had seen it all unfold. Later, when discussing Actaeon's transgressions, Harry spoke as if he felt what Actaeon felt. It was eerie, as if he had a personal connection to these tales of Artemis." "Little Moon," said Artemis in Mycenaean Greek, looking directly at Harry, "you need to be careful with what you reveal. You are showing far too much knowledge of things beyond your age and the stories of your mother." Harry bit his lip, looking down before replying in the same ancient language, "I'm sorry, Mama. When I hear the stories, it feels like I'm reliving them. I see them so vividly in my mind, like they're memories, not tales." Artemis sighed and gently cupped Harry's face, her silver eyes meeting his. "I know, Little Moon. Those tales are part of our history, of our lineage. But you have to remember that our world and the world of mortals have always been separate for a reason. Revealing too much might not only endanger you but could also disturb the balance that we have maintained for eons." Harry nodded, taking a deep breath. "I'll be more careful, I promise." Mrs. Wilson leaned forward, concern evident in her eyes. "I hope we haven't caused any trouble by bringing this up. We just felt it was important for you to know. Harry is a special boy, and we want to ensure his well-being. Mrs. Thompson chimed in, and to make sure he's given the appropriate support and guidance he needs. Artemis nodded, offering a reassuring smile. I understand, and I appreciate your concern. Harry is indeed special, and I am working to guide him in the right direction. Just please ensure that these stories and any unusual incidents remain between us. Of course, Mrs. Thompson replied. We want what's best for Harry, and we will respect your wishes. The room filled with a momentary silence, the weight of the revelations hanging in the air. Mrs. Wilson finally broke the silence. Is there anything we can do to support Harry at school, given what we've discussed? Artemis paused, considering the question. Just a few things. I only recently got custody of him, and he is still recovering from his severe malnourishment from Dursleys. From what the hospital told me, the Dursleys only fed him a slice of bread a day. I need the school to make sure he eats a little more than what is normal for a 5-year-old. Next, he does have dyslexia and ADHD, so I'd appreciate it if the school can provide him with the necessary support and accommodations. Harry needs to have a stable and understanding environment, where he can learn and grow without feeling overwhelmed. Mrs. Wilson nodded thoughtfully. We can provide additional meals or snacks for Harry during the day. And regarding his dyslexia and ADHD, we have special education teachers and resources available that can assist him. Mrs. Thompson added, we will ensure that Harry receives the necessary support in his classes. His teachers will be made aware of his needs, and we'll make sure to monitor his progress closely. Artemis smiled, her expression filled with gratitude. Thank you both for being so understanding and accommodating. It means a lot to me and, more importantly, to Harry. Harry, having been silent throughout the discussion, now looked up at Artemis with big, hopeful eyes. Does this mean I'll have an easier time reading, Mama? Artemis ruffled his hair affectionately. Yes, little moon, with the right support and tools, you'll find reading much more manageable. Just remember to always ask for help when you need it, all right? Harry nodded enthusiastically. I promise, Mama. Artemis paused for a deep breath before she continued. Her face was etched with worry as she said, next on my list is Dudley. My son won't tell me why, but I can tell he's scared of him. He refuses to go near him in the hallway or even share classroom space. It's heartbreaking considering what Dudley has been through and all the responsibility he's had to take on since his parents have been incarcerated. I want the school to ensure that their interactions are kept to a minimum until we see how this situation plays out. Mrs. Wilson shifted uncomfortably in her chair. The issue of Dudley Dursley was a well-known one at the school, and it wasn't the first time a concerned parent had broached the subject. We are well aware of Dudley's behavior, Mrs. Thompson began cautiously. With his parents now in custody and the behavioral issues we've observed, Dudley has been placed under a close watch. We've also consulted with child psychologists and counselors to address his needs. Mrs. Wilson chimed in, we've been working to integrate anti-bullying programs and foster a safe environment for all students. As for Dudley and Harry's interactions, we can look into ensuring they're placed in separate classes and have different schedules for breaks and activities. Artemis nodded, her face grave. I appreciate the effort, but I would like to emphasize the importance of minimizing their interactions. Harry has endured a lot, and it's crucial for his recovery and well-being that he feels safe at school. Mrs. Thompson gave a reassuring nod. We completely understand, Ms. Fesporia. We'll make it a priority to keep the two separated as much as possible. Next, since there has been a change of guardianship when it comes to Mr. Potter, began Mrs. Wilson, we'll need to update our records to reflect that. We'll need all relevant documentation showing the change of custody, as well as any medical records or other pertinent information that might affect Harry's time here at school. Artemis reached into her bag, pulling out a folder neatly filled with documents. Headmistress Wilson, here are the legal documents regarding the change of guardianship. As for medical records, I'll make sure to have them sent over to the school directly from the hospital. As for emergency contact information, other than myself, only 3 other people are allowed to have contact with him. 1. Zoe Nightshade. 2. Erica von SR. 3. Ariel Fairchild. Mrs. Wilson took the documents, flipping through them quickly to ensure all the necessary paperwork was present. Thank you, Ms. Fesporia. We'll update our records accordingly. Thank you for providing the emergency contact information. We'll ensure that only the individuals you've listed will be allowed to interact with Harry during school hours. Mrs. Thompson added, the safety and well-being of our students is of paramount importance. We'll make sure that all teachers and staff are aware of the specific requirements concerning Harry." Artemis nodded, her face showing her gratitude. "Thank you both. It's a relief knowing that Harry will be in good hands." Mrs. Wilson smiled reassuringly. "We're here to support and provide the best possible education for all our students. We'll do our best to ensure Harry feels comfortable and supported during his time here." Harry, who had been listening attentively to the conversation, now piped up, his voice hesitant but hopeful. "Does that mean Dudley won't bother me anymore, Mama?" Artemis turned her gaze to him, her eyes softening. "Yes, little moon, we're taking measures to make sure you're safe at school. Always remember to speak up if something or someone bothers you." Harry nodded, relief evident in his eyes. "I will, Mama." Mrs. Thompson cleared her throat, bringing the focus back to the administrative side of things. "Is there anything else we should be aware of regarding Harry's well-being or any other particular needs?" Artemis thought for a moment before replying. "Yes, for the next 2 months or so the doctor said to keep his physical activity to a minimum, no running, jogging, etc. And will he be able to attend school today?" "And Harry will not be able to attend school between Friday, October 25th and Tuesday, October 29th of this year." Mrs. Wilson made a note of the dates. "We'll make sure that Harry's teachers are aware of the restrictions on physical activity. And as for his absence later this month, that's duly noted. Is it related to a family event or a medical requirement?" "A couple of things need to happen on those dates. Among other things, I will be taking him to see his father's grave for the first time. There is also a major religious ritual around that time, and as he is now 5, he has to partake." Mrs. Thompson nodded understandingly. "We respect and understand the importance of family matters and religious observances. We'll ensure that Harry is excused for those dates and that he receives any necessary materials or assignments in advance." Mrs. Wilson added, "If you need any assistance or additional resources for his academic needs during his absence, please let us know. We want to ensure that Harry doesn't fall behind and feels comfortable upon his return." Artemis smiled, appreciating their understanding. "Thank you. I'll ensure he keeps up with his studies during that period. I don't want him to feel overwhelmed when he returns." Harry looked up, trying to understand the weight of the conversations. He had so much to process. But one thing was clear to him. Artemis was fiercely protective and genuinely cared for his well-being. Feeling the need to lighten the atmosphere, Mrs. Thompson asked, "Harry, how are you finding school so far? Are there any subjects you particularly enjoy?" Harry's eyes brightened. "I like story time and drawing." Mrs. Thompson smiled warmly. "That's wonderful to hear. Stories and art are powerful ways to express ourselves. I'm sure you'll find many more subjects to enjoy as you continue your time here." Mrs. Wilson glanced at the clock, realizing that they had been discussing for quite some time. "Thank you for coming in today, Ms. Fesporia. It's been very enlightening, and I'm glad we could address these important topics. We'll ensure that Harry has a smooth and supportive school experience." Chief Constable David Williams of Surrey Police strode towards the podium, flanked by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and Sir John Jones and Sir Christopher Kirwan, Directors General of Michigan 5 and Michigan 6. A hush swept over the crowd as reporters frantically scribbled down notes. He cleared his throat before speaking in a solemn tone. "Last night a much sought-out warrant came in for the residents of 4 Privet Drive in Little Whinging in Surrey. The reason for this warrant was twofold. The first was to gather evidence for the crimes committed against a 5-year-old boy, who will not be named due to privacy reasons, and to arrest those responsible for said crimes." The chief constable announced the list of charges, his voice carrying sternly throughout the room. Petunia Dursley has been charged with abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, and attempted second-hand child murder. Fraud, tax evasion, bribery, and embezzlement, she said steadily. Vernon Dursley was charged with abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, attempted second-hand child murder. The list goes on. He paused to suck in a heavy breath. Marjorie Dursley's offenses include corruption in her role as a leader of Surrey CPS, fraud, bribery, criminal misconduct, and most shockingly, possession of illegal dog breeds for breeding purposes. We have an additional subject by the name of Albus Dumbledore who has a warrant out for his arrest, for violation of a restraining order, and failure to report to the 1916 military draft. This individual was seen several times at the boy's school asking about him, and spends several hours a day watching the boy at his school. He even checked himself in and requested a parent-teacher conference for Harry at one point. If you see this individual, please contact Michigan 5. He is an older gentleman of about 100 years old. He wears half-moon spectacles and a purple robe. Chief Constable Williams continued the weight of the words and the severity of the crimes pressing heavily on the room. While we are in the early stages of this investigation, our initial findings indicate a deeply entrenched pattern of abuse, corruption, and criminal activity. This case transcends personal vendettas or simple malicious intent. We are looking at a network of individuals that preyed on the vulnerable and put innocent lives at risk. It is also to note that CPS was called on the Dursleys several times between the placement of the boy with the Dursleys in 1981, and his removal from there a few weeks ago in September 1985. Each time the official accepted a large sum of cash from the Dursleys and the case was dismissed. For this reason, head of Surrey CPS Marguerite Dursley is in custody, along with several other CPS officials. The boy was placed in the care of these people after his parents were murdered. Marquis James Charles Potter and Marchioness Lily Grace Potter née Fairchild worked for the intelligence agency Michigan 5 until their murder in 1981 after they shut down an international terrorist organization called the Death Eaters in 1981. His grandfathers were war heroes and both earned a Victoria Cross on June 6, 1944, and on December 14, 1943. His grandparents were murdered in 1978 and 1980. After the death of his parents, he was sent to live with his mother's older sister against the will of the late Lord Potter, said the chief constable, flipping through some pages of his notes. The boy was kept in a cupboard under the stairs that was smaller than a prison cell. He was fed a slice of bread daily. He was forced to do what we considered slave labor, and our investigation has shown he was treated less than a slave despite being only 5 years old. Chief Constable Williams took a moment, clearly shaken by the details he had to present. This child, despite his lineage and the noble sacrifices of his family members, was subjected to an unimaginable level of cruelty and neglect. It is a grim reminder that, sometimes, the monsters we fear are those who are closest to us. A murmur of disbelief spread across the room. Reporters whispered amongst themselves, some even having trouble holding back their emotions. The media had been following the case closely ever since rumors of the Dursleys' crimes began to surface. But no one was prepared for the harrowing details being unveiled. I would like to add that if anyone has any information related to this case, please call Surrey Police Crime Stoppers, or your local Michigan 5 office. Any questions? A hand shot up from the middle of the sea of reporters. Yes, Sarah Thompson from BBC News. Given the severity and extent of the charges, can you explain how these individuals were able to avoid detection for so long? Chief Constable Williams sighed. It seems they were very skilled at presenting a facade of normalcy to the outside world. They lived in a quiet neighborhood where many residents tended to mind their own business. Moreover, the individuals involved appeared to have connections and influence in various sectors, which might have helped them manipulate the system. Another reporter chimed in, John Mason from The Guardian. About the boy, can you tell us about his current condition and where he is now? Out of respect for his privacy, we can't go into specific details, Williams replied. However, I can confirm that he has been moved to a safe location and is receiving the necessary care and support. A female reporter stood, her voice choked with emotion. Melissa from Sky News. What actions are being taken to ensure that such heinous acts do not go unnoticed in the future? Chief Constable Williams nodded. This is a wake-up call for all of us. We are already in talks with local and national agencies to revamp our child protection policies. We're also looking into holding those who turn a blind eye to such crimes, including some officials, accountable. Another female reporter stood, Ines from Euronews. Do we have any knowledge about the involvement of any other individuals or entities in this crime network? Are there any signs that this goes beyond the Dursleys and their immediate circle? Chief Constable Williams adjusted his stance. As of now, the investigation is ongoing. While we have several leads suggesting that the Dursleys may have had a broader network of associates, we cannot confirm the extent of their involvement at this point. Our primary focus is on ensuring the safety and well-being of the child, but rest assured, any individuals or Entities found to be complicit will be brought to justice. Another reporter, a tall man with a deep voice, asked, Mike from ITV News, considering the lineage of the child and the connection with Michigan 5, is there any indication that the child's parents' deaths are connected to the current situation? The chief constable paused before answering. The deaths of Marquis James Charles Potter and Marchioness Lily Grace Potter née Fairchild are a matter of record and were thoroughly investigated at the time. Currently, we have no evidence linking their deaths to the abuse suffered by their son. However, given the new revelations and the extent of the crimes, we are leaving no stone unturned and will be revisiting every aspect of the case. Another reporter, a young woman with striking red hair, stood up. Anna from the Telegraph. Given the extensive list of charges and the deep-seated corruption involved, will there be any immediate measures taken to scrutinize other officials or institutions that could potentially harbor similar levels of malfeasance? Chief Constable Williams leaned forward slightly, emphasizing his commitment to the matter. Absolutely. This case has exposed glaring gaps in our system, and we are dedicated to plugging these holes. An immediate review and audit of institutions and agencies that have had dealings with the Dursleys, or show similar patterns of suspicious activities, are underway. We are determined to root out any corrupt individuals, no matter their position or influence. Another journalist raised his hand, Liam from the Independent. How is this going to impact the reputation of the Surrey Police and other law enforcement agencies? How do you plan to restore the public's trust? Williams acknowledged the gravity of the situation. There's no denying that this incident has shaken the public's trust. We recognize that we must be transparent and accountable, and show a renewed dedication to our duty. We are setting up an independent body to oversee and monitor our investigations and operations, ensuring unbiased checks and balances. Furthermore, we are conducting internal reviews, training, and retraining where necessary to ensure something of this nature doesn't repeat. Now let me hand this over to the Director General of Michigan 5, Sir John Jones. Sir John Jones, a distinguished man with salt and pepper hair and an air of authority, stepped forward. His demeanor was calm and composed, reflecting years of experience in handling sensitive matters. Thank you, Chief Constable Williams, he began. The revelations brought to light today are not just concerning to the general public but are deeply unsettling for us at Michigan 5. The Marquis and Marchioness Potter were not just employees but were part of our Michigan 5 family. Their dedication to the service and the ultimate sacrifice they made for their country is a testament to their character. Sir John Jones paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. The fact that their child suffered in such a deplorable manner, right under our noses, is something we deeply regret. We will be working closely with Surrey Police and other agencies to get to the bottom of this and ensure justice is served. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at his notes. Concerning MI5's involvement, let me be clear. We will leave no stone unturned. A full internal review is underway to understand how the oversight occurred and to identify any gaps or vulnerabilities in our systems. Anyone found to be negligent or complicit will be held accountable, irrespective of their rank or position. Because this happened under my watch, I am resigning as Director General of MI5. There was an audible gasp in the room. The resignation of Sir John Jones was a bombshell that no one had seen coming. The shock was palpable, with many reporters scrambling to get their recorders and cameras focused on Sir John. He held up a hand, asking for silence. It is my responsibility as the head of Michigan 5 to ensure the safety and well-being of our operatives and their families. In this, I have clearly failed. My resignation is the first step in taking responsibility for this oversight. We still have credible threats against the boy that need to be dealt with, and for that, I will like to turn this over to Acting Michigan 5, Director General Anthony Duff. Anthony Duff, a tall man with sharp features and a piercing gaze, stepped forward. The weight of his new position was evident in the deliberate way he moved. The room went quiet as everyone anticipated his words. Thank you, Sir John. First, let me express my deep sorrow for the series of tragic events that have led us here. What happened to this young boy is unconscionable and inexcusable, and I can assure you, we will do everything in our power to make sure such an oversight never occurs again, he began. On the topic of threats against the child, I can confirm that our intelligence indicates that there are, indeed, ongoing significant risks to the Potter heir. It is important to remember the boy is only 5 years old and is also expected to travel to undisclosed locations in Greece later this month, and the United States later this year, continued Duff. Any questions? A slim reporter with glasses stood up, her press badge indicating she was from Al Jazeera. Layla Haroun. With the ongoing threats against the young boy, how does Michigan 5 plan to ensure his safety, especially given the recent lapses in judgment and the fact that he's traveling internationally? Duff nodded, taking a moment before replying. That's a valid question, Ms. Haroun. And I would like to give the podium to Michigan 6, Director General Sir Christopher Kerwin, as that is his area of expertise. Sir Christopher Kerwin, a man of medium stature with a stern face that had seen many years of international intrigue, stepped up. His gray eyes scanned the room as he began. Thank you, Director General Duff. MI6 has been closely working with Michigan 5 and Surrey Police since this matter came to light. As for international safety concerns, we are already collaborating with our international partners, including intelligence agencies in Greece and the United States. He continued, it's essential to understand that the world of intelligence has its protocols and alliances. The young Potter will have an unprecedented level of security detail accompanying him on his travels. I have spoken with U.S. President Ronald Reagan and Greek Prime Minister Andreas Papandreou, and both leaders have expressed their commitment to ensuring the boy's safety. International cooperation on this matter is at its zenith. Sir Christopher paused for emphasis. I'd also like to assure the public that despite the recent lapses, our organizations have historically been successful in ensuring the safety of high-profile individuals. Lessons have been learned from this regrettable situation, and we are implementing the highest level of precautions. A female reporter from CNN stood up, Nicole Bradley here, with such high profile attention on this case. How do you plan on keeping the whereabouts and identity of the child a secret? Given the media frenzy, aren't you worried about leaks or even potential kidnappings? Sir Christopher replied, Ms. Bradley, protecting the identity and whereabouts of individuals under our protection is paramount. We have instituted stringent protocols to avoid leaks. In addition, we're working closely with global media outlets to exercise restraint in reporting on this matter, ensuring the child's safety is not compromised. We are confident in our capabilities and the collaboration of international intelligence agencies in this endeavor. Another reporter from Reuters asked, you mentioned working with other intelligence agencies. Can we expect collaborative action against any international elements that might be involved or pose a threat to the boy? Yes, Sir Christopher said firmly. We believe in a collective approach when it comes to matters of global security. While I cannot divulge specific details, I can assure you that any international entities or individuals found to be a threat will be dealt with swiftly and decisively, with the full might of the collaborating agencies. A reporter from France's Le Monde newspaper raised a hand. Concerning the Death Eaters terrorist organization that the boy's parents shut down, do we have any indication that remnants of this group might still be active and seeking revenge? Sir Christopher looked grave. The dissolution of the Death Eaters in 1981 was a significant victory for global security. However, with any such organization, there's always a risk of scattered cells or sympathetic factions lurking in the shadows. Our agencies are vigilant in monitoring and dismantling any potential threats from these remnants. I would like to hand this over to Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, a figure of indomitable strength and poise, stepped up to the podium. The hush that descended upon the room reflected her towering presence in British politics. Good afternoon, she began, her voice carrying an air of authority. Firstly, I would like to extend my deepest sympathies to the young Potter heir. It is a stain on our nation's conscience that such an atrocity occurred on our watch. She paused, collecting her thoughts. The revelations brought forth today have not only shaken the foundation of our law enforcement agencies but have also exposed grave vulnerabilities in our systems. As the Prime Minister of this great nation, I assure you that every possible step will be taken to prevent such heinous acts from repeating. Margaret Thatcher continued, our nation has faced many challenges in the past, and we have always emerged stronger and more resilient. This incident, as harrowing as it is, will be no different. We will learn, adapt, and ensure the safety and well-being of our citizens. Referring to the Death Eaters, she stated, the dark shadow cast by this terrorist organization was dispelled once, and I assure you, Britain and its allies will remain vigilant against any resurgence. No stone will be left unturned to root out any remaining threats. She adjusted her papers, looking directly into the cameras. To the international community, and particularly to those who might wish to exploit our momentary lapse, Be warned. Britain stands strong, unified, and determined. Any attempt to destabilize or harm our citizens will be met with the full might of the British state. A reporter stood up. Ionius Lascaris, Athens news agency. As you know, despite the boy's father being British, the boy's mother was Greek, making the boy a Greek citizen by way of his mother. What will be done to ensure his safety on Greek soil? Will Greek security forces be involved in securing his safety here in Britain and Greece? What will be done to ensure the boy's safety as he attends school? Is moving him to Greek soil on the cards to ensure his safety? Prime Minister Thatcher nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Thank you, Mr. Lascaris. Indeed, the dual citizenship of the young Potter heir adds another layer to this matter. I have been in direct communication with the Greek Prime Minister, Andreas Papandreou. Our nations are united in our commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of the boy. She paused momentarily, choosing her words carefully. Greek security forces will collaborate closely with Michigan 5, Michigan 6, and our other security agencies. They have already been apprised of the situation and will be actively involved in the protection detail both here in Britain and Greece. Referring to the boy's schooling, she continued, the exact details of his education and daily life are classified for obvious reasons. However, I can assure you that every precaution will be taken to ensure his safety. Special arrangements are in the works to accommodate his unique situation without compromising his educational and personal growth. Prime Minister Thatcher then addressed the question of relocating the child. The possibility of moving him to Greek soil has been discussed. While it remains an option, it is vital to ensure that wherever the boy resides, he remains safe, has a semblance of normalcy, and can grow up understanding both aspects of his heritage, British and Greek. Both nations are committed to his well-being, and every decision will be made with his best interests at heart. Another reporter interjected, Lester Holt, NBC News. 2 questions. Has there been any comment by the royal family on this, given the boy is the son of a marquis, and what security measures are being taken for his trip to the States? Prime Minister Thatcher cleared her throat, addressing the first question. Yes, the royal family, particularly Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, has been deeply affected by these revelations. They have expressed their profound sorrow and shock. Given that the Potter family holds a title of nobility, this incident has resonated deeply within the palace. However, out of respect for the young heir's privacy and to avoid further media frenzy, the royal family has chosen to provide their support quietly and behind the scenes. She then shifted her attention to the second question. Regarding his trip to the United States, as I mentioned earlier, I've had direct conversations with President Reagan. The U.S. Secret Service, in collaboration with Michigan 5 and Michigan 6, will be responsible for the security arrangements during the young Potter heir's stay. The highest levels of protection will be implemented, taking into consideration both public and covert measures. Given the strong ties between our nations and the importance of this situation, we are confident that the boy will be safe during his time in the United States. Prime Minister Thatcher concluded her response. Both our nations are dedicated to ensuring that the boy can have a safe, healthy, and as normal as possible upbringing given the circumstances. We owe him that much. I am going to let the Greek ambassador speak as he has been given new information from the Greek government regarding this case. The Greek ambassador, Theodoros Papalokas, a tall man with silver hair and a dignified demeanor, stepped forward. The room grew silent once more as the reporters readied their notes. Thank you, Prime Minister Thatcher, he began in accented English. I bring a message directly from Prime Minister Andreas Papandreou and the Greek government. He continued, Greece stands in solidarity with Britain in this harrowing time. The young Potter heir, with his dual heritage, holds a special place in the hearts of the Greek people. The revelation of these deplorable acts against him has struck a chord with our nation. Clearing his throat, Theodoros stated, given the child's Greek lineage through his mother, the Marchioness Lily Grace Potter née Fairchild, the Greek government is fully committed to ensuring his safety and well-being. To that end, the Hellenic National Intelligence Service and our security forces are actively collaborating with British agencies. Additionally, specialized protection units will be assigned to the boy both in Britain and during his stay in Greece. Regarding his schooling and daily life, the ambassador elaborated, the Greek Ministry of Education is working closely with its British counterparts to create a tailored educational plan for the boy. We aim to provide him with the best of both worlds, ensuring he grows up with a strong sense of his dual identity. Theodorus paused before adding, I am going to reiterate this as a 5-year-old boy, his safety is the top priority. Moreover, I can confirm that several safe locations within Greece are being evaluated as potential residencies. This includes but is not limited to, the Fairchild family's ancestral estate on the islands of the Cyclades. The Prime Minister has spoken with the head of the Fairchild family, Lester Papadopoulos, who has expressed his profound grief over the tragic loss of his niece, the Marchioness Lily Grace Potter. He has generously offered their family estate as a potential haven for the boy, and has demanded the Dursley family be punished for what they did to the Potter heir. For that reason, we are looking into any crimes we can charge them with inside Greece. The reporters exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves as the implications of what they had just heard began to sink in. The Dursley family was suddenly thrust into the international spotlight, with both the British and Greek governments seemingly eager to pursue charges against them. A reporter from The Guardian, one of Britain's leading newspapers, raised his hand. Benjamin Waters, The Guardian. Are we to understand that the Dursley family will be prosecuted both in Britain and Greece for their alleged crimes against the Potter heir? Ambassador Papalokas responded, the Greek government is currently liaising with British authorities to determine the full extent of the Dursley family's actions. What I can tell you is while Vernon Dursley is not a Greek citizen, he committed crimes against a Greek citizen. Petunia Dursley is a Greek citizen, not a British citizen, and therefore can be held accountable for crimes committed against another Greek citizen, even if those crimes occurred outside of Greece. As for Dudley Dursley, given his age, his involvement will be assessed in accordance with both British and Greek juvenile laws. He continued, this is a unique case that crosses national borders and has brought forth many legal intricacies. The governments of both countries are committed to ensuring that justice is served, while also upholding the rights of all parties involved. Our primary focus remains the well-being and safety of the young Potter heir. However, rest assured, anyone found guilty of harming the child will face the full consequences of their actions. Another reporter chimed in, Ravi Mehra from the Times of India. Given the international nature of this case, are there any international treaties or conventions that apply here? Especially concerning the extradition and prosecution of those involved? Prime Minister Thatcher responded to this query, thank you for your question, Mr. Mehra. Several international conventions and treaties come into play, especially the European Convention on Human Rights and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Both Britain and Greece are signatories to these conventions. We are also exploring the application of other bilateral agreements and extradition treaties that exist between our two nations. She added, our legal teams are working closely to navigate the complexities of this case within the framework of international law. It's essential to handle this situation with utmost precision and care, ensuring that justice is done while upholding the rule of law. A journalist stood up, Celine Dupont from Euronews. What will be done to ensure another child of deceased Michigan 5 agents does not suffer again? And what changes can we expect from the Department of Child Welfare and CPS? Will a royal commission be formed to address this issue? Prime Minister Thatcher nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the question. Ms. Dupont, you've touched upon a crucial concern that has been at the forefront of our discussions ever since this tragic situation came to light. She took a deep breath. The welfare of our citizens, especially our children, is of the utmost importance. We are appalled that a child, particularly one with such a significant lineage, could suffer in such a manner within our system. Immediate steps are being taken to ensure that no other child, irrespective of their background, falls through the cracks. The Prime Minister elaborated, a thorough internal review of MI5's protocols regarding the welfare of the families of their agents is already underway. We are ensuring that there is a more robust safety net and an improved system of checks and balances in place. Michigan 5, Michigan 6, and other relevant agencies will be instituting comprehensive reforms to guarantee that families, especially children, are adequately protected and cared for in case of any unfortunate incidents involving their agents. Addressing the next part of the question, she said, regarding the Department of Child Welfare and Child Protective Services, CPS, an immediate audit and review of their operations are being initiated. This will identify gaps, areas of negligence, and potential improvements. It's essential to fortify these agencies and to have them work seamlessly with intelligence and law enforcement agencies. She paused for a moment, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. As for a royal commission, given the severity of this case and its implications on our national conscience, the idea is under serious consideration. A royal commission would provide an in-depth, independent examination of the systemic issues at play, and would help in implementing substantial reforms across various sectors. Margaret Thatcher looked sternly at the assembled reporters. Our goal is clear. We aim to ensure that no child, regardless of their circumstances, is subjected to such a tragic fate in the future. Britain prides itself on its values and its care for its citizens. We have to protect the vulnerable among us, and we will take every necessary step to rectify our shortcomings. Last question. A male reporter stood up. Henry Wallace from ABC Australia. Chief Constable David Willems and Ambassador Theodorus Papalokas. Other than abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment and attempted second-hand child murder, fraud, tax evasion, bribery, and embezzlement, for Petunia and Vernon Dursley and Marjorie Dursley. Corruption in her role as a leader of Surrey CPS. Fraud, bribery, criminal misconduct, possession of illegal dog breeds for breeding purposes. Are additional charges being considered? What charges are the Greeks considering? And if they are convicted, what could be their sentence? And why is the charge of child slavery on the list? Chief Constable David Williams adjusted his tie and began. Mr. Wallace, you've outlined quite a list of serious charges. As of now, investigations are ongoing and it's premature to comment on every possible charge that may be levied against the Dursley family. What I can assure you is that all avenues are being explored, and our team is working diligently to gather all necessary evidence. If more charges are found to be applicable, they will be added accordingly. Ambassador Theodorus Papalokas then took over. From the Greek side, we are analyzing the crimes by our national laws. Some of the charges you mentioned might be classified differently in Greek jurisdiction, but the essence remains the same: the harm and negligence done to a minor. Given the gravity of the allegations and the dual citizenship of the young Potter heir, we will pursue this case rigorously. Regarding potential sentences, Papalokas stated, the sentencing varies depending on the charges. If convicted, some of these crimes carry hefty penalties in both Britain and Greece, potentially resulting in life imprisonment. However, it's essential to stress that we are still in the investigation phase. The legal process must be respected, and every individual is entitled to a fair trial. Addressing the last part of the question, Chief Constable David Williams continued, the charge of child slavery is on the list due to the allegations that the young Potter heir was forced to perform tasks and chores that go beyond what might be considered typical household duties for a child. From initial reports, it seems the boy was treated more like a servant, with no regard for his well-being or rights as a child. Such treatment can be classified under the bracket of child slavery. Prime Minister Thatcher, wanting to ensure the briefing ended on a clear note, added, the charges and potential sentences will be decided based on evidence, witness testimonies, and legal consultations. We are working closely with our Greek counterparts to ensure that justice is served. However, we must remember and respect the principles of due process and the rule of law. She then concluded, this will be our final comment on the ongoing investigations today. Further updates will be provided as the situation progresses. Thank you for joining us. The room buzzed with murmurs as the officials left the stage, with journalists eager to relay the latest developments to their respective outlets. I apologize for the dialogue-heavy chapter. The next chapter should not be dialogue-heavy. Please read and review. I enjoy reading and replying to every review. FFN Review Replies. Demon Boy 121986 Chapter 3. December 1st. Good story. And as to a review response, you must not notice that Hera just being an utter bitch is so overdone. Not only that, but many times a story got better because she showed compassion and not the stupid crap people often do, which does not befit her status, does not do anything positive for her, and oftentimes just as annoying or pisses people off, wishing she would fade, none of which is good for a story. Sorry, and this is a great story, but when multiple people hope she ain't the fuck up bitch many portray her as, might want to take notice. Hera is an issue for me because she is such a fun character to play with. I do plan on Hera having an aunt-nephew relationship with Harry, but it will take time for Hera to warm up to him, because of the reason I stated last chapter. She does not like Artemis, but I do recognize that Hera being evil is way overdone. Wolf in the Twilight Chapter 3. December 1st. Love the story. Looking forward to the next chapter. It flows better than V1. Thank you. My writing has improved since then. The problem with V1 is I had no outline on where do I want to take this FIC. Game Lover 41592 Chapter 3. December 1st. Excellent work on this chapter. Though it looks like getting the Dursleys may cause some problems for the wizarding world. Definitely, as Artemis will now have no reason to keep him in Britain. Potential future spoiler, you decide. IV training Harry and Daphne Part 1. It was the weekend after that press conference and Harry was perched on the edge of a chair, his big silver eyes wide as he looked up at Artemis. Mama, what is going to happen on the 25th to 29th of this month, October? Artemis smiled and pulled her son into a hug. Something special. I am taking you to Greece, for a very important ritual. What kind of ritual? Asked the 5-year-old boy. A ritual that will make you my heir, said Artemis, her voice gentle but teasing. Mama, what does an heir do? What is going to happen to the Dursleys? He asked in awe. Artemis smiled down at him and began to explain. Little Moon, an heir to a goddess is different than a child of a goddess. As you know, Harry, I am the goddess of nature, vegetation, childbirth, wildlife, the hunt, sudden death, animals, virginity, young women, forests and hills, the moon and archery. Are you following? He nodded eagerly. Well, Artemis continued solemnly. Every god or goddess is allowed to have one heir per domain. Unlike a regular demigod who only has partial control of a domain, an heir has full control over the domain and can influence it. Their level of control will be close to their parents' grasp on that domain. Are you still with me or do you need me to explain further? Harry nodded again, his silver eyes absorbing everything. So, I'll be like you? Not exactly like me, but you will have a powerful connection to my domains, and you'll have abilities that most demigods don't have, Artemis explained. As my heir, you'll be one of the most powerful demigods. And once the ritual is complete, it will begin an immortalization process that will take 20 years to complete. And what about the Dursleys? Harry's question was filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Artemis frowned slightly, remembering the harm they had caused her beloved son in the past. The Dursleys are being dealt with, she said in a tone that promised both justice and protection. They will not be able to harm you or anyone else ever again. Harry's eyes darkened as he asked, are they being punished for how they treated me? Artemis nodded slowly and ran her fingers through his tangled hair. Enough of that. How was your first week back at school now that the Dursleys are gone? Harry smiled. Good, Mama, he said, pulling a sheet of paper from his bag. Here, I drew you a picture. Artemis' smile returned, her dark mood lifted by the thought of seeing Harry's artwork. She took the paper and examined it. On it was a drawing of a tall woman with long flowing hair, standing beside a smaller figure of a boy, both surrounded by animals like deer, rabbits, and birds. Above them shone a large crescent moon, casting a silvery glow over the entire scene. This is beautiful, Harry, Artemis murmured, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Is this us? Harry nodded enthusiastically. It's you and me, Mama, in the forest with all the animals. And that's the moon, watching over us. The goddess hugged her son tightly, touched by the simplicity and depth of the drawing. I love it, little moon. It will have a special place in our home. Harry giggled. Can we put it next to the picture of Uncle Apollo? Artemis laughed softly. Of course, we can. I'm sure Apollo will be thrilled to have such a steam company on the wall. Harry's eyes twinkled with mischief. I just hope he doesn't get too jealous, he teased. Artemis chuckled, her heart swelling with pride and love for her son. I'm sure he'll manage. Now, how about we get ready to meet? Ariel, remember who she is. No, Mama. She is an angel that serves under me. She is going to be teaching you about angelic runes, and how to use them. You will be joined by a girl who is 1 month older than you. She is a daughter of Demeter, and her name is Daphne Greengrass, understood? Artemis smiled, her heart full as she watched her son's joy. Yes, little moon. The two of you will study together. Ariel is one of the most skilled angels in using and teaching runes. She will guide you both. Harry's silver eyes sparkled. Will Daphne and I become friends? Do you think she will like me? Artemis gently caressed Harry's face. Every individual relationship is unique, my love. But given the opportunity, I believe both of you have the chance to form a deep bond. After all, you both share a connection to nature. You, through me and my domains, and Daphne through her mother, Demeter. Harry tilted his head, pondering this. What do angelic runes do, Mama? Artemis looked thoughtful. Runes are ancient symbols that hold great power. Angelic runes are symbols used by angels to harness the essence of the heavens. They can be used for protection, healing, and various other purposes. Learning them will give you an edge, and with the guidance of Ariel, I have no doubt you'll master them. Harry smiled, a look of determination in his eyes. I promise I'll do my best, Mama. Artemis kissed Harry's forehead. That's all I ever ask, little moon. Always do your best and remember, no matter what, you are loved. Remember, Ariel is a harsh teacher, so behave. When you're ready, I am going to flash you over to my temple on Olympus. Harry nodded, taking a deep breath to calm the fluttering nerves in his stomach. The idea of being on Olympus, among gods and goddesses, was both thrilling and daunting. But with the comforting presence of his mother and the prospect of learning something new and exciting, Harry felt a sense of anticipation. All right, Mama, Harry said, taking one last glance around his room, the familiar space that he had come to associate with safety and warmth. I'm ready to go. With that affirmation, Artemis extended her hand, and Harry took it, feeling a rush of celestial energy enveloping them. In a flash of silver light, they were transported to the temple on Olympus. The temple was grand and ethereal, with high marble pillars and an expansive hall adorned with intricate mosaics depicting Artemis in various aspects of her domains. The air was filled with a scent of pine and wildflowers, the soft hum of celestial energy, and the distant echoes of divine melodies. Standing near the entrance was a tall, slender woman with shimmering wings that radiated a soft, golden glow. Next to her was a young girl with curly brown hair and dark brown eyes, who looked just as awestruck as Harry did. Welcome, Harry, the angelic figure greeted, her voice as soft and melodic as wind chimes. I am Ariel. And this, she motioned to the girl beside her, is Daphne Greengrass. Daphne offered a shy smile, her gaze curious as she sized up Harry. Hi, she said simply, a hint of nerves evident in her voice. Harry grinned back, the ice was instantly broken between the two young demigods. Hello. It's great to meet you, Daphne. Harry, I will be picking you up in 2 hours. Behave, said Artemis before she flashed away. The two 5-year-old demigods, Harry and Daphne, were left standing there amidst the celestial grandeur of the temple, with Ariel, the angelic figure, watching over them. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding and wonder, both equally overwhelmed by their surroundings. Kids, take a seat and don't touch the steel in front of you. You are here because both of you have angelic blood despite being a child of Artemis and Demeter respectively. You both come from families of shadowhunters and are both very powerful even if you both don't realize it. Ariel motioned towards a seating area that was slightly elevated, with 2 seats facing a large, ornate desk. On the desk lay a stele, its ornate carvings glistening with a soft shimmer. Harry and Daphne obediently took their seats, their eyes drawn to the stele, intrigued by its allure but mindful of Ariel's instructions not to touch it. What's a shadowhunter? Harry whispered to Daphne as they settled down. They're warriors who fight against demonic forces, Daphne whispered back. At least, that's what my mom told me. Ariel, hearing their exchange, offered a small smile. You are correct, Daphne. Shadowhunters are Nephilim, descendants of angels and humans. They're tasked with protecting the mundane world from the forces of darkness, using a combination of martial skills and angelic runes. The stele, she pointed at the instrument on the desk, is used to draw these runes on their skin, granting them various abilities. Both children stared at the stele with renewed interest, realizing its significance. Harry looked up at Ariel, his silver eyes filled with questions. If we have angelic blood, does that mean we're shadowhunters too? In a way, yes, Ariel replied gently. Your ancestry is a unique blend of godly and angelic lineage. This presents both opportunities and challenges. Today, you are here to learn more about that legacy and how to harness it. Daphne tilted her head thoughtfully. So, will we learn to use the stele and draw runes? Eventually, Ariel nodded. But first, there are many foundational lessons you both must grasp. The path of a shadowhunter is not an easy one. It demands discipline, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Harry took Daphne's hand in his own, squeezing it gently. The two shared a determined look, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. They might be young, but the strength of their lineage and the guidance of beings like Ariel gave them confidence. Ariel smiled at the pair, her golden wings shimmering gently. Very well. Let us begin your first lesson. The celestial chamber was flooded with soft, diffused light, creating an ambiance of serenity and calm. Harry and Daphne shifted in their seats, their gazes fixed on Ariel, eager to absorb the knowledge she was about to impart. For today's lesson, Ariel began, her melodic voice filling the space. I am going to start with the most basic of angelic runes. These runes are symbols, manifestations of angelic power, designed to serve various purposes, from healing wounds to enhancing physical abilities, and even more complex operations such as concealing one's presence or unlocking memories. These runes are symbols, manifestations of angelic power, designed to serve various purposes. From healing wounds to enhancing physical abilities, and even more complex operations such as concealing one's presence or unlocking memories. Daphne's eyes widened. They sound incredible. Do they hurt when they're applied? Ariel paused, choosing her words carefully. Yes, the process can be painful, especially the first time. The runes are not merely drawn upon the skin but burned into the soul. They act as conduits, channeling the power of angels through the Shadowhunter. There are 2 types of angelic runes, any guesses? And can you give me an example of each type, Daphne? Daphne bit her lip, deep in thought. Maybe. Active and passive runes. An active rune could be something like a strength or speed boost that's used in the heat of a battle. And a passive one might be something like the rune that conceals one's presence, working in the background without direct activation. Ariel's face lit up with a proud smile. Very perceptive, Daphne. You're right. Active runes are those that require conscious activation and are often temporary. They're used for specific tasks, like combat or healing. Passive runes, on the other hand, are more permanent and work continuously without the need for conscious thought. An example would be the Urats, or healing rune, which rapidly heals wounds when activated, and the Parabatai rune, which binds 2 Shadowhunters together, strengthening their bond and abilities. Harry looked intrigued. So, do all Shadowhunters have the same runes, or can they choose which ones they want? Ariel replied, while there are basic runes that all Shadowhunters are marked with during their training, many runes are chosen based on the individual's needs and their mission requirements. However, not all runes are suitable for every Shadowhunter. Harry, as I serve Lady Artemis, in your training I am going to mark you with the basic runes. Daphne, I believe Ithariel or Seraphil will be overseeing yours as they serve Lady Demeter. But remember, the process of marking runes is a sacred one. The relationship between the steel, the rune, and the Shadowhunter is intricate. Drawing runes is not just a mere act, it's an art, a communion between the celestial and the mortal, Ariel continued. Daphne glanced at the steel on the desk, her fingers itching to touch it. Will we be able to practice drawing runes today? Ariel shook her head gently. Not yet. Today is about understanding the history, significance, and nature of runes. The practical application will come later, under the guidance of your designated overseer. I also need to get a gauge of your power levels as you are both 5 years old, and then I am going to draw a very specific rune, well, 2 runes actually on Harry, which your mother ordered me to draw on you. Harry blinked, his eyebrows knitting together in confusion. What kind of rune? Ariel looked at him with a softness in her eyes. My rune and a bonding rune. Your mother, Lady Artemis, wants to ensure your safety at all times, given your unique heritage and the potential threats that might come your way. The bonding rune will establish a deep connection between you and her, allowing her to sense if you're ever in danger. And my personal rune will do the same, but with me. Daphne's eyes widened, her curiosity piqued. So, with the bonding rune, Lady Artemis will always know if Harry is okay? Ariel nodded. Exactly. It creates a tether of sorts, allowing a flow of energy and emotions between them. It's a powerful rune, not used lightly. Harry felt a mixture of emotions. Warmth from knowing his mother was looking out for him, but also a slight unease about the weight of such a rune. Does it hurt? Ariel hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. It will be uncomfortable. Especially the first time. But once it's done, it becomes a part of you. The initial discomfort fades, and you will grow accustomed to its presence. Harry took a deep breath, determination etched on his face. Okay. I trust you, Ariel, and I trust Mama. Let's do it. Ariel's golden wings spread out slightly as if reacting to Harry's resolve. The entire chamber seemed to resonate with an unseen energy. Very well, Harry. But before we proceed, there are a few things you need to know. Daphne, sensing the gravity of the moment, reached out and gently squeezed Harry's hand. It's going to be okay, she whispered reassuringly. Harry nodded, taking strength from Daphne's touch. I'm ready. Ariel, with a look of deep respect for the young demigod's bravery, began to explain. The bonding rune is a two-part process. First, the rune itself will be drawn on you. This will establish the initial bond between you and Lady Artemis. The second part involves drawing the same rune on her, wherever she might be. This will solidify the bond and make it unbreakable. Harry frowned slightly. Will Mama feel pain too? Ariel paused, her gaze softened. Yes, she will. But Lady Artemis is aware of this and is willing to undergo it for your safety. The weight of that realization pressed down on Harry's young shoulders. The knowledge that his mother was willingly taking on pain for his sake was both humbling and overwhelming. I don't want her to hurt because of me, Harry murmured, his voice wavering. Harry, Lady Artemis wants to go through this because she cares for you more than you know. When her mortal shell died, back when she was Lily Potter, she spent entire nights looking for you. She wanted to hurt to protect you. Once that is done, I am going to draw my symbol on you so I can help her protect you, said Ariel softly, putting Harry in a comforting hug. Are you ready? Yes, Ariel. Daphne, stay there. I am taking Harry to a private room while I draw the runes. Yes, Ms. Ariel. Ariel gently lifted Harry, her arms wrapping around him with a protective warmth. She gracefully walked through the vast temple hall, her wings shimmering in the ambient light. As they approached a secluded chamber, the doors automatically swung open, revealing an ornate room adorned with celestial motifs. In the center stood a large table made of pure white marble, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. Ariel gently laid Harry down, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. It's all right, little moon, she whispered soothingly, using the same term of endearment Artemis often did. This will be over soon. Harry nodded, his eyes brimming with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He clenched his fists, trying to steady himself. I'm ready, Ariel. With that affirmation, Ariel began her preparations. From a concealed drawer, she withdrew an ornate, golden steel. It glowed with an otherworldly energy, humming softly in her grasp. She began by drawing a series of preparatory runes around Harry. These runes glowed with a soft blue light, creating a protective barrier around him. Ariel then took a deep breath and, with utmost precision, began drawing the bonding rune on Harry's chest. Harry felt a sharp, searing pain as if someone was branding his very soul. He gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out. The pain was intense, but beneath it, he felt another sensation, a warm, comforting presence, as if he was being enveloped in a gentle embrace. He instinctively knew it was his mother, Artemis, feeling the bond being formed between them. Minutes that felt like hours passed. The pain gradually receded, replaced by a sensation of profound connection. Harry could feel his mother's love, her concern, and her strength flowing through him. Ariel, sensing the completion of the bond, gently wiped away a bead of sweat from Harry's brow. It's done, little moon, she said softly. Harry sat up, his chest heaving slightly. He looked down, seeing the intricate bonding rune now permanently etched on his skin. Mama, he whispered, reaching out with his newfound senses. A gentle, reassuring presence responded. I'm here, my precious moon, came Artemis' soft voice, echoing within his mind, always. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes. Thank you, Ariel, he murmured, gratitude evident in his voice. Ariel smiled gently, her golden wings folding gracefully behind her. It was my honor. Harry, always remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Use this bond wisely and cherish the love that binds you and your mother. Daphne watched as Ariel led Harry away, her heart heavy with concern for her new friend. She took a moment to look around the grand temple, trying to distract herself from the anxiety building up inside her. The mosaics, the towering pillars, and the sheer grandeur of the temple was breathtaking. She was lost in her thoughts when a gentle hand touched her shoulder. Turning around, she found herself face to face with a radiant being. The figure had sparkling emerald eyes and a kind smile. You must be Daphne, she said softly. Daphne nodded, slightly taken aback. Who are you? The figure laughed gently. I am Seraphel. I serve Lady Demeter. Ariel mentioned me earlier. I am here to oversee your Shadowhunter training. Daphne's eyes widened in recognition. Yes, she did mention you. It's an honor to meet you. Seraphel smiled. The honor is mine. I watch over any child of Lady Demeter. Daphne looked curious. Have you been watching me too? Seraphel nodded. From afar, yes. I've seen your growth, your strength, and your spirit. And I believe you have great potential, just like Harry. Although I'm very particular you're 5 years old, correct? Yes, Daphne replied hesitantly, wondering where this line of questioning was leading. Seraphel leaned down, her gaze searching Daphne's. You already have a spark of angelic power within you, even at such a young age. Most demigods don't show signs of their celestial lineage until they're older. But you, Daphne, you're different. You're the strongest child of Demeter I have felt in over 2,000 years, but there is something else. I will have to confirm with Ariel, but I feel some sort of connection between you and Harry. Daphne blinked, taken aback by the intensity of Seraphel's gaze. What do you mean by connection? Seraphel paused, thinking of the best way to explain it to a 5-year-old. Best way to describe it. It's like your soul is incomplete without his. It's like if your souls were merged into one by the Morii. The way I feel it, it's like if your soul is yearning to be close to his. I will have to confirm with Ariel, but how did you feel when you were near him? Be honest, girl, said a voice in the back. Both of them turned to see another angel, a male with short hair and ethereal silver wings. Ithuriel, why are you here? I thought you hated children? Asked Seraphel. I do. Especially children under the age of 7, they're too needy, replied Ithuriel. Daphne. Greengrass, like that fool over there. I serve Lady Demeter, and I need to know how you feel when you are near Harry Potter, the son of Artemis. Daphne was taken aback by the suddenness of Ithuriel's entrance and his direct question. The weight of the two angels' gazes upon her made her feel like she was under a magnifying glass. She thought back to her time spent with Harry, even if it had been brief. When I'm near Harry, Daphne began, choosing her words carefully, it feels right. Like there's a warmth inside me that I've never felt before. It's not just friendship or curiosity. It's deeper than that. It's like a comforting presence that tells me I'm where I'm supposed to be. Ithuriel's eyes studied her intently. That's a rather profound emotion for someone as young as you. It seems our suspicions might be correct. Seraphel nodded in agreement. The bond between soulmates can manifest in various ways, even at a young age. But to feel it this strongly at just 5 years old, it's rare. Daphne looked up with wide eyes. Soulmates? Are you saying Harry and I are? Seraphel gently replied, it's possible, dear. Soulmates are not just romantic partners. They're two souls so deeply connected that they resonate with each other, drawn together by a force that's hard to explain. This connection can manifest as friendship, mentorship, or even as siblings. The nature of your relationship with Harry will evolve over time, but the bond itself is unbreakable. Ithuriel scoffed, let's not fill the child's head with romantic notions. The nature of their bond will be clearer as they grow older. For now, it's important they understand their own individual strengths and heritage. Seraphel glared at him. I was not filling her head with romantic notions. I was explaining the truth. Daphne needs to understand the depth of their connection. Daphne felt overwhelmed by the revelations. I just met Harry today. How can we be connected in such a profound way? Seraphel smiled gently. The universe works in mysterious ways, Daphne. Sometimes, souls find each other across lifetimes, always seeking the other half that makes them whole. It's possible that your souls recognized each other instantly, even if your conscious minds did not. Ithuriel interrupted. Enough of this. We're here to train them, not discuss the intricacies of soul bonds. Girl, you have a lot to learn. Your potential is immense, and we have to ensure you harness it properly. So, girl, grab the steel and follow me. The quicker I get this done, the better for me. Like Ariel is doing with the boy, I am going to place a few runes on you. Daphne hesitated for a moment, still trying to process everything. The weight of what she just learned pressed on her heart. The idea of having such a profound connection with someone she barely knew was both fascinating and daunting. Seeing her hesitation, Seraphel added, it's all right, Daphne. Take your time. Your training will help you understand more about yourself, your potential, and the nature of your bond with Harry. Remember, knowledge is power. Daphne nodded, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She reached out and gingerly picked up the steel, its cool touch sending a jolt up her arm. She turned to Ithuriel, determination shining in her eyes. All right, I'm ready. Ithuriel gave a curt nod. Good, follow me. As they walked away, Seraphel watched them, a thoughtful expression on her face. The bond between Daphne and Harry was something she had never encountered before, especially at such a young age. She could only hope that as they grew older, they would be able to navigate the complexities of their relationship and harness the power that came with it. Back in the main hall, Harry emerged with Ariel by his side. He looked around, searching for Daphne, but she was nowhere to be seen. Where's Daphne? He asked. Seraphel smiled gently. She's with Ithuriel, doing the same that was done to you, young Harry. I am Seraphel. I serve Lady Demeter. You left a child alone with Ithuriel? Yelled Ariel, causing Harry to jump and hide behind her. Are you insane? That angel has no patience for children, and he has the tact of a blunt axe. Seraphel held up her hand, her demeanor calm despite Ariel's outburst. Do not underestimate Daphne, Ariel. While Ithuriel's approach might be brusque, I trust Daphne's resilience. Moreover, if Ithuriel agrees to engage in this, it means he sees something important in Daphne. Or he was given a divine mandate by Lady Demeter, scoffed Ariel, in which case he had no choice but to oversee her Shadowhunter training. Remember, Ariel, we both serve Lady Demeter, and just as you can't disobey Lady Artemis, we can't disobey Lady Demeter. We both wouldn't dare harm the daughter of Demeter, said Seraphel. Ariel took a deep breath, reining in her initial flare of anger. Very well. I trust your judgment, Seraphel. But if any harm befalls Daphne under Ithuriel's watch, there will be consequences. And trust me, it won't be from Lady Demeter. Seraphel nodded understandingly. I know you care deeply for both children, Ariel. Trust that I do too. And I'll make sure Ithuriel remains restrained. Harry looked up, still trying to wrap his head around everything that was happening. I don't understand. Why is Daphne with Ithuriel? And why are both of you so concerned? Ariel gently knelt beside Harry, her wings folding protectively around him. Harry, both you and Daphne have significant roles in the grand scheme of things. The powers that be have chosen you both for reasons we may not fully understand yet. Ithuriel, as difficult as he can be, is a powerful and skilled mentor. His training will prepare Daphne, just as I am here to help you. Harry's eyes grew serious, a maturity beyond his years evident in them. Will we be okay, Ariel? Ariel smiled tenderly at him, brushing his hair back. You will be, young one. Your mother Lady Artemis changed a lot when she came out of her punishment. Years before you were born, your mother was turned into a mortal. That mortal was Lily Potter when her mortal shell died, and she spent all moonlight day after day looking for you. It was obvious she changed. She changed a lot and for the better, but Harry, make no mistake, she will do everything in her power to make sure you are safe. Harry swallowed hard, trying to process everything he was hearing. The idea that his mother had once been Lily Potter and that she had searched for him tirelessly after her death was overwhelming. He felt a rush of emotions: gratitude, love, sadness, and a fierce determination to live up to the legacy she had left behind. Is that why Mama is punishing the Dursleys? Asked Harry. Ariel hesitated for a moment before answering, her gaze intense. Your mother, Lady Artemis, is a deity of strength, courage, justice, and independence. She is a known protector of children. When she found you in that cupboard just 2 weeks after your 5th birthday, she swore they would be punished for harming you. To her you are special, you are her only child, and she will do anything to protect you. To her, you're the most important thing to her. Harry looked down, feeling a weight in his chest. I remember that cupboard. The darkness, the cold, the loneliness. Every time I felt scared or hurt, I used to imagine my parents coming to save me, holding me close. It's strange to think that my mother was out there, trying to reach me. Ariel gently cupped Harry's face, her eyes filled with compassion. Your strength, resilience, and ability to hope even in the direst of circumstances is what makes you special, Harry. And it's also what draws others to you. Lady Artemis may have been searching for you, but you also held on to hope, and that's a power in itself. Seraphel approached them, her graceful presence emanating a calming energy. It's true. Hope and love are potent forces in the universe, and they have a way of finding each other. Your bond with your mother is a testament to that. Harry looked between the two celestial beings, feeling a surge of gratitude. Thank you, both of you. I just wish I could have done something to prevent Mama from being hurt. Ariel shook her head. Deities are beings of immense power, Harry, while they can be affected by mortal events, they possess the ability to heal and overcome challenges. Your mother's time as Lily Potter might have brought her pain, but it also gave her you. And she considers that her greatest blessing. Seraphel nodded in agreement. The universe has a way of balancing itself out. The pain and suffering one endures are often counteracted by moments of joy and happiness. Your existence, your bond with Lady Artemis, is proof of that. Harry felt tears prick his eyes, touched by their words. I promise, I'll do everything in my power to make her proud. You already have my little moon, said Artemis coming from behind him. Ariel, what did you go over with him today? Ariel nodded, gesturing to a leather-bound tome in her hand. Yes, Lady Artemis. We've just started going over the basics. But given the recent events, we didn't delve too deeply today. Artemis approached Harry, her silvery eyes glowing with a mixture of pride and concern. She tenderly lifted his chin, examining the bonding rune etched onto his skin. This is just the beginning, my moon. In time, you'll learn to harness the powers of these runes, to protect yourself and others. Harry nodded, determination shining in his eyes. I want to learn, Mama. I want to be strong, like you. Artemis smiled, brushing her fingers gently over his cheek. You will be, my precious. But strength is not just about power. It's about compassion, resilience, and the ability to make the right choices. Always remember that. Ariel cleared her throat softly, drawing their attention. Lady Artemis, if I may. Given the rapid unfolding of events and the revelations about Harry's and Daphne's connections, perhaps it would be wise to provide them with a safe space to train and grow. The temple is secure, but the outside world can be unpredictable. Artemis contemplated Ariel's words for a moment. You're right. However, he is safe with me and my hunters. As of right now, only 3 deities know of his existence: Apollo, Demeter, and myself. Hestia and Leto may know. It's best if I complete the ritual to make him my heir before I introduce him to the other gods, who may force him to go to Camp Half-Blood. Ariel bowed her head in understanding. Very well, Lady Artemis. I trust in your judgment. Artemis turned her gaze back to Harry. My moon, I promise you, nothing is more important to me than your safety and well-being. In time, you'll meet more of our kind, and they will see the strength and potential that burns brightly within you. Harry swallowed hard, trying to come to terms with the enormity of everything he was learning. Mama, what about Daphne? If we're connected somehow, shouldn't she be protected too? Artemis nodded, her expression grave. Indeed, Daphne is another piece of this intricate puzzle. I'll ensure her safety alongside yours. The bond you share is unique, and it may very well be the key to many upcoming challenges. Seraphel spoke up. Lady Artemis, I've been watching over Daphne on Lady Demir's behalf. She's shown remarkable potential, even at such a young age. I believe that, together, Harry and Daphne will be a formidable force. Artemis smiled softly. I've always believed in the strength that comes from unity. 2 souls bound by destiny can achieve wonders. A voice echoed through the chamber, and that unity will be tested. All eyes turned to see Ithuriel, with Daphne trailing behind him, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. Seraphel frowned. What do you mean, Ithuriel? Ithuriel's silver eyes glinted ominously. Training the girl revealed something unexpected. When I was marking the girl for Lady Demeter, I did a full scan of her soul. I found pieces of the boy's soul merged with hers. Her soul was drawing on his strength. I had only seen something like this once, and that was Perseus and Andromeda, and that was weaker than this. I know they are 5, but they cannot be separated at any cost. Ariel, do a full scan on the boy's soul just to make sure the same thing is happening. Ariel nodded, moving towards Harry with a solemn expression. She gently touched his forehead with her fingertips, her eyes glowing with a soft, golden hue. The room was filled with an ethereal silence as everyone waited with bated breath. After a moment, Ariel withdrew her hand, her expression contemplative. It's true. Harry's soul bears imprints of Daphne's essence. It's as if their souls are intertwined, feeding and strengthening each other. Daphne stepped forward, her small face full of questions. Does this mean I have a piece of Harry inside me? And he has a piece of me? Seraphel nodded slowly. It seems that way, dear. It's a bond stronger than any I've ever seen. It's like your souls recognized each other and merged to become one. But this also means that any harm that befalls one will affect the other. Harry's eyes widened, realizing the gravity of the situation. So, if Daphne gets hurt, you will feel it too, Ithariel finished, and vice versa. Artemis's expression was grave. This complicates things. If their bond is as strong as you say, then we need to ensure both are protected at all times. Ariel sighed. Lady Artemis, perhaps having Daphne stay with your hunters will provide some protection. After all, Daphne does not attend school and, like Harry, is classified as an orphan although her grandfather is alive. Artemis considered Ariel's words for a moment, her expression thoughtful. It is a wise suggestion. While the bond between Harry and Daphne is a strength, it can also be a vulnerability. It would be best to keep them both under the same protective umbrella. Daphne hesitated, looking up at Artemis. Does this mean I'll be with the hunters? But I'm not sure if that's the path I want. Artemis crouched down to Daphne's level, her silver eyes meeting the young girl's. Joining the hunters is a choice, dear one. I would never force it upon you. But given the circumstances, it might be the safest option for now. You won't be bound by our oaths, but you will be under our protection. You'll be free to choose your own path when the time is right. Daphne bit her lip, looking to Harry for support. He nodded encouragingly, reaching out to hold her hand. The gesture spoke volumes about their bond, providing the strength and reassurance Daphne needed. Okay, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I'll stay with the hunters, for now. Seraphel smiled, placing a comforting hand on Daphne's shoulder. You're brave, young one. Remember, you're not alone in this journey. Both Harry and you have each other, and we'll be here to guide and protect you. Ithariel, though appearing indifferent on the surface, seemed to share Seraphel's sentiments. Lady Artemis, by divine mandate from Lady Demeter I am to watch and train her daughter Daphne Greengrass, and work with your angel Ariel in training your son. Would you mind if I go with you to the hunter's camp? Artemis regarded Ithariel for a long moment, her eyes scrutinizing. You are a powerful angel, Ithariel, and your skills are unmatched. But the protection and well-being of these children are paramount. Can I trust you to prioritize their safety over any divine mandate? Ithariel inclined his head slightly, his eyes unwavering. Lady Demeter trusts in my abilities, and I assure you, I will not let any harm come to Daphne. As for Harry, I understand his importance and will ensure his protection as well. Artemis gave a slow nod, apparently satisfied with his response. Very well, you may accompany us to the camp. But remember, Ithariel, the hunters are fiercely protective of their own. Any misstep on your part will not be taken lightly. Remember, my hunters regard Harry as one of their own. Mama, what is a divine mandate? Artemis, with a gentle expression, knelt in front of Harry. My moon, remember when I told you that all gods and goddesses have angels that serve them directly? Yes, Mama. Well, Ariel is one of my angels, and Seraphel and Ithariel belong to Lady Demeter, said Artemis. Knowing this, let me give you an example first. Before I found you, I gave a mandate to Ariel and Jophiel to help me find you, and if they do, to bring you to me and heal you. I then modified that mandate to tell them to guide, protect, and train you, ensuring your safety and growth. A divine mandate is a decree or command given by a deity to their angels. It's a powerful directive that the angels are bound to follow. Harry furrowed his brow. So it's like a mission or task they can't refuse? Exactly, Artemis replied. It's a sacred duty they're bound to fulfill, driven by their loyalty and the power of the deity's will. But remember, while the angels are bound by these mandates, they also possess free will and are capable of making decisions based on their judgment. However, disregarding a divine mandate without a very good reason can have serious consequences. Daphne chimed in. Does this mean Ithariel has to train and protect me because Lady Demeter told him to? Seraphel smiled gently. In a way, yes. Lady Demeter has seen the potential in you and has entrusted Ithariel with the task of ensuring you reach that potential. But Ithariel, like Ariel, also possesses a deep sense of duty and care. They are not just fulfilling a mandate, they genuinely want to help and protect. Ariel added, think of it like a promise we make to our deities. We promise to fulfill their wishes, but we also do so because we care and believe in the cause. Harry seemed to ponder on this for a moment. Who is Jophiel? Artemis smiled, sensing the curious nature of her son. Ah, little moon, your thirst for knowledge never ceases. Jophiel is another of my angels, a being of wisdom and enlightenment. Like Ariel, Jophiel has been with me for eons and has served diligently. She's currently on another task of mine, but you will meet her soon. Just like you will meet Athena's angel Uriel soon. Who is Uriel? Why will I be meeting him soon? Do you regret your time when you were Lily Potter? Why did the Olympian Council punish you? Do all angels' names end with an L? Artemis chuckled softly at the rapid-fire questions from Harry, her eyes twinkling with amusement. One question at a time, little moon. Let's see. Artemis took a deep breath, her silvery eyes reflecting a depth of emotion. Uriel is one of Athena's primary angels, known for his vast knowledge, strategic thinking, and the ability to illuminate one's mind. I have been in talks with Athena about borrowing him to teach you what I cannot. Let me be clear to you, Harry, only 3, maybe 5 gods know you exist. Apollo, Demeter, and myself know you exist. Hestia, and Leto, might know. As for my time as Lily Potter, Artemis paused, her gaze distant as she recalled memories of her mortal life. I have no regrets about the love and joy I experienced. It was a unique experience that brought me both happiness and pain, but it also gave me you. However, my punishment as becoming immortal wasn't an easy time. The Olympian Council's decisions are complex. My views and actions sometimes conflicted with theirs. But the past is behind us. And we must focus on the present and the future. Regarding the names of angels, many have names ending in L, because in ancient languages, L often refers to of God or divine. However, not all angels have such names. It's just a common pattern. Lastly, Artemis glanced at Ithuriel, who had an ever-stoic expression on his face. Ithuriel may come off as grumpy to you, but he's been through a lot and has a heavy burden of responsibilities. Each of us has our way of handling the weight of our duties. He's a warrior and protector at heart, and sometimes that means keeping emotions in check. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care or have feelings. Ithuriel gave a slight nod, acknowledging Artemis's words. The lady speaks the truth. I am bound by duty and responsibility, and sometimes that comes across as being distant or stern. But it is all in the service of those I am tasked to protect. Now we have to get going, Harry. Jophiel is waiting for us, and she has as much patience as a house cat chasing a rat, said Artemis, grabbing Harry and Daphne before flashing them away. The scene shifted instantly, and the atmosphere was tangibly different. The air was crisp, the surroundings filled with trees that reached for the skies, their leaves shimmering in shades of gold, silver, and bronze. It was serene, like a sanctuary untouched by time. Harry's eyes widened as he looked around, taking in the new surroundings. Is this the Amazon rainforest? You would correct, said a distant voice. Coming from a clearing amidst the trees was a tall figure, draped in flowing white robes adorned with intricate golden patterns. Her hair was a radiant shade of amber, cascading down her back like a shimmering waterfall. Her eyes were an intense shade of blue, almost luminescent, and they held an ageless wisdom. Jophiel, Artemis greeted with a nod, her voice carrying a tone of respect and warmth. Artemis, Jophiel replied, her gaze shifting to Harry. This must be the young one I've heard so much about. Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Harry, still in awe of the ethereal beauty of the place and the angel before him, managed a small nod. Hello, Jophiel. Jophiel's gaze was gentle as she approached him. Your mother speaks highly of you, Harry. Your courage and potential are something to behold. He gulped, flustered by the praise. Thank you. This place is amazing. It's like a dream. It is one of the most sacred and protected places on Earth, Jophiel explained. The energies here are pure, making it an ideal place for training and meditation. Artemis interjected, this is where you'll begin your training with Jophiel, while Ariel and Ithuriel will focus on your Shadowhunter abilities. Jophiel and I will be teaching you how to control the abilities you inherited from me. Lunokinesis, Chlorokinesis, Phonokinesis, Dendrokinesis, Toxigenesis and Zoolingualism, while Daphne as a child of Demeter has Chlorokinesis, Geokinesis, Carpoi summoning, Dendrokinesis, and Toxigenesis. Mama, what does that mean?" asked Harry. Artemis smiled, understanding the confusion in Harry's eyes. Those are terms to describe specific abilities, or powers, tied to the domains of gods. Let me break them down for you. Lunakinesis, she began, refers to the power over the moon and its energies. You can manipulate moonlight, harness its energy, and even draw strength from its phases. Chlorokinesis is the power to manipulate and control plants and vegetation. As a child of mine and as a child of Demeter, both you and Daphne possess this ability. You can make plants grow, move, and even communicate with them. Phonokinesis allows you to communicate with and control animals. With it, you'll be able to understand their emotions, speak to them, and even request their assistance. Dendrokinesis is similar to chlorokinesis, but it's more specific to trees. You can influence their growth, move them, or use them to your advantage. Toxigenesis is the ability to produce and control toxins, poisons, and venoms. With it, you can create defensive mechanisms or even heal certain ailments. Zoolingualism is the ability to understand and communicate with animals. It's slightly different from phonokinesis, which allows you to control them. Zoolingualism is more about mutual understanding and conversation. Geokinesis, Artemis continued, is Daphne's ability to manipulate the earth. She can create tremors, move rocks, and mold the land to her will. And finally, Carpoi summoning allows Daphne to summon Carpoi, which are grain spirits. They can assist in various tasks and are closely tied to the domain of Demeter. Harry's eyes widened, taking in the vast range of abilities he and Daphne possessed. That's a lot to take in. Daphne nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It sounds incredible but also overwhelming. Jophiel stepped closer, placing a comforting hand on Daphne's shoulder. It's natural to feel that way, especially when discovering such profound abilities. But that's why we're here, to guide, train, and help you both harness these powers. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Artemis gave Harry a gentle nudge. You've already shown incredible strength and resilience, Harry. This journey will have challenges, but you have us, and you have Daphne. Together, you'll learn, grow, and become the best versions of yourselves. Harry took a deep breath, taking a moment to process everything. Okay, I'm ready to start training. Daphne, taking strength from Harry's determination, nodded, me too. Jophiel smiled, her eyes shimmering with pride. Then let the games begin. Young Daphne, I can't teach you your abilities as I don't serve Lady Demeter. That will be Anel. He should be here already? As always, that boy is always late. Artemis chuckled. Anel has always had a knack for making a dramatic entrance. He'll be here, no doubt, with a flourish. Harry and Daphne exchanged amused glances, both curious to meet the new angel. As if on cue, a gust of wind blew through the clearing, and with a soft golden light, another figure appeared. He was tall with an ethereal grace, draped in flowing robes of emerald and gold. His hair was a rich shade of chestnut, and his eyes, a deep green, sparkled with mischief. Anel, Jophiel greeted with a hint of exasperation. When will you learn to grow up? I should have smacked you harder when I pulled you out of my sister's womb. Anel grinned widely, his smile revealing a row of perfect white teeth. Auntie Jophiel. Always a pleasure, he quipped with a playful wink. You know very well that life is too short to not make an entrance. And besides, I thought you liked drama. Jophiel rolled her eyes, but there was a fondness in her gaze. You know, just because you're in your 4th millennium doesn't mean I can't still place you over my knee. I am sure your mother would love for me to do that. Anel laughed, his mirth echoing through the clearing. Ah, but where's the fun in that? Besides, you always were the more serious one. Artemis stepped forward, her expression amused. Anel, always a delight. I hope your flair for the dramatic hasn't affected your ability to teach. Anel bowed gracefully. Lady Artemis, never. My skills are as sharp as ever, even if I do enjoy a little fun now and then. Harry, who had been observing the exchange with wide eyes, couldn't contain his curiosity. You're Jophiel's nephew. Anel turned his gaze to the young boy, his eyes softening. Indeed, young one. Jophiel is my aunt, though she behaves more like an overprotective older sister at times, he said with a teasing glance towards Jophiel. Daphne giggled. You two seem close. Jophiel sighed, her tone affectionate. We are. Anel might be a handful, but he's family. And despite his antics, He's one of the best trainers you could ask for. Anel beamed. Why thank you, Auntie. I promise to train Daphne to the best of my abilities. Harry, I know Ithuriel said not to separate you two, but we have to, said Jophiel. I need you to follow me, while your mother returns to her hunters. Stay close and please listen to what I say. Okay. Yes, Jophiel, said Harry. Okay. Can you tell me how old you are? Asked Jophiel. I am 5, said Harry, putting 2 fingers up. Jophiel smiled gently, bending down to be at eye level with the young boy. 5, that's a wonderful age. So much to learn and so many adventures ahead. And you're quite smart for your age, Harry. Now will you follow me? Harry hesitated for a moment, his silver eyes darting between Jophiel and the distant figure of Artemis, who was talking with Daphne and Anel. He had grown so accustomed to the comfort of Artemis's presence, but he remembered what she had told him earlier about trusting those she trusted. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. Okay, I'll follow you, he said, determination evident in his voice. Jophiel extended her hand, which Harry took hesitantly. They began to walk deeper into the forest, the golden and silver leaves rustling underfoot. The atmosphere around them seemed to shift, becoming more serene and tranquil. As they walked, Jophiel spoke softly, her voice melodious. This place is ancient, Harry. It has seen the rise and fall of civilizations, and it's where many like you have trained and honed their abilities. There are energies here that can help you connect with your powers, and my job is to guide you through this journey. Harry glanced around, the awe in his eyes evident. It's beautiful here, but it also feels powerful. Jophiel smiled. Yes, the energy here is potent. It's a place of learning, growth, and discovery. You have so much potential, Harry. With the right guidance, you'll be able to tap into that potential and achieve great things. They stopped by a small, clear pond. The water was so pristine that it reflected the trees and sky above like a mirror. Jophiel gestured for Harry to sit by the edge, and she did the same. You know, Harry, when your mother was being punished by the Olympian Council and forced to become Lily, I watched over her and your father James. Even though you're the spitting image of Artemis, there is some of your father in you, said Jophiel. Harry looked up at her, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. What was he like? My father, I mean. Jophiel's gaze turned distant, memories flooding her eyes. James was brave, fiercely loyal, and had a heart full of love. He was witty and always had a joke or two to share, even in the face of danger. He deeply loved your mother, though she was unaware of her true identity at the time. Harry touched the water, sending tiny ripples across its surface. Do I have any of his abilities? Yes, although you are part angel, part human, and part god, you inherited his magic abilities, as you will learn in 6 years from now. But enough of that. Lady Artemis never had a child before you, and I want to have a rough gauge on your powers. So can you stand by the river and feel your connection to nature, said Jophiel. Just avoid the army ant nest to the left of you. I do not want to explain to Lady Artemis why you have a million of ant bites. Harry took a walk toward the water, being careful, but just before he reached the water, he stepped on the ant nest. In an instant, millions of angry army ants swarmed over his tiny legs. Harry yelped in surprise and pain, trying to shake them off. Panic flooded his senses as the stinging sensation began to intensify. He eventually fell, angering the ants further. He was quickly covered from the neck down in millions of army ants, each biting him repeatedly. Jophiel reacted immediately. With a wave of her hand and a burst of golden energy, the ants were repelled, forming a wide circle around Harry, ensuring they didn't get close to him. Again, she swiftly moved to Harry's side, her face etched with concern. Harry, she exclaimed, checking him over. The young boy was trembling, tears streaming down his face from the shock and pain of the sudden attack. He was covered from the neck down in bites. His entire body was swollen, and he was breathing rapidly. There was a flash of silver light and Artemis and Ariel appeared behind them. Harry! Artemis exclaimed, rushing over to her son. Her face was etched with concern as she knelt beside him. Jophiel looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Lady Artemis. I should have been more vigilant. Artemis gently cradled Harry in her arms, examining the bites on his legs. Artemis looked at Jophiel with anger etched on her face. We will talk about this later, Jophiel. For now, place a healing rune on him. Then put him to sleep and we will talk. Jophiel nodded solemnly, aware of her oversight and the resulting harm that had befallen the young child. With a deep breath, she touched her fingers to Harry's forehead, drawing an intricate rune. A soft golden light emanated from the rune, spreading over Harry's swollen and bitten form. Slowly, the swelling began to recede, and the myriad of bite marks started to heal, leaving behind unblemished skin. However, the pain and trauma from the sudden attack would not vanish instantly, and Harry continued to whimper. Softly chanting an incantation, Jophiel summoned a sleep spell, making Harry's eyelids droop. Within moments, his breathing evened out, and he fell into a peaceful slumber, cocooned safely in Artemis's embrace. Artemis's silver eyes, usually so calm and composed, now held a storm of emotions. She gently laid Harry down on the grassy floor, covering him with a protective barrier to ensure his rest was undisturbed. Standing up, she turned her gaze onto Jophiel, her voice cold and sharp. "How could this happen, Jophiel? You, of all beings, should know the dangers that lurk here, especially for one as young as him." Jophiel lowered her head in shame, unable to meet Artemis's gaze. "I apologize, Lady Artemis. I miscalculated, and this should never have occurred. Before I issue out your punishment, I want an explanation, not an excuse. He could have died, I can't lose him again." Jophiel hesitated, her usually strong demeanor faltering under the weight of Artemis's intense gaze. "Lady Artemis," she began, her voice shaking, "I underestimated the proximity of the ants and overestimated Harry's caution. I thought, given his unique heritage and the myriad of powers within him, that he would instinctively sense the danger. But he's still young, still learning, and I should have accounted for that." Artemis took a deep breath, attempting to calm the whirlwind of emotions threatening to spill over. "He's a child, Jophiel. No matter his lineage, he's just a 5-year-old boy who's been thrust into a world he doesn't understand. He trusts us, and relies on us, to guide and protect him. Today, we failed him." Ariel, who had been silent till now, stepped forward. Her face, though stern, held a hint of sympathy for Jophiel. "While Jophiel's oversight was grave, and I agree she should have been more careful, we all need to remember that accidents happen, even in the celestial realm. We can and must learn from this." Jophiel nodded, guilt evident in her eyes. "I promise you, Lady Artemis, this will not happen again. I will ensure that every precaution is taken, that no harm comes to Harry under my watch." Artemis looked down at her slumbering son, the weight of the responsibility she felt for him evident in her posture. "I need to be certain of that, Jophiel. The stakes are too high. Because of that, on top of a punishment that will have 2 parts, I am issuing a divine mandate to you, that you shall be bound to Harry. His safety will directly impact your very essence. Should any harm come to him due to negligence, part of your celestial power will be diminished. You will be tied to him, understanding his needs, sensing his dangers, and being present when he calls. When he feels pain, you will as well. You will feel his emotions. This mandate will end when his immortalization process is completed, which should be 20 years from the point I do the ritual." Artemis placed a hand on Jophiel's forehead and another on her chest, then started reciting words from a language far older than Mycenaean Greek. Her eyes began glowing a bright silver color. The air around them grew dense, charged with divine energy. Silver tendrils of power snaked from Artemis to Jophiel, linking them in a powerful ritual. The energy danced around them, forming intricate patterns that reflected the intensity of the divine mandate. As Artemis spoke the final words, there was a brilliant flash of silver light that enveloped Jophiel. Jophiel gasped as she felt the surge of power binding her very being to the young child. Every fiber of her essence now echoed with Harry's heartbeat, his emotions, and his pain. It was a connection unlike any she had experienced, profound and overwhelming. Artemis withdrew her hands, the luminosity of her eyes returning to their normal state. "It is done. You are now bound to Harry, sharing a deep connection that can't be severed easily. With this bond, you will always be aware of him, his well-being, and his needs." Jophiel nodded, still trying to adjust to the newfound connection. "I understand, Lady Artemis. And I accept the weight of this responsibility. I will not let him down. I have been spoiling you all with very long chapters, don't expect it to continue. Anyhow, for a lot of this chapter, I took elements from the Shadowhunter Chronicles. This chapter also had to be split. Please leave a review. I like reading all of your reviews and I try to reply to each review. FFN Reviews. Watcher 123 Chapter 3. December 6th. This is proving to be a very enjoyable read. I look forward to seeing where you take the plot and what Harry will become when he grows up a bit. Just a minor nitpick on the last chapter, you refer to one police officer as captain. While that is a military rank, it is not one used by British police forces. If it's meant to be the equivalent of a US police rank, it would be chief inspector. Also, while there are armed support units in the British police, the regular cops are not routinely armed. I am going to be honest, I didn't know anything about British policing in the 80s, so I just based it on US policing. I know it may break immersion for some people, but I rather not try and base it off of something I know than try and get it horribly wrong. Guest Chapter 4. December 4th. When will Albus try to intervene? Very soon you will see. Andrew Lee Houghton Chapter 4, December 4th. Surely the Prime Minister and the Queen would know who Albus Dumbledore is, right? They do know, but they can't exactly say in front of a press conference. Andrew Lee Houghton Chapter 4. December 4th. Can't wait until the Prime Minister finds out about Sirius Black. Wait and see. Training Harry and Daphne Part 2. The next day, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass woke up inside the camp of the Hunters of Artemis. Both in different locations. Harry woke up inside Artemis' tent, while Daphne woke up in the tent next to hers. "Mama," cried Harry. "Little Moon, how are you feeling?" asked Artemis. "My leg still hurts a little. I am sorry, I should have listened to Jophiel when she told me to be careful of the ant nest," said the 5-year-old. "Little Moon, you are not in trouble. Now are you ready for a bit of breakfast before I have Zoe and Phoebe teach you how to handle weapons?" asked Artemis. Harry's stomach growled as Artemis finished talking. "Yes, Mama," he replied with a sheepish grin, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Outside the tent, the camp was buzzing with activity. The hunters were preparing their gear, maintaining their weapons, and getting ready for the day's tasks. The smell of breakfast wafted through the camp, a mix of grilled meat, fresh fruits, and toasted bread. Daphne, on the other hand, was still disoriented. She peeked out of her tent to find a girl, about 17, with silver streaks in her hair, waiting for her. "Hello, I am Cassandra. Breakfast is ready if you want to eat. I recommend you do because you will be training with Harry," said Cassandra. Okay," said the 5-year-old girl. "Where is Harry?" "Lady Artemis did tell me you both have a connection with each other. Don't worry, he is safe. Milady would never dare harm her son," said Cassandra reassuringly. Daphne's eyes widened. "Her son?" Cassandra smiled gently. "Yes, Harry is the son of Lady Artemis. It's a long story, but know that he is cherished and loved here. I thought gods weren't supposed to be close to their children. That is what Mummy told me when she took me to learn from her and Lady Artemis angels." Cassandra leaned down to Daphne's level, her eyes softening with understanding. It's true that most gods keep a certain distance from their mortal children. But Harry is an exception. Lady Artemis has always been different from the other gods. Her bond with Harry is special. Besides, every rule has its exception. Daphne looked deep in thought, trying to process the new information. "So, Harry and are we going to stay here with Lady Artemis?" "For now, yes," Cassandra replied. "Lady Artemis believes both of you are safer here. Especially after the incident with the ants. But in the future, that might change. This is a place of learning and growth for both of you." Daphne nodded slowly, taking in everything. "Okay, can I see Harry?" Cassandra smiled, extending her hand to the young girl. "Of course. Let's get you some breakfast first, and then you can join Harry for training." After breakfast, Harry and Daphne were standing in a clearing. In front of them were wooden training swords. Zoe Nightshade, one of Artemis's most trusted lieutenants, and Phoebe, another skilled member of the Hunters, stepped forward. Zoe had piercing eyes that always seemed to be assessing everything around her, and Phoebe was younger with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "All right, you two," Zoe began, her voice strict yet not unkind. "Training is not a game. It's crucial for survival, especially in the world we live in." Phoebe, trying to lighten the mood, winked at the children. "But that doesn't mean we can't have a little fun while we're at it." Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Now," Zoe said, pointing to the wooden swords on the ground, "pick up a weapon each. Today, we start with the basics." Daphne timidly approached and chose a wooden sword that felt right for her size. Harry, having a bit more confidence due to his connection with Artemis, swiftly picked up a sword and took his stance. Phoebe demonstrated a basic stance, with her feet shoulder-width apart and the sword held in front of her. Balance is key, she instructed, moving gracefully to show the correct positioning. The two children tried to mimic her, occasionally losing balance or giggling when their swords crossed unintentionally. Zoe stepped in, adjusting Harry's grip on the sword. Tight, but not too tight. You need to be flexible. As you both learned yesterday, both of you share a type of bond that will cause you both to feel each other's pain and emotions, and draw from each other's strength, said Phoebe. This can be used against you in a fight but at the same time be used to your advantage, so you both will learn from each other's weaknesses. The children glanced at each other again, their connection more apparent now. While yesterday when they first met it felt like a silent conversation between the two, this bond had taken on new weight after yesterday's ant incident. When Harry had stumbled into the ant nest, Daphne had felt the sharp sting and panic as if it were her own. The reverse was true for Harry, feeling Daphne's distress when she had been separated from him. Training continued with Zoe and Phoebe guiding the children through basic movements. They practiced lunges, blocks, and parries. It became clear that Harry and Daphne's bond was both a strength and a vulnerability. They could anticipate each other's movements seamlessly, moving in sync as if they were one. Yet, when one faltered or made a mistake, the other felt it too. Now I want you to spar against each other, said Zoe, her eyes watching them closely. Remember what we've taught you, and most importantly, always be aware of each other. Daphne looked hesitant, her grip tightening around her wooden sword. I don't want to hurt Harry. Harry mirrored her concern, and I don't want to hurt Daphne. Phoebe smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Daphne's shoulder. That's the spirit. But remember, this is practice. The point is not to hurt each other but to learn and grow. Trust each other. With a deep breath, the two children took their stances, facing each other. The clearing was filled with a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and distant sounds of the hunters. At Zoe's nod, the two children began to circle each other, swords held ready. Their eyes locked, gauging each other's movements and intentions. It was a dance of sorts, each step calculated, every swing measured. Harry lunged first, aiming for Daphne's midsection. Daphne quickly parried his strike, countering with a swipe of her own. Harry dodged to the side, using the momentum to try a different angle. The sparring continued, with both children showing impressive skill for their age. Their bond allowed them to predict and counteract each other's moves seamlessly. Each time Harry struck, Daphne was there to block or evade, and vice versa. They moved fluidly, their swords clashing with a rhythmic cadence. The entire camp seemed to watch, impressed by their synchronicity. After several minutes, Zoe raised her hand. Enough, she declared, her voice filled with approval. That was impressive. Both of you have a natural talent, but it's clear that your bond amplifies it. Daphne, I am going to give you a training axe, as you are using the sword like an axe. Harry, you need to be less predictable. Daphne and Harry, panting and slightly flushed from their exertion, nodded in acknowledgement. Daphne looked at her wooden sword, realizing Zoe was right. She had been swinging it more like an axe than a sword. Phoebe went to a nearby equipment rack and returned with a wooden training axe, handing it to Daphne. Try this, she suggested with a smile. It might feel more natural to you. Daphne gripped the handle of the axe, testing its weight and balance. She swung it a few times, and it indeed felt more comfortable in her hands. She looked up with a smile, her confidence boosted. Harry, on the other hand, pondered on Zoe's words. Being the son of a goddess, he had always been more attuned to his surroundings and had an inherent sense of combat. But he also recognized that he had a lot to learn. Don't worry, Harry, Zoe said, seeing his contemplative expression. Predictability is something we can work on. It's good to have a signature move, but you must always keep your opponent guessing. Harry nodded. Thank you, Zoe. I'll remember that. Now begin, yelled Zoe. With her new weapon in hand, Daphne felt a surge of confidence. Harry, now more focused, began circling her, readying his wooden sword. Their eyes met, the unspoken bond between them as strong as ever. Daphne swung her axe first, a powerful arc aimed towards Harry's side. he stepped back, avoiding the strike, but Daphne was quick to follow with another swing. Harry parried with his sword, redirecting the force of her blow. The sounds of wooden weapons clashing echoed through the clearing, as Harry and Daphne's dance of combat continued. Harry, taking Zoe's advice to heart, started trying new moves, making it harder for Daphne to predict his actions. He feinted to the left, only to strike from the right, keeping Daphne on her toes. Daphne, meanwhile, was adjusting to her axe. Its weight and how it should be wielded were different from the sword, but she was quick to adapt. She used the broader side to block Harry's strikes and the sharp edge to counterattack. The two of them seemed evenly matched, with neither gaining a clear advantage over the other. But as time passed, it was evident that their bond played a crucial role in their sparring. They seemed to anticipate each other's moves, often leading to a deadlock where their weapons would clash and neither could break free. "Stop!" yelled Zoe, causing the two 5-year-olds to look at her. "Sometimes it's better to dodge than block. Alternate between the two to make your fighting style unpredictable." Harry and Daphne, slightly out of breath but eager for more guidance, listened intently. "Dodging can use less energy than constantly blocking, and it can put you in a better position to counterattack," Phoebe chimed in, demonstrating a swift sidestep followed by a quick strike. "See? Dodge, then strike." Zoe nodded in agreement. "When you dodge, you can also use the momentum to lead into another move, making your transitions smoother. The key is to be fluid and unpredictable." Daphne looked thoughtful. "So, it's not just about attacking and defending, but also about how we move between the two." "Exactly," Zoe said. "Combat is like a dance. It's about rhythm, timing, and knowing when to lead and when to follow. Your bond gives you an advantage in reading each other, but remember, not every opponent will be as familiar. You need to be adaptable." Harry tightened his grip on his sword, determination shining in his eyes. "So, we keep them guessing, always be a step ahead." Zoe smiled, clearly pleased with their progress. "Yes. But also remember that every opponent is different. Some may be faster, some stronger, and some might have abilities you've never encountered before. Always be observant and adapt." The two children nodded, taking in the lessons they'd learned. The sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the clearing. "One more round," Phoebe suggested with a twinkle in her eye, "then we move on to archery." "Ready, begin!" yelled Zoe. The two children squared off again, this time with a renewed focus. Both were eager to implement what they had learned. Harry began with a feint to the left, but instead of striking from the right as he had done before, he swiftly lunged forward. Daphne, using her new awareness of dodging, sidestepped his lunge, and swiftly countered with a swing of her axe. The air was filled with the sound of wood striking wood as their weapons clashed. Harry, putting into practice the idea of being unpredictable, alternated between dodges and blocks, keeping Daphne on her toes. At one point, he dodged her swing and, using his momentum, spun and tried to strike from behind. Daphne, sensing his move, quickly pivoted and blocked his attack with her axe. The two moved in a fluid dance, each step and strike a testament to their bond and the lessons they were absorbing. They were a whirlwind of motion, their connection evident in their synchronized movements. After several minutes of intense sparring, Zoe raised her hand. "Enough," she declared, impressed. "Both of you have shown immense progress in just one session." Phoebe clapped her hands together. "That was fantastic. You two have a natural talent, and with the right training, you'll be formidable." Harry and Daphne, both panting and sweaty, smiled at each other. The bond they shared had grown stronger, and their newfound skills were proof of that. "We'll take a lunch break, and then we'll move on to archery," Zoe said, pointing towards a makeshift range set up with targets at varying distances. Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. He had always been fascinated with bows and arrows, and the idea of learning archery thrilled him. Daphne, while unfamiliar with the weapon, was equally eager to learn. The 5-year-olds sat down and ate lunch. After lunch they walked over to the archery range. Harry looked at the bow and arrows with excitement while Daphne was nervous. "Harry, as a child of Our Lady, this should be natural to you," began Zoe. "Daphne, as a child of Lady Demeter, this may not be natural to you, but with hard work, you can succeed." Daphne gulped, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch the smooth wooden curve of a bow. "I'll do my best," she whispered, a mixture of determination and anxiety. evident in her voice. Harry, however, seemed completely in his element. The bow felt right in his hands, a perfect extension of his arm. He took a deep breath, drawing the string back with a natural ease that made Zoe nod in approval. "Always remember," Phoebe began, her voice gentle, "archery isn't just about strength. It's about focus, patience, and timing." Zoe stepped forward, pointing to a target in the distance. "Start with the basics. Breathe in, breathe out. Feel the rhythm of your breath, and release the arrow when it feels right." Harry closed one eye, focusing intently on the target. With a calm exhale, he released the arrow, watching as it whizzed through the air and landed with a thud, not exactly at the center but close enough to earn him a nod of approval. Daphne's first attempt was less graceful. The bowstring snapped against her arm, causing her to yelp in pain. Harry, feeling a twinge of pain through their bond, immediately moved to her side. "It's all right, Daphne. It takes time," he comforted her, rubbing the red mark on her arm. Daphne took a deep breath, trying to shake off the pain and disappointment. "I can do this," she murmured to herself, drawing another arrow. Zoe adjusted Daphne's stance, helping her position the bow correctly. "Remember, it's not about strength. Let the bow do the work. Just guide the arrow." With Zoe's guidance and a bit more focus, Daphne's next shot was much better. While it didn't hit the bullseye, it was on the target, and that was a start. The afternoon was spent practicing, with both children showing improvement with each shot. Harry's arrows were consistently close to the bullseye, while Daphne's accuracy improved steadily. The bond they shared seemed to aid their learning, allowing them to communicate silently, adjusting their stance or technique based on the other's feedback. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the archery range, Zoe and Phoebe gathered the children for a final debrief. "Today was an excellent start," Zoe began, her tone firm but approving. "But remember, every day is a learning opportunity. We must always strive to improve." Phoebe smiled warmly at the children. "You both have done incredibly well today. We're proud of you. Rest up, for tomorrow brings new challenges." The air was heavy in the Surrey police station, and as Vernon Dursley was led to an interrogation room, his face was pinched with worry. Inspector William Smith took up position in front of him, adjusting the handcuffs that secured Vernon to the chair. He pushed his glasses up with a single finger and cleared his throat. "Mr. Vernon Dursley," he began. "I am Inspector William Smith of the Surrey Police, and I'm here to ask you a few questions about the charges brought against you." Vernon's eyes widened as he sputtered out a response. "What am I being charged with?" "You are here today on charges of abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, attempted second-hand child murder, fraud, tax evasion, bribery, embezzlement and resisting arrest." He paused and adjusted his wire-framed glasses. "Victim being Harry James Potter." Inspector Smith carefully placed two identical manila folders on the table between them. One of the labels read Potter, Harry J., age 5, Dob the 31st of July 1980, while the other said Dursley. Vernon M., age 29, Dob the 29th of February 1956. He cleared his throat and adjusted his glasses before continuing. "I apologize since it has been a week since your arrest and we are only interrogating you now, but MI5 has been on my back since Harry is the son of two of their deceased agents. Add to the fact that the boy is a Greek citizen as his mother was born in Greece. This case has been an international nightmare. Let me start with this: you earn an hourly wage of £7.90 that is well documented on your taxes, but you are receiving £1,000 monthly from the young Potter's inheritance, along with £350 per month from the Department of Child Welfare, both of which were not documented on your taxes. You also were receiving £100 per month in food assistance. Care to explain that?" Vernon's face turned several shades of red, the veins in his temple throbbing angrily. He was cornered, and he knew it. Trying to regain some semblance of composure, he cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered. "I have always provided for Harry, just like any good uncle should." Inspector Smith raised an eyebrow, his face betraying no emotion. He tapped on the folder labeled Dursley, Vernon M. "These documents say otherwise, Mr. Dursley. We've reviewed your bank statements. The funds from young Mr. Potter's inheritance and the Department of Child Welfare have been deposited into your account for years. Not only did you not report this income on your taxes, but it also seems like none of it was spent on Harry. We've had reports from neighbors and teachers about the boy being malnourished and dressed in rags. How do you explain that discrepancy? Vernon gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He looked around the room, perhaps hoping for an escape. The money. It was meant for his upkeep, he muttered, looking down. And I used it for household expenses. He's always been a difficult child. He eats a lot, and he ruins his clothes. That's why he looks the way he does. Inspector Smith leaned in closer, eyes cold and unyielding. You expect me to believe that a 5-year-old boy can eat enough to consume 1,450 pounds a month? I know it's 1985 and food prices has gone up since 1980, but with 1,450 pounds, if you combine all 3 sources of income, you could easily feed a family of 5 with that amount and still have savings. Furthermore, how could a 5-year-old cause such damage to justify dressing him in his cousin's oversized hand-me-downs? The amount of money you've been receiving is substantial, yet Harry has consistently been reported as looking malnourished and neglected. Vernon squirmed, avoiding the inspector's piercing gaze. He's just a difficult child, always getting into trouble and making things up. Smith scoffed. Do you know why you are being charged with child slavery? Vernon's eyes darted around, looking even more panicked than before. I've never tried to hurt the boy. Your neighbors have reported seeing Harry being forced to do strenuous chores and labor, even at his young age. That constitutes as child slavery, Inspector Smith said, flipping open the folder and revealing photographs of a young Harry with a power washer in hand power. Washing the driveway. Another picture saw the boy on top of a ladder painting the house. A third picture had him with a drill installing a gutter. Vernon's face paled further, if that was even possible. He licked his dry lips, trying to find the words to defend himself, but nothing came out. Inspector Smith continued, in this folder, Mr. Dursley, I have dozens of pictures, testimonies, and other pieces of evidence showcasing how Harry was made to work. No child should be subjected to that level of labor, especially one who's just 5 years old. Taking a deep breath, the inspector continued, there's also the issue of false imprisonment. We've received reports from multiple sources stating that you kept Harry locked in a cupboard under the stairs. Care to explain that? Vernon's eyes darted from side to side, like a trapped animal seeking an escape route. It was just for discipline. He needed to learn to behave. Inspector Smith's voice turned icy. Locking a child in a confined space is not discipline, Mr. Dursley, it's abuse. Our officers found that cupboard. It's hardly fit for storage, let alone a young boy. Vernon's breathing became more ragged. I didn't think it was that bad. We gave him a place to sleep, didn't we? Smith shook his head in disgust. And then there's the issue of the attempted second-hand child murder charge. Witnesses reported an incident where you left Harry alone in a car during summer with the windows rolled up. Vernon looked horrified. That was an accident, I forgot he was in there. The inspector sighed heavily. Mr. Dursley, the evidence against you is overwhelming. Your attempts to explain away your actions are pitiful at best. Your treatment of Harry Potter is not only inexcusable but also criminal. Vernon seemed to shrink in his chair, realizing the gravity of his situation. Inspector Smith leaned back, eyes never leaving Vernon's defeated face. MI5's involvement means this case will receive even more scrutiny. Hell, even the Greeks are looking at charges against you. You not only mistreated a child under your care, but you have also managed to anger 2 governments, both of which have a vested interest in the well-being of Harry Potter. The international media has caught wind of this, and it's making headlines. Vernon's voice trembled as he spoke. I never meant for any of this to happen. I just wanted to keep the boy in line, keep him from turning out like his parents. Smith's eyes narrowed. From the Michigan 5 records we've gathered, his parents were decorated agents, recognized for their bravery and service. They died protecting their son and their country. They stopped a terrorist organization called the Death Eaters. You are old enough to remember their reign of terror. And they will be earning the George Cross for their bravery. The government is just waiting for Harry to be old enough to accept it. Those sound like perfect role models for anyone. Vernon's face went ashen. He had known about the Potters and their line of work but had never taken it seriously, dismissing it as fanciful tales from the world of spies and agents. Now, hearing it from an official source, The weight of his misjudgments and prejudices became painfully evident. I didn't know," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. Inspector Smith looked unimpressed. "Ignorance is no excuse for the kind of treatment you meted out to that boy. And it certainly doesn't justify the multitude of crimes you've committed. Let me also remind you that the boy's father, James Potter, was the Marquess of Anglesey, and his grandmother was the sister of the current Duke of Inverness. His paternal aunt is the wife of the deceased Earl of Glamorgan." Vernon's eyes widened in shock. He had always dismissed the Potters as eccentric, irrelevant, and below his social class. But now, with the revelation of Harry's heritage and connections, his preconceived notions were shattered. He had severely underestimated the Potter family. And, by extension, Harry. Royalty? Are you saying that Harry is connected to the nobility? Vernon stuttered, his mind racing to process the new information. Inspector Smith nodded, a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. "Yes, Mr. Dursley. You've been mistreating and abusing a boy who not only has ties to Michigan 5 and 2 national governments but is also connected to the British nobility. It's no wonder this case has garnered such attention." Vernon's heart sank. He knew he was in deep trouble. The charges against him were severe enough, but with Harry's background and the powerful connections that came with it, Vernon's chances of escaping the law's grip were rapidly diminishing. Smith continued, "The Potters, despite their titles and connections, were humble people who chose to serve their country. If you don't believe, let's look at the Potters since 1900. Lily Grace Potter née Fairchild was a decorated Michigan 5 agent. James Charles Potter, another decorated Michigan 5 agent. Amelia Doria Bones née Potter currently leads a special division of Michigan 5, the first female and the youngest person to ever do so. Charles Henry Potter was the second most decorated soldier of WW2. He fought in Belgium, Dunkirk, North Africa, Greece, Sicily, Normandy, and the Netherlands. Even some members of this department knew him. Doria Violetta Potter née Black was a decorated medic from WW2 and a gifted doctor. After the war, Henry William Potter was a hero in the Battle of Somme. Need me to continue? Vernon gulped, realizing he was not just dealing with a simple case of child mistreatment but had inadvertently entangled himself in a situation that spanned national and international politics, intelligence agencies, and aristocratic lineages. "No, that's enough," he whispered, overwhelmed by the scale of his blunder. Smith leaned forward, locking eyes with Vernon. "Every person, regardless of their heritage or lineage, deserves respect and proper treatment. But you, Mr. Dursley, have managed to offend not just the individual rights of Harry Potter but also the pride and honor of institutions, countries, and the very essence of the British nobility." Vernon's voice shook as he tried to find some way to defend himself. I had no idea. I was just trying to protect my family from that world. From the dangers that came with it." The inspector's face softened slightly. "Protecting one's family is a noble intention, Mr. Dursley. But mistreating a child and committing crimes in the name of protection is never justified, especially when you seem to be benefiting financially from it." Vernon looked down, tears forming in his eyes. The weight of his actions and the consequences that were likely to follow bore down on him heavily. Smith sighed, "Mr. Dursley, in all my years of service, I've seen many things. People make wrong choices out of fear, ignorance, or prejudice. But it's our actions that define us. And from what I've gathered, your actions have been far from commendable." There was a heavy silence in the room. The hum of the overhead lights and the distant murmur of the station outside filled the air. After what felt like an eternity, Inspector Smith finally spoke. "Your case will be presented in court soon. I suggest you find a good lawyer. Considering the severity of your crimes and the entities involved, you'll need all the help you can get." Vernon nodded weakly. "I understand." Smith stood up, preparing to leave. "For Harry's sake, I hope he finds the care and love he deserves after all this. Every child deserves a chance at a happy life, no matter their background." Petunia Dursley jerked against the restraints, her gaze darting around the interrogation room. Inspector Smith stepped into the chamber, placing 2 thick manila folders on the table and looking at Petunia with disdain. The folder labeled Potter, Harry J., age 5. DOB the 31st of July 1985. Lay open for all to see, accompanied by a detailed report of Petunia's alleged abuse and neglect. "Mrs. Dursley, why you are here today," said Inspector Smith in a cold voice. You are being charged with abuse, child, physical, mental, emotional and psychological, false imprisonment, child negligence, starvation, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, child endangerment, and attempted second-hand child murder, fraud, tax evasion, bribery, embezzlement, said Smith slowly as he ticked off the charges on his fingers. Victim being your nephew Harry James Potter. Smith looked closely at Petunia. Your husband has been less than cooperative. If you cooperate, I will be lenient on you. I apologize since it has been a week since your arrest and we are only interrogating you now, but MI5 has been on my back since Harry is the son of 2 of their deceased agents. Add to the fact that the boy is a Greek citizen as his mother was born in Greece. This case has been an international nightmare, and that you're not a British citizen but a Greek citizen. Your case has been even harder than your husband's. It's the freak's fault, spat Petunia in reply. Inspector Smith's face hardened. You dare to blame a child for your actions? A 5-year-old, Mrs. Dursley? Petunia's face contorted with anger. That boy brought nothing but trouble since he landed on our doorstep. His kind, they're dangerous. Smith leaned in, his voice icy. Let's get something straight, Mrs. Dursley. Regardless of any prejudices or misconceptions you hold against the Potter family or their associations, it is no excuse for child abuse. You are facing a myriad of serious charges, and I suggest you take them seriously. Petunia looked defiant but fearful. I did what I had to. I tried to stamp the oddness out of him. To make him normal. He would have thanked me one day. Stamp the oddness out? By starving him? Locking him in a cupboard under the stairs? Allowing your son to bully him? Letting him wear rags? Smith's voice was dripping with disgust. Mrs. Dursley, there is no world where such treatment can be justified. Petunia's eyes darted to the folder, to the detailed evidence of her wrongdoings. He's not like us. He's one of them. Smith took a deep breath, trying to keep his temper in check. Your prejudices have cost you greatly. This isn't just about Harry Potter anymore. This is about a series of crimes that you've committed over the years. We have evidence of embezzlement, tax evasion, and fraud. Your life as you know it is over. Petunia's bravado faded, replaced by a hint of desperation. You don't understand. We were trying to protect Dudley from the freakishness, from the world Harry came from. What killed his parents? Smith shook his head. Whatever your reasons, nothing justifies the harm you've caused that child. And if your husband won't cooperate, then he'll face the full brunt of the law as well. Tears welled up in Petunia's eyes, but whether from genuine remorse or fear of her predicament, Smith couldn't tell. I suggest you think long and hard about your next words, Mrs. Dursley, he said, his voice softened slightly, because they might just determine the rest of your life. Petunia swallowed hard, her face pale. Smith continued, you've taken advantage of your position as Harry's guardian, Mrs. Dursley. The law does not look kindly on those who harm innocent children, especially when their intentions are as sinister as yours seem to be. He leaned forward, tapping the folder. And remember, the world you tried to shield Dudley from is now the world that will come to Harry's defense. Your actions will be judged not just by the law but by society. Petunia, looking completely defeated, whispered, what happens now? Smith replied, well, your case is complicated because you are a Greek citizen and not a British citizen. Due to the boy's lineage there have been calls from various departments, including the House of Lords and Buckingham Palace, to deport you to Greece, and the Greeks are looking to charge you with possible charges in Greece. What is so special about the freak's lineage? Asked Petunia. You can't even say your nephew's name, sneered Inspector Smith, and for your information, the boy's father James Potter was the Marquess of Anglesey, and his grandmother was the sister of the current Duke of Inverness. His paternal aunt is the wife of the deceased Earl of Glamorgan. From his mother's side, he is a Fairchild, which you should know as you were her sister. The Fairchild family is a cadet branch of the Thesperia family, a branch of the Olympia family, the oldest noble family in Greece. Granted, you have been disowned formally from the Fairchild family. Petunia's face drained of all color, her eyes widening in realization. The weight of what Inspector Smith had just revealed hung heavily in the room. I never knew about James's titles, Petunia stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. And as for my family, I severed all ties with them long ago. They were always too eccentric for my liking. Your nephew has been placed in the care of Artemis Thesperia, now are you going to Cooperate with me, or do you want me to get the Home Office in here to get you on the next flight to Greece? Granted, they are right at the door anyways, so that may happen regardless. Inspector Smith's stern face bore into Petunia's, giving her no respite. She could hear the faint murmur of voices outside the door, and she knew she was trapped, cornered by the weight of her own choices. I need a solicitor, she finally managed to say, her voice quivering. Smith nodded. That's your right. We'll arrange one for you. But keep in mind, Mrs. Dursley, the evidence against you is overwhelming. This isn't just about Harry anymore. This is about a lifetime of choices, of mistakes. She nodded weakly, her bravado shattered. The weight of her actions, the significance of Harry's lineage, the international mess her actions had created, it was all too much. There was a knock on the door, and another officer entered, holding a few documents. Sir, the Home Office is here with a deportation order. The Greeks have decided to press charges. They are here to give her to surrender her over to the Hellenic National Police, once she reaches Greece. The door opened, and two stern-faced individuals in suits entered, their badges displaying the emblem of the Home Office. Behind them, a tall, formidable-looking man with a chiseled face and sharp eyes bore the insignia of the Hellenic National Police on his uniform. Madam, are you Petunia Dursley? Yes. We at the Home Office have a deportation order. You will be sent with an official from the Home Office, and an official from the Kingdom of Greece. Once you are deported, you will receive a lifetime ban from entering British soil, and you will face charges under Greek law. I will let the Hellenic National Police officer read you your charges. The Greek officer took a step forward, his voice deep and authoritative. Kyria Petunia Dursley, categories gia kakopois paid you elena polite se spiralities edifice, apopera dolophonias paid you, prodosia enantian eugenis spishu, paid ike dulea, scleres kai asinithistes timoris, basanisteria, achthes padian se kindino. Thie defricio, spat Petunia Dursley. The Greek officer raised an eyebrow, clearly not impressed by her defiance. Ada periphronis sas gia de pidi den dikaioloke ta enkelmata pu eki diapraxe, he said, his tone cold and unwavering. I sten elada, Ada oikogenia enii polytime kai auto pu akanes sto ima su enii asyncareto. The Greek officer's translation: Mrs. Petunia Dursley, you are charged with child abuse of a Greek citizen on foreign soil, attempted child murder, treason against a noble house, child slavery, cruel and unusual punishments, torture, and child endangerment. It's the freak's fault, spat Petunia Dursley. The Greek officer raised an eyebrow, clearly not impressed by her defiance. Your disdain for the child does not justify the crimes you've committed, he said, his tone cold and unwavering. In Greece, family is precious, and what you did to your own blood is unforgivable. The room was thick with tension, each word a dagger of reality for Petunia. Her world was crashing around her, the realization of what she'd done and its consequences overwhelming her. Inspector Smith turned to the Greek officer and nodded. Thank you for your assistance, officer. The Greek officer simply nodded in acknowledgement. We will ensure justice is served in Greece. Petunia, now devoid of all her earlier bravado, looked up, tears streaming down her face. I never thought it would come to this. All I wanted was a normal life. A normal life at the cost of an innocent child's well-being is not a life worth living, Mrs. Dursley, replied Inspector Smith coldly. You made your choices, and now you must face their consequences. The Home Office officials and the Greek officer approached Petunia, handcuffing her securely. As they led her out of the room, she cast a last, desperate glance back at the world she once knew. Inspector Smith watched as the door closed behind them. He then leaned back, sighing heavily. This was not a case he'd ever forget, a reminder of the dark depths humanity could sink to, and the long arms of justice that would always pursue. Harry nervously stepped inside Artemis' canvas tent, where the pleasant scent of rosemary from the burning incense greeted them. Artemis was seated on a large fur rug and looked up at Harry as he entered. Harry, we need to talk about what happened yesterday in the Amazon when you stumbled upon an army ant nest, she said. The 5-year-old hung his head, his voice barely a whisper as he mumbled an apology. Artemis gently placed her hand under his chin and tilted his face upwards. Little Moon, you are not to blame for that. The fault lies with Jophiel. Remember when I told you about what divine mandates are to angels? Well, I have issued a mandate to her. She will be tied to you. Understanding your needs, sensing your dangers, and being present when you call. When you feel pain, she will too. She will also feel your emotions. Why, Mama? Asked Harry in confusion. Little Moon, I am a powerful goddess. In fact, only the big three, Hades, Zeus, and Poseidon, are more powerful. Before the Olympian Council punished me and I became Lily with no knowledge of me being a goddess, I swore to be chaste, I swore to never have children. But in my punishment, since I didn't have any of my memories, I fell in love with your father James Potter and had you. When we were killed and I returned to being Artemis, I searched endlessly for you. I sent my angels to help me search until I found you. I can't bear losing you again. Harry, noticing the tears in Artemis' eyes, embraced her into a hug. Don't cry, Mama. When Jophiel was supposed to be training you, she was careless and you stepped into a nest of army ants. I felt your pain from the rune Ariel placed on you, so me and Ariel flashed over to you, and we healed you and put you to sleep where I bound Jophiel to you. Harry nudged his head into Artemis before looking at her with big silver eyes. So Jophiel is being punished by being bound to me. Artemis sighed, brushing a stray lock of Harry's hair behind his ear. It's not just a punishment, Little Moon. It's also a way to ensure your safety. You see, angels are powerful beings. By binding Jophiel to you, she will always be there to protect you. But yes, part of it is to teach her responsibility. She was negligent in her duty, and as a result, you got hurt. But I'm okay now, Mama. I don't want her to be sad, Harry said, his voice filled with innocence and compassion. Artemis smiled gently at her son's kind nature. Jophiel will learn, grow, and become better through this. Sometimes, lessons are hard to learn. It's not about making her sad, but about ensuring she understands the importance of her role. But if she's always with me, will I still have space for myself? I mean, will I still be me? Harry questioned, trying to wrap his young mind around the concept. Of course, Artemis reassured. Jophiel will be there, but she won't interfere in your choices or your growth. Think of her as a guardian, watching over you from a distance, only intervening when it's truly necessary. Harry pondered for a moment, then nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. Okay, Mama, I trust you. Artemis leaned down, planting a tender kiss on Harry's forehead. I will always do what's best for you, my little moon. Remember that. Mama, what was Daddy like? If you never fell in love before, why did you fall in love with him? Artemis's gaze drifted to a distant memory, and for a brief moment, she looked vulnerable. Your father, James, was a remarkable man, Harry. Brave, kind-hearted, and full of life. He had an infectious laugh that could light up the darkest of rooms and a heart that loved unconditionally. She continued, before I became Lily, I had never experienced human emotions similarly. Love, as mortals know it, was foreign to me. As a goddess, I was detached from those feelings. But when the Olympian Council punished me and I was reborn as a mortal, all those barriers disappeared. I was vulnerable, susceptible to human emotions and experiences. James was my anchor in that life. He was kind and patient, guiding me through the maze of human emotions. In him, I found a partner, someone who complemented me in every way. We were two souls entwined, destined for each other. It was as if the universe had conspired to bring us together. Tears welled up in her eyes. Falling in love with him was like breathing, Harry, it was effortless and natural. He made me feel alive in a way I had never experienced before, and although our time together was short-lived, the love we shared was eternal. Harry, absorbing every word, reached out to hold her hand. I wish I could have known him. Artemis poked him in his rib, causing Harry to laugh. Although you look and act like me, I do see him in you, especially when you laugh and smile. You think so, Mama? Harry asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, every time you laugh, it's as if I'm hearing echoes of his laughter, Artemis responded with a fond smile. Although I see more of me and a young Apollo in you, there are glimpses of him here and there. Harry's smile grew wider. That makes me happy, Mama. It's like a part of Daddy is still with us. Mama, I know you don't like the bearded old man, but will I be going to Hogwarts when I am older? She took a deep breath, collecting her thoughts. Firstly, about Hogwarts. I believe it could be beneficial for you. However, the choice will ultimately be yours when the time comes. I will support whatever you decide. You will likely have a choice between the Hecate's School of Magic in Greece, Ilvermorny in Massachusetts, and Hogwarts in Scotland. But know this, I do not like Dumbledore. He placed you in the Dursleys despite me having a restraining order against him to protect you against the fool, and despite my will saying you were to go to James' twin sister, Amelia Bones. Me and James both believed that Amelia was a better fit to raise you than anyone else. Artemis paused, her silver eyes filled with a mixture of anger and sadness. Dumbledore's actions have not been in your best interest. I believe he has his own agenda. But, no matter what he or anyone else tries, I will always be here to protect you. Harry looked up at her, trying to understand the gravity of the situation. But why would he do that, Mama? Artemis sighed. That, little moon, is a question with a complex answer. Many see Dumbledore as a wise and noble leader, but like all beings, he is flawed. He makes choices based on what he believes is the greater good, but often those choices hurt individuals. And sometimes, like in your case, those choices are driven by power and control. Harry nodded, taking in her words. I trust you, Mama. I know you'll always look out for me. And when the time comes, I'll make the best decision for me about where to study magic. Artemis smiled, proud of her son's maturity and wisdom. That's all I can ask for, Harry. No matter where you go, remember that you carry the strength and love of both your parents within you. You are special moonbeam, not just because of your part angel, part god, and part mortal, but because of the choices you make and the love you give. Harry took a moment, processing the weight of Artemis's words. The knowledge of his heritage, the forces at play around him, and the responsibilities that may come with them were a lot to take in for a child his age. Yet, despite the overwhelming emotions, the presence of his mother by his side brought him comfort. I promise, Mama, I'll always try to make you proud, Harry whispered, holding onto Artemis's hand tightly. She smiled tenderly. You already do, every single day. It's not about the grand gestures or the mighty feats, but the small choices you make daily. The kindness you show, the love you share, and the courage you display. Artemis then leaned down and wrapped her arms around Harry, pulling him into a protective embrace. The warmth of her hug provided solace and assurance to the young boy. Harry let out a soft sigh, nestling closer to his mother. Mama, do you think I'll get to meet other children like me? Those who have a mix of godly and mortal heritage? Artemis thought for a moment. There is a called Camp Half-Blood for demigods, children of gods and mortals, but your lineage is unique, Harry. You are a mix of angel, god, and mortal. Outside of Daphne Greengrass, whom you met and have a bond that I will need to ask a certain love goddess about, and yourself, you are the only two of that blend who have ever existed. But there are many demigods at Camp Half-Blood, and I believe that it would be good for you to meet them someday. They might not have the exact same lineage as you, but they too navigate the challenges of being both divine and mortal. They can offer companionship, friendship, and understanding. Harry looked thoughtful. It would be nice to meet others who understand what it's like. Daphne is wonderful, and I'm glad we have a bond, but sometimes I feel different. Artemis nodded, understanding his sentiments. It's natural to seek out others who share similar experiences, and while each demigod's journey is unique, there's a shared understanding of the challenges and joys that come with such a heritage. She caressed his face gently. But always remember, it's our differences that make us unique and special. Embrace who you are, Harry. Your lineage, experiences, and choices make you who you are, and I couldn't be prouder. Harry looked up at Artemis, his eyes shimmering with a mixture of curiosity and determination. I want to learn more, Mama. About our family, our history, and the world of gods and magic. Artemis smiled warmly. In time, little moon. We have a lifetime to explore those stories together. And I promise, when you're ready, I'll introduce you to Camp Half-Blood and the world of gods, demigods, and all the magic that comes with it. But I can't let the other gods know about you until I complete the ritual I was telling you about yesterday is complete. Then why did Demeter and Apollo know about me? And why do Hades and Persephone know about me? Is it because of the soul shard that was stuck in my head? Said Harry, nudging his head into her chest. Artemis gently rubbed his hair. Artemis sighed, holding Harry a bit closer. Your astuteness never ceases to amaze me, little moon. It's true, some gods know about you, but not for the reasons you might think. Your uncle Apollo is one of my closest siblings. We've shared many secrets and faced countless challenges together. It was only natural for me to confide in him about you. As for Demeter, she's always had a soft spot for children. Her daughter, Persephone, is married to Hades, and through that connection, Hades came to know of you, Demeter. Couldn't resist mentioning you during one of their gatherings. She wanted to ensure your safety in the mortal world, especially after hearing of your unique circumstances, and considering the bond you share with Daphne, who's under Demeter's domain, she would inevitably find out. Persephone and Hades, well, they are the rulers of the underworld. Few secrets elude them. The shard in your head made a ripple in the cosmic balance, and Hades, being ever vigilant about souls and disturbances, took notice. That shard connected you to a dark force, and they wanted to ensure it didn't harm the balance of life and death. Harry looked up, trying to process all the information. So, they all know about me because they care? Artemis smiled softly. Yes, little moon. They care about you. Each in their own way. The gods may often seem distant and uncaring, but they have their moments of compassion. Especially when it comes to family. Harry settled more comfortably in her embrace. I'm glad they care. But, Mama, what about this shard you keep mentioning? Artemis hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. The shard was a fragment of a dark wizard's soul, Voldemort's to be precise. When he tried to harm you as a baby, his curse rebounded, and a part of his soul latched onto you. This piece became a horcrux, unintentionally made. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. A piece of a dark wizard's soul was inside me? Artemis nodded. Yes, but it's gone now. Hades and Persephone, with my help, ensured it was removed and destroyed. You're safe from it now. Harry let out a sigh of relief. That's good to know. I don't want any parts of evil wizards inside me. Artemis chuckled softly. Nor would I let them stay, my moonbeam. Rest assured, your well-being is my utmost priority. Mama, where will the ritual be done? I know you told me in Greece, but where in Greece? Well, I will be taking you to Delos. Delos is a sacred island, the birthplace of Apollo and myself. It holds immense magical and divine energy. The island is protected by powerful enchantments that repel any malevolent intentions and neutralize threats. This makes it an ideal location for the ritual, Artemis explained. The next chapter is the ritual. Only 3 chapters left for this arc. Please review. I read every comment and try to reply to every review. FFN Reviews. Andrew Lee Houghton Chapter 5, December 8th. This is an interesting story. Only one problem has come up, whereas Daphne's sister. In the books, Astoria is only mentioned as the wife of Draco Malfoy, and Daphne Greengrass is only mentioned in one sentence in Book 5, as such it gives me a lot of flexibility. I am making Astoria Daphne's cousin, not her sister. James Birdsong Chapter 5. December 8th. This is a good story. I wonder if anyone will comment about the cloak. Though I guess Dumbledore probably still has it for now. The Deathly Hallows will surely play a part in this story perhaps. Dumbledore still has the cloak for now, but he will be forced to give it to Harry at some point. Firebird Phoenix Chapter 5. 23h ago. Hi, I have a question or a few. First, is Hermione going to be a member of the Hunters, a part of Harry's family, the Hunters like his big sisters? Second, are all the Weasleys intrusive, Molly, Ronald, Percy and Ginny? Third, is Sirius going to be released, after being found innocent? Bye for question 1. No, Hermione will not be joining the Hunters. For questions 2 and 3, spoilers. Heir to the moon. Artemis steered her van down a long, winding road and into the sleepy town of Godric Hollow. Harry sat in the back, his silver eyes wide with curiosity as he peered out at the unfamiliar sights that flew by. When they finally arrived, Artemis parked on the side of the road and nodded toward a small cemetery tucked away in the woods. Mama, where are we? Asked the 5-year-old boy, his pale skin glowing in the faint moonlight. We're at Godric Hollow, replied Artemis, her voice soft and gentle. This is where your father and my mortal shell are buried, James and Lily Potter. So, I get to see Daddy? Asked Harry. And you when you were Lily Potter? Yes, Harry, in a way, said the goddess of the hunt. Remember Harry, James died a death worthy of Elysium. And even though me and Lily are the same person, we are still very different. She pulled Harry close, running her fingers through his messy black hair that was so much like James's. Your father was a brave and wonderful man. And Lily, well, she was my human side, my mortal shell as you said. She loved you very much, just as I do. Harry looked up, his silver eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Is she inside you? Can she hear me? Artemis hesitated for a moment, her eyes searching the vast expanse of the morning sky as if looking for answers. In a way, yes. She's a part of me, a memory that's always there, but I am here now, Harry, as Artemis. It's complicated, but always remember that both Lily and I love you. Okay, Mama, said Harry. Hold my hand so I can take you to James's grave. Remember my mortal shell is also buried here, said Artemis, reaching her hand out. Artemis and Harry slowly made their way to the cemetery, their footsteps muffled by the soft grass underfoot. The early morning moon illuminated their path, casting long shadows on the ancient tombstones. The air was thick with memories, both sweet and bitter, and the whisper of the trees seemed to be echoing stories of long-gone days. They stopped at a grave adorned with a simple, elegant headstone. Engraved upon it were the names, James Potter, and Lily Potter. Beneath the names, a single line read, until the very end. Harry's small fingers traced the engraved names, and he looked up at Artemis with a question in his eyes. Is this it? Yes, whispered Artemis. This is where they rest. Your father, and the part of me that was once Lily. Is Daddy happy in Elysium? Harry's voice was filled with hope and curiosity. Artemis knelt beside him, her eyes gentle. Yes, he is. He's in a place of peace and happiness, surrounded by heroes and loved ones. And what about Lily? Harry asked, looking deep into Artemis's eyes. Remember Little Moon? I was punished by the Olympian Council and turned into Lily Potter née Fairchild. Then she died, and I returned as Artemis, said Artemis. But in a way, the essence of Lily, the love and memories we shared, remains with me. It's like a beautiful song that continues to play in my heart, even though the singer has gone. Harry seemed to contemplate her words, trying to wrap his young mind around the complexities of godhood and mortality. After a long pause, he spoke again. So, you both are with me, always? Artemis smiled warmly, brushing a tear from Harry's cheek. Always, Lil Moon. No matter what form I take or where I am, my love for you remains constant. Well, if it isn't a mudblood and a blood traitor visiting a mudblood and blood traitor's grave, said a sinister voice behind them. Your master died 5 years ago, said Artemis. Are you that much of a coward that you will attack a 5-year-old? The voice belonged to a tall, pale figure emerging from the shadows of the nearby trees. The silver mask covering his face reflected the moonlight, revealing the mark of the Death Eaters on it. Surrounding him were 3 other cloaked figures, their wands raised and ready. I am not leaving here until the boy is dead, said the Death Eater. You have no idea who you are messing with, said Artemis, her eyes glowing with power. She began muttering under her breath, Jophiel, Ariel, I summon you my angels to protect my son while I kill this fool. The 2 angels materialized around Harry and formed a protective barrier around him. I welcome you to your death. I am the goddess of the moon, hunt, forest, hills, animals and many other things, and that boy is under my protection. The Death Eater laughed, his voice cold and mocking. A goddess? Here? This is rich. Kill them all. A Death Eater raised his wand at Harry and shouted, Avada Kedavra. But as the green light flew towards Harry, Artemis faster than the speed of light, Artemis caught the curse with her bare hand. The Death Eaters gasped in shock, staring at Artemis in disbelief. No one, magical or not, had ever been known to stop the killing curse, let alone catch it with their bare hand. Artemis's hand glowed a soft, silvery blue as the curse's energy pulsed around it. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the energy crashing back towards the Death Eater who had cast it. He was thrown back with immense force, his body crashing into a nearby tree. Who are you? Another Death Eater stammered, his voice quivering with fear. I am Artemis, she said, her voice echoing with authority and power. Goddess of the moon, the hunt, nature, childbirth, wildlife, the hunt, sudden death, animals, the forest, hills, vegetation, virginity, young women, and archery. I am the protector of children and maidens. In your ignorance and arrogance, you dared to threaten my child, Artemis continued, her eyes glowing even more intensely, a mix of anger and determination. You Death Eaters may have spread fear in the past, but you stand before an ancient force far greater than any dark magic you know. For threatening my child I will send you to Hades." The Death Eaters trembled, realizing they were facing an entity far beyond their comprehension. Their overconfidence had quickly turned to dread, and the knowledge of their impending doom gnawed at them. Artemis, in her divine glory, lifted her hand, summoning a bow made of pure moonlight. With her other hand, she drew forth an arrow that shimmered and pulsed with energy. Aiming, she let the arrow fly, striking one of the Death Eaters squarely in the chest. The impact radiated a blast of energy, and he was reduced to nothing but ashes. "Choose wisely," Artemis warned the remaining Death Eaters, her voice echoing throughout the forest. "Leave now, renounce the dark path you've chosen, or face the wrath of a goddess." One of the Death Eaters, his mask askew, fear evident in his eyes, dropped his wand and fell to his knees. "Please, forgive me," he pleaded, his voice shaking. Another, realizing resistance was futile, disapparated immediately. The third, however, in a final act of desperation, lunged at Harry. But before he could get anywhere near the child, Jophiel and Ariel, the two summoned angels, stepped forward. With a swift motion, the offender was flung away, landing with a thud several meters away, unconscious. Artemis lowered her bow, but her eyes remained watchful, her protective instincts for Harry never wavering. "Leave and never come back," she told the repentant Death Eater, her voice soft yet stern. "And remember the mercy shown to you today." The Death Eater nodded vigorously, scrambling to his feet, and disapparated without another word. Harry, having witnessed the awesome display of power, looked up at Artemis with a mix of awe and gratitude. "Thank you, Mama." Artemis bent down, cupping Harry's face gently. "Always remember, little moon," she whispered, "I will always be there to protect you." The angels, Jophiel and Ariel, their duty complete, gave a nod to Artemis and dematerialized, leaving behind a faint trail of light. "Now are you ready to pay your respects to your father before we go to the airport?" Harry nodded, taking a moment to regain his composure after the encounter. "Yes, Mama," he murmured, his voice still shaky from the adrenaline. The two of them, mother and son, walked back to James and Lily's grave, standing side by side in silent tribute. Harry gently placed a bouquet of lilies on the grave, a symbol of his mother's mortal form and the love she bore him in that life. Artemis kneeled beside Harry, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Your father was a brave man, Harry, and he loved you deeply. And so did Lily. Always remember that." "I will," Harry replied, gazing at the headstone. "I'll remember them always." After some moments of silent reflection, the two began making their way back to the van. The serene landscape of Godric Hollow, which had momentarily been disrupted by the confrontation with the Death Eaters, now seemed even more peaceful, bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. As they drove away, Harry looked back at the town and cemetery, a contemplative expression on his face. "Mama, why do bad people do bad things?" Artemis glanced at her son through the rear-view mirror, searching for the right words. "People are complex, little moon. Sometimes they are led astray by fear, hatred, or greed. But it's essential to remember that there's also a lot of good in the world. And it's up to us to nurture that good and stand against the darkness." The office was quiet. The fireplace made popping sounds as it sent sparks up the chimney, and then it bubbled a little. The brass statuette of a griffin on the mantel turned its head to watch the firelight dance over its claws. Albus Dumbledore sat in his armchair, looking at his hands. Amelia Bones entered his office. "Dumbledore, care to explain this?" sneered Amelia, slamming a copy of the Telegraph on the desk. Dumbledore picked up the copy of the newspaper and read the headlines. "Shocking child abuse case in Surrey, son of deceased Michigan 5 agents Lily Potter and James Potter brutally abused. 3 adults in custody, 1 adult still at large. Victim is a 5-year-old British and Greek dual citizen. MI5 Director General resigns. Petunia Dursley to be deported to Greece. Child Protective Services and Department of Child Welfare under scrutiny." "Where did you place my nephew, Harry Potter?" demanded Amelia. Albus looked up at Amelia, his usually twinkling blue eyes grave. The weight of the article and its implications seemed to bear down on him. "Amelia," he began in a measured tone. "When I placed young Harry with his aunt and uncle, it was under the belief that he would be safest there, protected by ancient family magics. I never imagined they would harm him." Amelia's face was set in an expression of cold fury. You should have not been within 500 meters of that boy. According to this newspaper, Lily and James had a restraining order on you. Amelia continued, her voice icy. Had you not disregarded the wishes of the deceased, he might not have ended up in such a situation. Dumbledore's gaze held firm, though regret was evident in his posture. I made a grave error in judgment, Amelia. I believed I was doing what was best for Harry, but I see now the cost of my mistake. Amelia took a deep breath, trying to control the anger and hurt that was bubbling up inside her. He is just a child, Dumbledore. My brother's child. How could you be so blinded by your notions of protection that you failed to see the danger right in front of you? You should have placed him with me now. There is no telling where the boy will be placed considering he has family in both Greece and America. Amelia paced the length of the room, her heels clicking against the stone floor. The silence of the room was only punctuated by the rhythmic crackling of the fireplace. Dumbledore lowered the newspaper and pinched the bridge of his nose, his weariness evident. I've devoted my life to the protection of the wizarding world, sometimes at great personal cost. My decisions, while not always perfect, have always been driven by the greater good. Amelia's voice trembled with emotion. Your greater good has led to a child being abused and traumatized. Harry should have been with family who truly cared for him. I thought his blood relatives would provide the most protection against the dark forces that would target him, Dumbledore defended, his voice soft yet filled with conviction. Blood protections have always been potent, and given the gravity of what Harry had survived as an infant, I believed it was his best chance. Amelia shook her head in disbelief. But to ignore a legal restraining order, to not even conduct a basic background check? You put your faith in blood relations, but blood isn't always thicker than water. You forgot Jocelyn Fairchild was Lily's twin sister. I am James Potter's older sister, and he has blood relations in Greece and America. Relatives who would have gladly taken him in, who would have provided him with love and safety. Dumbledore sighed deeply. You're right, Amelia. I allowed my understanding of ancient magics to cloud my judgment. It's a grave mistake I will have to live with. Amelia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I just want to know where he is now. But you, Dumbledore, will be lucky if you still have a job when I am finished with you. Be thankful. This has not been in the Daily Prophet, and you better hope he goes to Hogwarts in 6 years. You have been tight-lipped about everything. Now you're going to tell me everything, or I will be sending this newspaper to the Daily Prophet. The weight of Amelia's words seemed to press even more heavily on Dumbledore. The usually confident, assured headmaster looked older than his years, his shoulders sagging with the gravity of his choices. Amelia, he whispered, the name coming out as a plea. I understand your anger, your disappointment. If I could turn back time, I would. But I can't. What's done is done. And now, we must think of Harry. Amelia crossed her arms. Thinking of Harry should have been your first priority, Dumbledore, but go on. Dumbledore leaned forward. Firstly, regarding Harry's current location, he's been moved to a safe house. He's getting medical and psychological care. We're working closely with the Muggle authorities to ensure his safety and well-being. A flicker of relief passed through Amelia's eyes. And who is with him? A trusted member of the Order of the Phoenix is with him, keeping him safe. Rest assured, we. Amelia interrupted. You Albus Dumbledore are a liar. You have a warrant against you in the Muggle world for 1 and 2. The police are only letting family members see him or talk to him. So tell me the truth. Dumbledore met Amelia's intense gaze, a mixture of remorse and determination evident in his eyes. Amelia, I understand your mistrust, given the circumstances. But please know, I only want what's best for Harry. Amelia's stern gaze didn't waver. Then start by being truthful. Because I know for a fact Artemis Vesperia from Greece was given custody of him. And I know for a fact that you knew nothing about this until I showed you the newspaper. One more lie and I will send this newspaper to the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore sighed, the weight of his actions evident in the lines of his face. You're right. I was unaware of the details regarding Harry's current custody. I was trying to assure you of his safety when in truth, I had no confirmation of it myself. Amelia's face contorted with a mixture of anger and sadness. You see, Dumbledore, this is precisely the problem. You've been so wrapped up in your theories and your schemes that you've lost sight of the actual people involved. A little boy, my nephew, suffered because of your oversight. Dumbledore bowed his head, shame evident in his posture. I deeply regret my decisions. I honestly believed the blood wards would protect Harry. You placed blood wards around him. You know they drain the magic of the protectee and gives it to the caster. You don't care about my nephew, you want the boy weak so you can easily manipulate him. Amelia's voice rose, a mixture of fury and heartbreak, echoing in the silent room. Dumbledore's usually calm and poised demeanor seemed to falter, the weight of the truth crashing down upon him. I thought those wards would give him the best protection, Dumbledore stammered, clearly taken aback by Amelia's accusation. Protection? Or control? Amelia spat out, her eyes blazing. Were you hoping to mold him into your perfect weapon against the dark forces? A child who'd be indebted to you for saving him from the life you ironically placed him into? Dumbledore looked deeply pained. I never intended to control him. I wanted him safe. The wards were meant to shield him from the very enemy that took his parents. The wards were misguided, yes, but not for the reasons you think. Amelia took a step closer, her face inches away from Dumbledore's. Misguided? That's what you call it? My brother's son, the last of our family, could have been lost because of your misguided decisions. And now you want us to believe it was all for his benefit? You are the biggest liar, and now I know I need to pour verit down your throat until it pours out of your pores. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly at the mention of verit, the truth potion. The atmosphere in the room grew even more tense, the flames in the fireplace seeming to crackle more aggressively. Amelia, Dumbledore began, his voice strained, I understand your anger and your desire for answers. But forcing verit on me is not the solution. The truth potion is not always infallible, and one's perception of the truth might differ. Perception? Amelia shot back, her voice cold. A child was abused, Dumbledore. There's no perception there, only cold hard facts. Dumbledore nodded somberly, I agree, the facts are undeniable. I deeply regret my actions and will face the consequences of them. I just ask for a moment to explain my intentions. Amelia studied him, her eyes sharp. Fine, speak. Dumbledore took a deep breath, steadying himself. The ancient blood wards I placed around Harry were meant to be his strongest defense against Voldemort. The bond of blood, particularly in the old magic, is potent. The fact that Lily's sister was alive meant Harry had a connection to her, a connection that could be used to shield him. Amelia interrupted, you are either incompetent or a fool. Blood wards are the easiest wards to break. All that you need is blood from a relative. No, you were stealing his magic for your selfish gains. Dumbledore's face paled slightly at her words. I assure you, Amelia, I had no intention of draining Harry's magic. My focus has always been on protecting him and the wizarding world from the looming threat of Voldemort's return. I acknowledge that my actions were flawed, and the choices I made were not the best for Harry. But I did not, and would never, siphon magic from a child for personal gain. Amelia let out a bitter laugh. So you tell me the truth without you realizing it. You wanted a weapon. You know more than you let on. You knew you were siphoning magic from him. That is what you wanted. You wanted Harry to die so the Dark Lord who is confirmed dead will be weakened when he faces you. Amelia turned her heels and walked to the door. Be ready for tomorrow's Daily Prophet, she said as she walked out the door. The moment the door clicked shut behind Amelia, Dumbledore's office felt even more oppressive. The weight of Amelia's accusations and the undeniable truth in some of them bore down on him heavily. The room, once filled with warmth from the fireplace and the magical trinkets that adorned its shelves, now felt cold and barren. Dumbledore slowly rose from his seat and approached the fireplace. He stared into the flames, his reflection dancing amidst the crackling embers. The accusation of siphoning magic from Harry, a child, for his gains weighed heavily on him, even if it was not true. He had made mistakes, undeniable mistakes, but his intentions had always been for the greater good of the wizarding world. Still, good intentions do not always lead to good outcomes. Fawkes, his faithful phoenix, let out a soft trill from his perch, sensing Dumbledore's distress. The headmaster turned his gaze to the magnificent bird, its fiery red and gold feathers shimmering in the dim light. I have failed him, Fawkes, Dumbledore whispered, his voice laden with regret. Fawkes trilled again, a soft, melancholic tune, filling the room with an aura of sorrow and reflection. Dumbledore took a moment, his thoughts wandering to Harry, the young boy who had lost so much and now had been thrust into another tempest due to his decisions. Dumbledore knew that the upcoming days would be challenging. The Daily Prophet, with its sensationalist tendencies, would certainly create a storm around this revelation, and his position as headmaster would undoubtedly come under scrutiny. He also anticipated backlash from the wizarding community, many of whom held him in high regard. But amidst all this, Dumbledore's primary concern remained Harry. The boy needed stability, love, and a family. He had been denied all of this because of a choice Dumbledore had made, however well-intentioned. With a sigh, Dumbledore moved towards his desk and began penning a letter to the Order of the Phoenix, addressing the current situation and asking for their assistance in ensuring Harry's safety and well-being. Harry and Artemis walked onto the island of Delos. Artemis gripped his hand tightly, dragging her son along behind her. His legs were so spindly they could hardly carry him up the steep path. A scraggly olive tree towered over the archway, its gnarled roots looking like witch fingers reaching out for them as they passed under it into a forest of other olive trees that stood in rows. The sea air filled Artemis's nose with the scent of salt. She had forgotten how lovely the world beyond seemed compared to her damp cell, eternally dark and dank. Harry stumbled next to her but dropped his hand from hers. He ran ahead of her through the stony maze carved into the hillside. Harry, while mortals see this place as ruins, we see this place as it was in their full glory. Let me just remove the mist from your eyes, said Artemis. Okay, Mama, said the 5-year-old boy. We are going to be going to the main temple on the highest hill, said the goddess of the hunt. This is for the ritual, right, Mama? Asked Harry, with his big silver eyes. Yes, once the ritual is complete the other gods can know about you, said Artemis. Harry's heart raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension. His innocent eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in the wonder of this ancient place that he had only heard tales of. But the thought of the impending ritual made him cling closer to Artemis. Artemis, tall and regal with her auburn hair flowing in the wind, looked down at Harry. His silver eyes, so much like hers, were curious yet filled with trepidation. She bent down to meet his gaze. Do not fear, little one. The ritual is sacred. It will connect you to my domains so intimately that you will become an embodiment of my domains much like I am. You will be my heir to the domains of the moon, the hunt, nature, wildlife, the hunt, sudden death, animals, the forest, hills, vegetation, and archery, she whispered gently. Harry looked up, trying to understand the gravity of what his mother had just said. Will it hurt, Mama? His tiny voice quivered. Artemis stroked his cheek, her touch as gentle as a soft breeze. I am not going to lie to you, Harry. The ritual will be painful, because your body will be merging with my domains. The pain will only make you stronger, but you will need to focus on my connection to you. Okay, Mama, replied Harry. Artemis waved her hand and removed the mist from Harry's eyes so he could see the island in its full glory. The island of Delos transformed before Harry's very eyes. The ruined pillars mended and rose tall, the broken pathways became whole, and the crumbled altars became as they once were. The surroundings were vibrant, with flowers blooming and fountains gushing with crystal clear water. Birds sang from the trees and golden light bathed the place, making it look as though the gods themselves lived there. Wow, Harry breathed, his eyes wide in wonder. It's beautiful, Mama. Artemis smiled at his reaction. This is how it was, and how it remains in the eyes of the gods. Delos is sacred, and it's the perfect place for the ritual. They walked together, climbing up the main temple on the highest hill. It was a magnificent structure, with intricate carvings and columns that reached for the sky. At the top was an altar, surrounded by statues of various deities. In the center was a statue of Artemis herself, holding her bow and arrow. Artemis drew a circle in the center of the temple. She carefully placed an item that represented a physical manifestation of each of her domains that she was making Harry the heir to in the center. For the moon, she placed a moon rock. For the forest she placed an ancient oak leaf. For hills, she placed a small rock from a sacred mountain. For vegetation she placed a branch of an evergreen. For the wildlife she placed a feather of a hawk. For the hunt she placed an intricately carved arrowhead. For sudden death she placed a drop of ambrosia. For animals she put a tuft of fur from a lynx, and for archery, she laid down a beautifully crafted silver bowstring. Stand in the circle, Harry, Artemis instructed gently. I am going to cut your palms so you can bleed. This will be so the painful part of the ritual will be less painful. Your blood will have to merge with my ichor. Remember, when I start this ritual you must focus on my connection with you. Harry hesitated for a moment, staring at the circle and the items that lay inside it. He took a deep breath and stepped into the center. The cold breeze from the sea was replaced by an electric charge that tingled through his small frame. It felt like the very ground beneath him was alive with energy, humming and thrumming in anticipation. Artemis approached him, her silver knife in hand. The blade gleamed in the radiant light of the temple. Harry's small hands were shaking as he held them out, palms up. He took a deep breath, and with a swift motion, Artemis made a small incision on each of his palms. The sting was sharp, and a few drops of his crimson blood fell, mixing with the ground and the sacred items. Harry winced, but he held his ground, focusing on his mother's presence and their bond. Artemis then made an incision on her palm and she let her ichor fill the bowl she had prepared. Her ichor, the divine substance that flowed in the veins of gods, glowed with a golden luminescence. She brought the bowl close to Harry, letting a few drops mix with his blood on the ground, creating an intricate pattern around him. "Harry, I need you to remove your shirt," said Artemis, her voice still gentle yet filled with a firmness that conveyed the seriousness of the ritual. Harry's big silver eyes met his mother's gaze, sensing the importance of the next step. He hesitated for a moment, and then, with a nod, slowly took off his shirt, revealing his pale, thin chest. He was but a child, and the vulnerability in the act was palpable. She looked at his hands to make sure they were still bleeding and then she placed them inside the bowl of her ichor. "Harry, remember, try to ignore the pain and focus on me, okay?" "Yes, Mama." Artemis began chanting in an ancient tongue, her voice echoing throughout the temple. With every word she spoke, the air around them grew thicker, charged with divine energy. Harry's small body began to glow, a radiant silver that mirrored Artemis's aura. The pain intensified, making him feel like he was being torn apart and rebuilt from the inside. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, but he never took his eyes off his mother. Artemis continued chanting, her voice rising and falling, guiding the ritual with precision. The items in the circle began to levitate, each resonating with its specific energy. The moon rock pulsed with a cool glow, the oak leaf rustled as if moved by an unseen breeze. The hawk feathers seemed to flutter, and the silver bowstring vibrated, releasing a haunting melody. The energies from each item began to intertwine, converging towards Harry, weaving into his very essence. He felt the power of the moon, the wisdom of the oak, the agility of the hawk, and the precision of the arrow. The pain was overwhelming, but the connection with his mother was his anchor. The power of their bond helped him endure, giving him strength. When he thought he couldn't bear it any longer, Harry screamed in agony as each item moved towards him, and slowly began to merge with his essence. The moon rock melded with his heart, its cold luminescence radiating throughout his veins. The oak leaf embedded itself in his back, giving him a resilience and grounding he had never known. The hawk's feather fused with his spine, granting him the agility and keen sight of the majestic bird. The silver bowstring wrapped around his wrist, granting him an innate mastery of archery that was unparalleled. Every fiber of his being was alight with pain, but Harry held onto Artemis's connection, the beacon that kept him tethered to the world. The ground beneath him rumbled as the ritual reached its climax. The sky darkened, and a whirlwind of energy surrounded the temple. The statues of the deities seemed to come alive, their eyes glowing with divine light. Suddenly, the whirlwind dissipated, and all was calm. The dark clouds parted, revealing a brilliant moonlit sky. Harry lay in the center of the circle, his body covered in a fine sheen of sweat. The incisions on his palms were healed, and the items from the circle were gone, having become a part of him. Artemis knelt beside him, tears in her eyes. "Harry," she whispered, cradling his head in her lap. Harry's silver eyes fluttered open. He looked up at his mother, a sense of peace and strength radiating from him. "Mama," he whispered back, his voice weak but filled with wonder. "How you feel, my little moon?" asked Artemis. The 5-year-old took a moment to assess his body. The overwhelming pain he had felt during the ritual had subsided, replaced with a warmth and energy that coursed through his veins. He could feel the essence of each domain that had merged with him, a part of him now. Harry tried to sit up, and Artemis held him close. He felt different, stronger, and more connected to the world around him. The trees whispered secrets in his ears, the wind caressed his skin, and the moonlight felt like a comforting embrace. "I feel powerful," Harry whispered, his eyes shining with newfound clarity, "and connected. Like I can feel the pulse of nature and the moon." Artemis hugged him tightly, relief flooding her. The ritual was successful, Harry. You are now the heir to my domains. The bond you share with the domains will grow stronger as you age, and you will learn to harness these powers. The realms of the moon, the hunt, nature, wildlife, sudden death, animals, the forest, hills, vegetation, and archery are now entwined within you. You are my legacy. Harry snuggled closer, the enormity of what had transpired slowly sinking in. Does this mean I'm a god now, Mama? Artemis chuckled softly. Not a god, my dear. But certainly more than mortal. You are my chosen heir, something in between mortal and god. As you grow, your powers will mature, and with my guidance, you will master them. Well, if it isn't Artemis, what brings you to this island? I have not seen you since your punishment. And who is this? Said a feminine voice behind them. Lady Hestia, this is Harry James Potter, my son and now the heir to my domains. Artemis introduced with a protective arm around Harry, her voice laced with pride. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, family, and domestic life, approached them with a gentle smile. Her flame-red hair flowed down her back, and her eyes, as warm as a hearthfire, took in the young boy with a mix of curiosity and surprise. I had heard whispers amongst the gods about a child, but seeing him in person. He is your splitting image, Artemis, Hestia remarked, her gaze softening as she looked at Harry. Harry, still recovering from the ritual, looked up at Hestia with his large silver eyes, filled with wonder. Hello, he whispered, his voice timid. Hestia bent down to his level, her warm aura enveloping him. Hello, young one, I am Hestia, goddess of the hearth and family. It's a pleasure to meet the son of my dear niece. Harry's eyes widened in recognition. You're the one who keeps the home fires burning, right? Hestia chuckled softly. That I am. It seems you've been taught well. Artemis interjected. Lady Hestia, I have performed the ritual to make Harry the heir to my domains here on Delos. He now carries a part of me within him, a connection to my essence and my domains. Hestia's eyes deepened with understanding. A significant decision, Artemis. This young one now bears a great responsibility and will be the subject of much attention amongst the gods. Artemis nodded, her face serious. I am aware. But he is my son, and I will do everything in my power to protect and guide him. The time had come for the world to know of him. Hestia smiled kindly, reaching out to caress Harry's cheek. How do you have a child, Artemis? I thought you were holding true to your oath? It's a long story, Hestia, Artemis replied, her voice soft but firm. Remember, I did something that the Olympian Council disagreed with, and in turn, they punished me severely. I was turned into a mortal with no memories of my past as a goddess, and my powers were sealed. I eventually fell in love with James Potter, then had a child with him, Harry. Eventually my mortal shell and James was murdered, and in a rage, me and my angels searched for Harry. Hestia turned to Artemis, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. Artemis, she asked in an inquisitive tone. Why'd I sense angelic, mortal, and godly blood in him? Is he a Nephilim? Artemis nodded in agreement, wrapping an arm protectively around Harry. Yes, he is. I have him training every Saturday morning with Ariel, Ithariel, and Seraphel, and the child he has a soul bond with named Daphne Greengrass, a daughter of Demeter, and every Saturday afternoon with an angel I bound to him, Jophiel. Every Sunday I have him learning under my Lieutenant Zoe Nightshade. Hestia looked thoughtfully at the young boy, taking in the aura that surrounded him. The combination of angelic, mortal, and godly blood made Harry a unique being, and she could sense the immense potential that resided within him. This child is truly special, Artemis, Hestia murmured. The realms of heaven, earth, and Olympus converge within him. His destiny is intertwined with the very fabric of our world. The choices he makes, the paths he treads will have repercussions far beyond what we can foresee. Artemis tightened her grip on Harry, her eyes filled with determination, which is why I'll ensure he receives the best guidance and protection. Harry's journey will not be easy, but with the right mentorship, he will find his way. Artemis let out a deep sigh and extended her arm. With a wave of her hand, Harry instantly fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. She murmured words of an ancient prophecy under her breath. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Artemis paused, then began. Another part of the prophecy, the second prophecy is, a child born as the 7th month dies and a child born as the 6th month dies. They're two halves of one whole. One a son of the moon, the other a daughter of the harvest. Ancient enemies thought beaten shall be resurrected, together they shall succeed. But apart and the world shall be destroyed. As Harry is only 5 years old, I don't want him to know yet. Do you have any inkling what the prophecies are about? Asked Hestia. Artemis looked deep into Hestia's eyes, her gaze clouded with concern and a hint of foreboding. I have some idea, but not the entirety of it. The first prophecy is clear enough. It refers to Harry and his destiny tied to the Dark Lord, Voldemort. They are bound by fate, and one cannot survive while the other lives. But the second prophecy, it is more enigmatic. Hestia pursed her lips, contemplating the words. A daughter of the harvest. That would refer to a child of Demeter, no doubt. And the ancient enemies resurrected. Perhaps the Titans are another formidable foe we believed was long defeated? Artemis nodded slowly. Yes, and given Harry's soul bond with Daphne Greengrass, it's likely she is the other half referred to in the prophecy. They must stand together against these threats. The fact that both prophecies converge on Harry concerns me. It means that his path is fraught with peril, intertwined with the fates of many. Hestia sighed deeply. Prophecies have a way of being self-fulfilling. The mere knowledge of them can set events into motion. We must tread carefully. But rest assured, Artemis, I will do everything in my power to help and support Harry and guide him in these tumultuous times. Artemis gave a grateful nod. Thank you, Hestia. It eases my heart to know that I have allies in this. For now, I wish to keep Harry away from all of this until he's older and ready. There's much for him to learn, and I want to ensure he has a semblance of a normal childhood, as much as his destiny allows. Hestia reached out, placing a comforting hand on Artemis's arm. We will stand by you and Harry. The journey ahead is uncertain, but together we will face whatever challenges lie ahead. And now you get the entire reason why this FIC is called Heir to the Moon. Please read and review. FFN Reviews. DJ Scales Chapter 6. December 11th. Nice job so far with this chapter. I'm impressed and the route you're taking with the training is interesting, but what do you plan to do about Marge Dursley? The worst of the Dursleys and of Dudley? Either way, I like the storyline so far, but here's a thought: is Harry gonna run into Clarice or Selena? First, thank you. I was concerned about the training scene. Now Marge Dursley. Last chapter was the last time the Dursleys would appear. Magus 0096 Chapter 6. December 11th. Please keep Harry away from the weasels, overbearing and condescending. The beaver Hermione Noet extraordinaire herself needs to be taken down a few pegs. You will see. N7SPECTRE99 Chapter 6. December 11th. First great story. With a good premise. I hope you don't involve much of the Weasleys or Hermione, but at least don't bash too much. Dumbledore, that's different. Sure, he left Harry with Dursley, but everyone makes mistakes, but sometimes Dumbledore acts like a god with that greater good philosophy. I don't like very much, but he's a man. So, I am undecided on him as a character. Anyway, good story updates soon. I have been alluding to it, but Harry will not attend Hogwarts. He has no reason to, in my opinion. Dumbledore is a good person who means well, but he is also a person who is overburdened by work, and a manipulator who means well. Andrew Lee Houghton Chapter 6. December 12th. 3 questions. First, is Petunia's angel parent, mum or dad, going to appear both with Harry and to punish her? Second, are the gods themselves going to punish the Dursleys? Third is, what are magic users connected to? Are they legacy of Hector or other? No, and no infinite shadow. 3 Chapter 6. December 13th. You know I do want Hera to be kinda like a grandma to Harry. With Hades and Poseidon being fun uncles if possible. And of course Zeus, the strict and demanding grandfather who does care but needs to act a certain way due to being God King. However, I am curious why Artemis calls Leto instead of mother, and shouldn't she be close to Apollo anyway since they're twins? Will he be stronger or equal to Percy in terms of power and skill? Cause from the books. It seems Percy is the most powerful and skilled demigod ever. I mean, he fought Ares at 12 and won, and he made Mount St. Helens explode and caused Typhon's chains to weaken, which should only be possible with some serious firepower. Hera at first will not like Harry, but she will warm up to him. You will see her opinion of Harry next chapter, as Harry is going to Olympus next chapter. In my fic, Artemis calls Leto both, and yes, she is very close to Apollo. Harry will at times be more powerful than Harry, and at times Percy will be more powerful than Harry. It will all depend on the situation. When Percy fought Ares at 12, Ares was not himself and was being controlled by Kronos. The book heavily implies this. When Percy made Mount St. Helens erupt, the scythe of Kronos exploded with the mountain. I am not discrediting Percy, but those two things happened because of extenuating circumstances. For readers of Potter Twins and the Force, I am going to be giving that fic a rewrite similar to what I did to this fic. The reason is that fic, especially at the beginning, is very inconsistent, and the entire first part felt rushed, and I did a very poor job at merging both universes together. Olympus. It was a beautiful June 17th morning in 1987, and the sun shone brightly over the hunters of Artemis camp. Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass had grown considerably since their 5-year-old selves were rescued from the Dursleys 2 years ago. Harry was now muscular and taller than most 6-year-olds, while Daphne had been taken to Camp Half-Blood. Harry has yet to go. Harry turned to his friend and looked up at her with his shining silver eyes. "Mama, why can't I stay with you?" he asked plaintively. Artemis kneeled so she could look directly into his face. "Because you need to talk with other children of your age," she explained softly. Harry sighed reluctantly, understanding that Artemis was right. He knew that if he wanted to live up to his full potential, he had to learn how to use his powers and abilities with the other demigods. But he pouted all the same. "But I have Daphne. That is all I need," he replied stoically. Artemis placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and smiled warmly. "I know you feel that way now, but trust me when I say there are many more children of gods here who your friends could be and help you learn how to use your gifts." Harry thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. He knew she was right. And he was eager to meet these new people. "Okay, Mama," he said softly before standing up and hugging her goodbye. "Now go to your tent and pack a few things you will need for camp," said Artemis, as Harry ran inside his tent. "You know, Artemis, for a mother who swore not to have kids then had one anyways, you sure are a great mother," Leto said with a gentle smile across her face. "Hello, Mother," Artemis said softly with a hint of surprise in her voice, having not realized her mother was standing nearby. "Thank you for your kind words." Leto stepped forward, her delicate hands resting on Artemis's shoulders. Being a mother is not always about giving birth. It's about love, sacrifice, and teaching the young ones to grow. I am proud to see you embrace this role with Harry. Artemis looked at Leto, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "He's special, Mother. I may have had him as a result of being turned mortal and my memory wiped, but I will not trade him for anything. What I want to know is why the secrecy. I had to learn about your heir from Apollo, and why did you make him your heir?" asked Leto with genuine curiosity. Artemis hesitated for a moment, collecting her thoughts. "It's complicated. You know how my followers and I have always vowed to remain virgins. When Harry came into my life, it wasn't a matter of choice. I was made mortal, my memories wiped clean, and during that time, things happened that led to his birth. I discovered him during my return to godhood." She sighed deeply. "I decided to keep him a secret because of the possible backlash from the other gods and to protect him. As for making him my heir, Harry possesses powers and abilities that are unique, even for a demigod. His connection to our world, the wizarding world, and the Shadowhunters is something that hasn't been seen before. He's not just my heir, Mother. He's destined for great things." Leto looked deep into her daughter's eyes, seeing the fierce love and determination that lay within. "Every child is a gift, even those that come into our lives unexpectedly. Harry has been given to you for a reason, and I trust in your judgment." Artemis smiled gratefully, feeling the weight of her mother's trust. "Thank you. It hasn't been easy, but with Harry, everything seems worth it." Leto nodded. "I've seen the bond between you two. It's unique and powerful. I believe Harry will achieve incredible things, especially with you guiding him." A mischievous glint appeared in Artemis's eyes. "Well, with me, my angels, and all the hunters teaching him, he's bound to become a formidable force." Leto chuckled. "I pity any god or creature that dares to cross him in the future." A few moments later, Harry emerged from the tent, his backpack securely fastened to his back. He looked up at the unfamiliar woman standing before him, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "I'm ready, Mama," Harry declared, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "Who is that woman?" Artemis smiled warmly at Harry, her heart swelling with love for him. She turned to introducing him to Leto, bridging the gap between generations. "Harry, this is Leto, the titaness of motherhood, demureness and protector of the young. She's my mother, your grandmother." Harry blinked in surprise. "Grandmother?" His voice was filled with awe as he stared at the ethereal being before him. There was a sense of timeless grace about Leto, and her gentle eyes held wisdom that spanned eons. Leto bent down slightly, her warm gaze locked onto Harry's. "Hello, Harry," she said with a kind smile, extending her hand to him. "It's a pleasure to meet you finally." Harry, slightly hesitant, placed his small hand in Leto's larger one. "Hi," he replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Leto chuckled softly, sensing his uncertainty. "There's no need to be nervous, little one. I've been eager to meet the young man who has captured my daughter's heart." Harry looked up at Artemis, then back at Leto. "So you're really Mama's Mama?" Leto nodded. "Yes, I am. And that makes me your grandmother." Harry thought for a moment, then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. "What was Mama like when she was my age?" Leto laughed softly, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Oh, she was quite the spirited young goddess, always running around, exploring, and getting into mischief with her twin brother, Apollo. There was this one time when they—" "Mother," Artemis interrupted, her cheeks slightly flushed in embarrassment. "Perhaps we could save the stories for another time?" Leto smirked playfully and continued. "Thought they could outsmart a certain monster in the woods. They tried to lure it into a trap using honey and berries but ended up getting stuck in their trap instead. Apollo was covered in honey and berries, and Artemis, well, let's just say she wasn't very happy about her new, berry-stained, attire." Harry laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the camp. "I'd love to see that," he said with a grin. Artemis shot her mother a mock glare. "That was one time, and we were very young." Leto winked at Harry. "See, every god and goddess has their moments of mischief, even your mama." Harry's smile grew wider, enjoying this rare glimpse into his mother's past. "I guess it's in our blood then," he said cheekily. Artemis chuckled. "Indeed it is. But for now, young man, you have a camp to attend to, and before I flash you over there, I don't want to hear about any misbehavior, understood?" Harry nodded, trying to put on a serious face, but his twinkling eyes betrayed him. "Understood, Mama." "Before you go," Leto approached Harry, her movements graceful and motherly. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a bag filled with golden drachmae, the ancient currency of the gods. "These are drachmae," Leto explained, her voice gentle yet authoritative. "Use them to send an iris message if you need anything from me." Harry's eyes sparkled with wonder as he held the bag in his small hands, realizing the significance of this gift. He nodded, a sense of gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Grandmama Leto," he whispered, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Before departing, Leto leaned down and pressed a tender kiss on Harry's forehead, a grandmotherly gesture filled with love. "Take care, little one," she said, her voice carrying a soft, melodious tone. "Artemis will guide you, and I'll be watching over you." Harry nodded, his eyes wet with emotion. "I will," he whispered, clutching the bag of drachmae tightly. Artemis, sensing the moment was right, grabbed Harry's shoulder, and with a flash of light, they were suddenly standing on a hilltop with a tall, majestic pine tree rising ahead. Artemis pointed toward the hill. "Cross that border and you'll be at camp. Once inside I will return to my hunters, and remember, don't tell anyone I am your mother until I claim you. I need to smooth things over with the other gods. Remember what we talked about all week." "Okay, Mama," said Harry. Harry nervously stepped forward, feeling the strange sensation of an invisible force as he crossed the magical threshold. On the other side stood a young girl about 5 years older than Harry, with golden brown hair pulled back in a ponytail and icy blue eyes framed by high cheekbones. She wore a black knee-length skirt and a crisp white shirt. "Who are you and how did you get here?" the woman asked, her gaze scrutinizing Harry's face intently. Harry shifted his weight from foot to foot, avoiding her gaze nervously. "I was led here by someone claiming to be my mama," he finally said, And she brought me here." The woman's face softened at this answer, though her narrowed eyes still seemed to search for something beneath the surface. "Do you know her name? And where are you?" Harry nodded slowly. "I do know her name, but I've been instructed not to tell anyone until she officially claims me," he said, frustration evident in his voice. "Something about smoothing things over with the other gods." His expression turned hopeful as he continued, "As for your second question, I'm pretty sure I'm at Camp Half-Blood. Am I right?" "You are," the woman replied. "My name is Victoria. How old are you? And what is your name?" "My name is Harry James Potter. I'll be 7 years old on July 31st, Harry answered softly. Victoria smiled and motioned for him to follow her. "Well then, let me get you to Chiron." Harry followed her obediently, relief washing over him. Victoria led the young boy down the hill, each step revealing more of Camp Half-Blood. They passed a large, deep blue lake with shimmering reflections and kids training in its perimeter. To the right, a group of campers was practicing archery, and to the left, a group was riding winged horses. There were cabins arranged in a half-moon shape, each unique in its design and decoration. They finally reached a large house that looked older than the rest, with white pillars and a grand staircase leading up to the entrance. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted out of the door, making Harry's stomach rumble in response. Almost there, Victoria whispered to him with a wink. As they entered, they were met by a centaur with a wise look on his face and kind eyes that crinkled when he smiled. "Ah, Victoria," he greeted. "And who is this young one?" "Harry Potter," she introduced. "He's new. He was led here by his godly parent. He was told not to tell anyone who his godly parent is until he is officially claimed." "Have a seat, young one. I am going to go get Mr. D and we can begin the process," Chiron said, nodding at a nearby couch. Harry hesitated for a moment, looking at Victoria for reassurance. She gave him a comforting nod, and he took a deep breath before sitting down, trying to look brave. A few minutes later, a man with curly hair, wearing a Hawaiian shirt and holding a can of Diet Coke entered the room. He looked at Harry with a mix of curiosity and indifference. "Who's the new brat?" he asked, taking a sip from his can. "This is Harry Potter," Chiron answered. "He's yet to be claimed." Mr. D, or Dionysus as he was known among the gods, raised an eyebrow. "Potter, you say? Interesting. We haven't had a Potter here before." Harry looked up, meeting Mr. D's gaze. "My mama led me here," he said, repeating what he had told Victoria. "Victoria, can you get a bed at cabin 11 ready? We need to get young Harry registered and familiar with the rules," said Chiron. "Of course," replied Victoria as she left. Harry took a moment of silence to examine the room. It was grand, with walls lined with portraits of various heroes and scenes of battles long past. There was an old, majestic-looking fireplace to his left, with the fire crackling, giving warmth to the entire room. The room itself seemed like a blend of old and new. While the architecture suggested an ancient building, there were modern conveniences littered around. Dionysus sighed. "All right, kid, until you're claimed, you'll be in cabin 11. That's Hermes' cabin. It's where we put all the unclaimed or those whose godly parents don't have their cabins." He took another sip from his can. "Do us all a favor and get claimed quickly, will you? I don't want any more headaches." Chiron chuckled. "Patience, Mr. D. Every camper has their time." Turning to Harry, he said, "Now, Harry, you'll be given some basic training, learn about the camp's rules, and attend different activities. And soon, your godly parent will claim you. Any question?" Harry thought for a moment. "What are the rules?" Chiron smiled, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. "The rules are in place to keep all campers safe and maintain harmony within the camp," he began. "Here are the main ones. No weapons outside of training areas. We want to ensure everyone is safe. Therefore, only use your weapons during training sessions or when given explicit permission by a counselor or a member of the camp's staff. No leaving camp without permission. The world outside can be dangerous for demigods. If you need to leave for a quest or another reason, you must have approval. No harming fellow campers. While friendly sparring is encouraged during training, intentional harm to others will not be tolerated. Respect each other. Attend all assigned activities and lessons. This will help you learn and grow as a demigod. Respect the boundaries. There are places within the camp that are off limits for a reason. For instance, the forest can be dangerous if entered without a guide or permission. Curfew is strictly enforced. Lights out at 10 p.m. Everyone needs to get a good night's sleep. No use of godly powers for personal gain or mischief. Use your abilities responsibly and wisely. All disputes among campers should be reported to your cabin counselor or me. We're here to help mediate and ensure everyone feels heard and safe. Respect nature and the nymphs and satyrs of the camp. They're as much a part of this camp as you are. Remember, these rules are here for a reason. It's crucial for everyone's safety and well-being. Any other questions? Harry pondered the rules for a moment, trying to commit them to memory. He then hesitantly asked, "What happens if someone breaks a rule?" Chiron's expression grew serious. Consequences depend on the severity of the infraction. Minor infractions might result in extra chores, being barred from certain activities, or an official reprimand. Severe violations could lead to expulsion from camp or more severe punishments depending on the situation. We strive for understanding and learning, but safety and respect are paramount. Mr. D snorted, and sometimes I just turn the offender into a dolphin or a pine tree for a while, just to teach them a lesson. Harry gulped but nodded, making a mental note never to get on Mr. D's bad side. Changing the topic, Chiron asked, "Do you have any skills or experiences you'd like to share? Any training in magic or combat?" Harry hesitated. "Well, since I was 5, I have been training with my divine parent on how to use my abilities. I am also a very good archer. I can change my appearance at will, but I didn't get that from my divine parent but a magical ability. Also I know who my godly parent is, she just doesn't want to claim me until she smooths things over with the other gods." Chiron and Mr. D exchanged glances, both intrigued by the revelations. Chiron leaned forward, his centaur body shifting slightly. "You've trained with your divine parent since the age of 5? That's highly unusual. Most demigods don't receive direct training from their godly parents, especially not at such a young age." Dionysus, seeming more interested than he'd like to admit, said, "And you can change your appearance? That's a rare gift, even among demigods. Do you know its origin?" "According to Erica, I am a metamorphagus," replied Harry. Chiron raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. The ability to change appearance is quite rare among demigods and usually isn't inherent but granted as a gift or a boon. The fact that you're saying it's a magical ability separate from your godly lineage is unique. And being trained by your divine parent from such a young age? Most intriguing. Mr. D seemed mildly more interested now as well. "Well, aren't you a special case? A little godling mystery. How delightful," he remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ignoring Dionysus, Chiron leaned forward. "Harry, while we respect the wishes of your divine parent, it's crucial for your safety and for the camp that we know more about you. Keeping secrets in a place like this can be dangerous." Harry bit his lip, considering. He then murmured, "If I tell you, it has to remain between us." She said the others might not understand, at least not yet. The centaur nodded gravely. "You have my word." Harry took a deep breath. "My mother is Artemis, goddess of nature, vegetation, childbirth, wildlife, the hunt, sudden death, animals, virginity, young women, forests and hills, the moon, and archery." She also said, "I am not a demigod, and I am not a god either, I am something in between." Chiron's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, he looked at Harry as if seeing him in an entirely new light. "Artemis? But she's taken a vow of eternal maidenhood. She's never been known to have any offspring." Dionysus, meanwhile, looked less surprised than Chiron but equally intrigued. "Ah, the ever-chaste huntress. Well, that certainly explains your archery skills and your close connection to nature. But what do you mean, not a demigod and not a god?" Harry hesitated, searching for the right words. "According to Mama, I'm not like other children of gods. I am part god, part Nephilim. I am her heir, and she brought me here so I can stay here while she smooths things over with the other gods. She expects I will be called to Olympus when she claims me," he explained. Chiron looked deep in thought, stroking his beard. Nephilim are ancient beings, mentioned in a few texts, believed to be the offspring of angels and humans. For Artemis, a virgin goddess, to have a child that is part Nephilim. It's unheard of. Dionysus snorted. "The gods do have a penchant for drama, don't they? But it does explain the unique abilities and the direct training." Chiron nodded in agreement. "It's a significant revelation. Artemis has always been one of the staunchest in maintaining her vows. Her having a child, especially one of such a unique heritage, will certainly create ripples among the gods. It also makes sense why she'd want to keep you hidden until she can manage the situation. Harry frowned. She did say it was getting too difficult to keep my existence hidden in her camp, so she wants to smooth things over. Then she will claim me publicly, and from there she would expect me to be summoned to Olympus. Up till now only Apollo, Demeter, Hestia, and Leto knew about my existence, and Hades and Persephone, due to an incident that required their attention. Dionysus raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. An incident involving the underworld. That's certainly curious. Harry swallowed hard, looking down. In 1981, 6 years ago, a man tried to kill me. Instead he died and placed a piece of his soul inside of me. Mama needed them to pull it out. Chiron and Dionysus exchanged worried glances. The implications of what Harry just revealed were enormous and potentially catastrophic. Chiron finally spoke. A fragment of another's soul inside you? That is dark, forbidden magic. Even among the gods, such a thing is looked down upon. It's one of the reasons why necromancy and soul magic are banned in most divine circles. Dionysus took a long sip of his Diet Coke, his gaze fixed on Harry. So, some idiot tried to off you, ended up gifting you a piece of his soul instead, and then your mother had to get the underworld involved to remove it? Quite the eventful life you've had in your short years. Tell me, do you know why this man wanted you dead? Harry nodded slowly. Before I was born there were 2 prophecies issued, one issued by a seer in the magical world, the other issued in the days of Mycenaean Greece by the oracle. The first one went like this. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. While the other went a child born as the 7th month dies and a child born as the 6th month dies. They're 2 halves of one whole. One a son of the moon, the other a daughter of the harvest. Ancient enemies thought beaten shall be resurrected. Together they shall succeed. But apart and the world shall be destroyed. Chiron's eyes widened, recognizing the gravity of the prophecies. Those are weighty prophecies. The Ancient One has been lost to history, only spoken of in whispers. But if they align as such, then your birth and your fate hold significant importance, not just in the magical world, but among the gods as well. Dionysus frowned. These prophecies intertwine your fate with another. Do you know who this other child is? Harry hesitated for a moment. Yes, her name is Daphne Greengrass. She is a daughter of Demeter and part god, part Nephilim like me, and we share a soul bond. Dionysus raised an eyebrow, his aloof demeanor momentarily faltering. A soul bond? That's ancient magic, and very rare. Chiron looked concerned. Such bonds are said to be forged when 2 souls share a destiny so intertwined that they become linked on a spiritual level. It creates a connection that's stronger than any other bond, but it also has its risks. Harry looked down, fiddling with the hem of his shirt. We can feel each other's emotions, communicate without words, and share our magic with each other. Mama says that the bond can't be broken, not even by death. Dionysus snorted. Sounds more like a curse than a gift. But, given the prophecies, I suppose it makes sense. The fates have a twisted sense of humor. Just then Hermes flew in. Dionysus, you are needed in Olympus. And bring the boy with you. Chiron's eyes widened in alarm. Now, what could be so urgent? Hermes shrugged, a playful smirk on his face. Seems like the big reveal is happening sooner than expected. I'm just the messenger. Dionysus grumbled, setting down his Diet Coke. Of course, when it rains, it pours. Very well, Hermes. Let's not keep them waiting. Hermes turned his attention to Harry, looking him up and down. You ready, kid? Harry gulped, looking to Chiron for reassurance. The wise centaur nodded gently. Remember, Harry, you have been trained for this moment. Stay calm, speak the truth, and trust in those who care about you. Harry nodded, taking a deep breath. I'm ready. Dionysus stood up, gesturing for Harry to follow. Come along, Mr. Potter. Let's see what the Olympians have in store for us today. Hermes and Dionysus grabbed Harry, circled their arms around him like a circus act, and then flashed over to Olympus. They arrived at the entrance to Mount Olympus. The marble pillars stood tall and grand, glistening under the heavenly light. The gods and goddesses, in all their divine glory, were seated around in a circle, discussing in hushed tones. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Zeus, the king of the gods, looked down from his throne. "Ah, Dionysus, and you've brought the boy. Good." Hera, seated beside him, eyed Harry with malice. "So, this is the abomination of Artemis we've heard whispers about." Harry took a deep breath, standing tall despite the nerves threatening to overwhelm him. "Yes, ma'am. My name is Harry James Potter. I am 6, almost 7. "Artemis, you have kept him hidden for too long," said Apollo, looking directly at Harry's silver eyes. "You made him your heir, did you not?" "Yes, I completed the ritual when he was 5 in Delos. That was when Hestia found out about his existence. It was the only way to circumvent the ancient laws and allow me to raise him away from his previous situation," replied Artemis. Apollo leaned back in his chair, observing the young boy. "A bold move, even for you, sister. Bypassing the ancient laws, raising a child of such unique heritage, it's no wonder there's a stir among the gods." Artemis met her brother's gaze evenly. It was necessary. His safety was at stake, and I wouldn't risk him in that previous living situation. Zeus cleared his throat, drawing attention back to him. "Enough of these pleasantries. Let's get to the matter at hand. We've gathered to discuss the boy and the implications of his existence. Then see if he lives or dies," Artemis explained. Artemis cleared her throat and continued. "First, you must all remember when I broke several ancient laws, and in turn, you all punished me severely. I was turned into a mortal with no memories of my past as a goddess and my powers sealed. I eventually fell in love with James Potter and had a child with him, Harry. Eventually, my mortal shell and James were murdered. In a rage, me and my angels searched for Harry. This happened when he was 15 months old." Artemis paused to wipe tears from her as she recalled how she found him. "We found him when he was 5 years old. He was being treated worse than most slaves in history and was severely malnourished, with about 60% of his body covered in scars. I used the mist to punish those mortals responsible for his suffering and healed him to full health in the process. During this time, we discovered a soul shard in the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. I had to get Hades and Persephone to remove it. Hades later told me it was a fragment with 7 parts, including his wraith, which would enable him to cheat death." Artemis took a shaky breath, continuing her narrative. "After healing him and removing the soul shard, I decided to make Harry my heir, ensuring his protection and giving him the best chance at a safe life. I performed the ritual on Delos, transforming him into something between a god and a demigod, intertwining his fate with ours. Keep in mind this child would not exist if you all didn't turn me mortal and erased my memories. You made this abomination your heir," spat Hera, her voice dripping with venom. "You have sullied the name of the Olympians by tethering us to a mortal born. So, you would have a child be treated worse than a beast, all because he does not fit into your narrow view of what is acceptable. Oh, I forgot who I am talking to, the same person who threw her son off a mountain," retorted Artemis. Hermes leaned forward, his usual carefree expression replaced by a stern look. "We're here to discuss the matter at hand, not to bicker amongst ourselves. The child, though not entirely one of us, has a unique place in our realm." Athena, the goddess of wisdom, studied Harry intently. "We must remember that this boy is also a product of our actions. We should judge him based on his own merits and not just his origins. I am also going to remind you the boy is protected by prophecy," said Apollo, "and there is a legal precedent to what Artemis did, Heracles and Zeus." He added with a pointed look at Zeus, where the king of the gods made his demigod son a god, elevating him to the status of the Olympians. Artemis did the same thing, whereas Zeus made Heracles his heir, and thus he became a god when the immortalization process was over. Artemis made my nephew her heir. Zeus frowned, clearly irritated by the reminder. "That was a different time, Apollo. Circumstances were not the same." Ares, the god of war, scoffed. "Of course, they weren't. Back then, you were the one breaking the rules, not Artemis." Athena sat back on her throne. "Enough. Apollo does have a point. As her heir, she could raise Harry personally, and not force him to camp half-blood. He may be part Nephilim part god, but we all know if the heir ritual was done, he would be immortal 20 years after it was completed. Apollo, would you kindly tell us the wording of the prophecy? Apollo cleared his throat and began, his voice echoing throughout the hall, capturing the attention of all present. A child born as the 7th month dies, and a child born as the 6th month dies. They're two halves of one whole. One a son of the moon, the other a daughter of the harvest. Ancient enemies thought beaten shall be resurrected. Together they shall succeed. But apart and the world shall be destroyed. That prophecy was issued by the oracle in the days of Mycenaean Greece. A hush settled over the gathering of gods and goddesses. The weight of Apollo's words hung heavily in the room, a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation. Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home, was the first to break the silence. This prophecy speaks of two children. Who is the other? Apollo. Apollo glanced over to Demeter, who seemed lost in thought. The child born as the 6th month dies, a daughter of the harvest. I believe this refers to a child of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Demeter nodded slowly. Yes, it refers to my daughter Daphne Greengrass. Like Harry is part god part Nephilim, and has been raised and trained alongside Harry in the camp of the Hunters of Artemis. The room was filled with a mix of shock, contemplation, and irritation. Several deities exchanged wary glances, realizing the potential repercussions and implications of these intertwined destinies. Poseidon, Lord of the Seas, leaned forward with a thoughtful look. So, we're dealing with two children, both with unique heritage and destinies, intertwined by prophecy. That's a rare occurrence, even by our standards. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, tilted her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of mischief. A soul bond and a prophecy linking them. The very essence of romance and tragedy. Fascinating. Artemis shot her a pointed look, clearly not appreciating the comment. This isn't a game or one of your romances, Aphrodite. Their lives are at stake. Aphrodite waved a dismissive hand. I know. But the potential for an epic love story is there. Even you can't deny that. Hermes chuckled softly. I think the more pressing matter is what we're going to do with them. A prophecy of this magnitude, especially one from ancient times, is bound to have far-reaching consequences. Dionysus took a sip from his Diet Coke. Sounds like a lot of work. Not particularly interesting, but I suppose we can't ignore it. Athena's gaze returned to Harry. Regardless of our personal feelings, these children are bound by fate to a destiny of monumental proportions. We should support them, guide them, instead of bickering amongst ourselves. Zeus, always keen on maintaining order and his rule, let out a deep sigh. Before we decide anything, what does the lines ancient enemies thought beaten shall be resurrected? Together they shall succeed. But apart and the world shall be destroyed. Mean? Apollo furrowed his brow in thought. Interpreting prophecies can be tricky, but considering their age and the context, it might mean that foes from our ancient past, possibly titans or primordial entities, could be awakening or returning. Their resurgence might be tied to these children, directly or indirectly. Artemis added, the prophecy seems to emphasize the importance of unity between Harry and Daphne. They must face this threat together, or the consequences could be catastrophic. Their bond, whether born of destiny or forged by their shared experiences, will be crucial. It's why Demeter and I have been keeping them at my hunter's camp instead of Camp Half-Blood. Athena nodded in agreement, her analytical mind already piecing together potential scenarios. This isn't just a matter of two demigods fulfilling a prophecy. Their unique lineage, being part god and part Nephilim, gives them capabilities that might be pivotal in the upcoming confrontation. Hera huffed, it's all well and good to discuss the potential threats, but let's not forget the matter at hand. We are here to decide on the boy's fate. Fine. To satisfy Hera, Athena asked the boy question to see if he is a good heir to Artemis, and if he understands his role in the prophecy, thundered Zeus. Athena shifted her attention to Harry, her eyes filled with genuine curiosity and kindness. Harry James Potter, you have found yourself at the heart of a celestial debate. Your existence and the circumstances surrounding it are indeed unique. But what I wish to discern is the nature of your heart and mind. Answer me honestly. Harry gulped but nodded, drawing from the strength that Chiron had mentioned earlier. Yes, Lady Athena. Do you understand the weight of the prophecy that binds you and the implications of being both a god and a Nephilim? Harry paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. I think I understand as much as a child of my age can. I know that Daphne and I are linked by destiny and that together we have to face threats from the past. And I'm aware that being both God and Nephilim means I have responsibilities and abilities that others might not. Athena's lips quirked into a small smile. That's a mature response. Now, tell me, Harry, if given the choice, would you choose the life of a mortal or the eternal existence of a god? Harry's silver eyes glistened with uncertainty. It's hard to choose. I've never truly lived a normal life, even before knowing about my divine heritage. But if I had to choose, I'd wish for a life where I could make a difference, protect the ones I care about, and perhaps find happiness. Whether that's as a mortal or a god, I can't say. Athena nodded. And finally, how do you feel about your unique lineage? Do you see it as a gift or a curse? Harry took a deep breath. Both, I suppose. It's a gift because it gives me the power and potential to do great things. But it's also a curse because it sets me apart, makes me a target, and brings expectations. All I truly want is to find my place in this world, or any world, and to stand by those who stand by me. Has Artemis trained you in your role as her heir? And what do you understand it entails? Asked Athena. Harry hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Yes, Lady Artemis has been training me. She's taught me about our history, the values she upholds, and the expectations that come with being her heir. Being her heir means I'm to safeguard the natural world, protect the innocent, and uphold the honor and traditions of the hunters. I'm also to assist and stand in her stead when she cannot be present. It's a role of responsibility, and while I'm still learning, I am committed to doing my best to fulfill it. Athena seemed satisfied with his answers. Very well, Harry. You've spoken with honesty and maturity beyond your years. Now it is for us, the Olympians, to discuss and decide your fate. Zeus, after hearing Athena's questions and Harry's answers, reclined on his throne and exchanged glances with Hera. The tension in the hall was palpable. Each deity had their opinions and reservations, but none could deny the sincerity and potential in Harry's words. Hestia, always a voice of reason, was the first to speak. This child has a heart of gold and possesses the wisdom many mortals lack. Our decisions should be based on his character and potential, not merely his lineage. Hermes nodded. He's earnest. I can see why Artemis chose him as her heir. There's a spark in him, one that could ignite greatness. Poseidon grunted in agreement. He has the soul of a warrior and the heart of a protector. I see no reason to doubt his worthiness. Aphrodite, always one for dramatics, sighed dreamily. Such passion, such potential for love and heartbreak. The boy is interesting. Dionysus, swirling his Diet Coke, commented, he's got spunk. Doesn't seem the type to back down. I'll give him that. Athena leaned forward, her gray eyes piercing. It's evident that this boy has much to offer. We should guide him, prepare him for the trials ahead, rather than shun him for circumstances beyond his control. Hera's gaze was calculating, and while her initial animosity towards Harry was apparent, even she seemed to be reevaluating her stance. He's different, and while I might not agree with all of Artemis's choices, the boy could be an asset. Ares, the god of war, scrutinized Harry with a warrior's eye. The kid has potential. He could be a force to reckon with if trained properly. Apollo placed a hand on Artemis's shoulder, offering his silent support to his twin. The prophecy is clear. These children are our best hope against the coming darkness. We must stand united and support them. Artemis, with tears of gratitude in her eyes, whispered, "Thank you, brother." Zeus, after allowing all to voice their opinions, finally spoke, his voice echoing powerfully. "The council has spoken. Harry James Potter, you shall be recognized as the heir of Artemis, with all the rights and responsibilities that come with it. We shall provide you with our guidance and protection, and in return, you will fulfill your destiny and uphold the honor of the Olympians." Harry, overwhelmed, knelt. "Thank you, Lord Zeus, and all of you. I promise to do my best and make you all proud." Zeus nodded, sealing the decision with finality. "So it is decreed." "Still he should have gone directly to Camp Half-Blood when he arrived in your care," sneered Hera looking at Harry. Besides, what was so dangerous about his previous living situation? Artemis's eyes flashed with barely contained fury. "You dare to question the danger he faced? You, who sit on your throne and pass judgment without understanding the pain of the mortal world? That boy was treated worse than any creature should ever be. Starved, beaten, and Abused by those who should have loved and cared for him. Summoning 2 hunting knives, she pointed one at Heir. Watch your tongue, Heir, or you may find yourself reforming in Tartarus. The atmosphere in the room grew palpable, an oppressive silence settling over the assembly of deities. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire hall held its collective breath. The dramatic flare between 2 mighty goddesses was an uncommon occurrence, even amongst the tempestuous Olympians. Hera's eyes narrowed dangerously, her lips drawn into a thin line, but her voice remained cold and calculated. You forget your place, Artemis. My concerns are for the Olympian order, not personal vendettas. But make no mistake, your blatant threats will not go unnoticed. A massive pillar of flames coalesced in the center of the hall, and everyone stopped to look. Where once there was an 8-year-old girl, there now stood a woman of 30 whose eyes were blazing with raw fire and her hair wreathed in golden flames. Her voice reverberated through the hall as she commanded. Enough. It had been centuries since the end of the Trojan War, but this was the first time anyone had seen Hestia so full of rage. Hera, when a 6-year-old child is behaving better than you in front of the entire council, it is you who needs to reflect upon your place. We are gathered here to discuss the futures of 2 innocent children bound by a prophecy, not to wage personal vendettas, and while I do agree that he should spend time at Camp Half-Blood, the decision lies with Artemis. The power and authority emanating from Hestia was palpable, making even the mightiest of the gods shift uncomfortably in their seats. The usually calm and passive goddess now radiated a fiery aura that commanded the utmost respect. Ares, the god of war, chuckled nervously. Well, if even Hestia's riled up, I think it's best we all shut up and listen. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, nodded in agreement. Rarely do we see Hestia so angry. Hera, for once, think before you speak. Poseidon added, it's a pity we've come to this. Allowing personal feelings to cloud our judgment. We should be guiding and supporting these children, not arguing among ourselves. Hera's face was a mask of pride and restrained anger, but there was a hint of unease in her eyes. Fine, she hissed. Let's continue. Zeus cleared his throat, regaining some semblance of control over the meeting. Hestia is right. We've lost sight of the matter at hand. We need to guide Harry and Daphne and prepare them for the trials ahead. But first, Artemis, you must explain the boy's previous living situation in detail so that there are no misunderstandings. Artemis took a deep breath, her voice filled with sorrow and anger. My mortal shell died. When he was 15 months old, when I returned to being a goddess, I sent Jophiel and Ariel, 2 of my angels, to search for him. When we found him, he was 2 weeks after his 5th birthday. He was in a deplorable condition. Apollo and Hestia know part of it but not the full story. Atalanta and Sophia, 2 children of Apollo who are part of my hunters, healed him the best he could. It took 8 weeks, but still. Harry, lift your shirt. Harry hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted his shirt, revealing a canvas of scars, faded bruises, and burn marks. The collective gasp in the room was audible. The sight was jarring, contrasting harshly with the innocence of his young face. Zeus's face darkened with rage, his thunderous presence filling the room. Who did this to him? Artemis's voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and fury. His own family, Lord Zeus. His so-called relatives, the Dursleys, treated him as less than an animal. He was confined to a small cupboard under the stairs, starved, beaten, and subjected to the worst forms of abuse a child can endure. Athena, ever logical and composed, frowned deeply. Why were mortal authorities not alerted? Artemis replied, they were several times, but what I found is the Dursleys used his inheritance money they were getting to help with his care to pay off authorities, and it didn't matter what came to light, as the head of the Surrey area CPS was the sister of Vernon Dursley. I had to use the mist to get the police and media involved. Keep in mind that most of the scars he had are now gone. It is why I went through the Heir ritual for him, so I can raise him under the ancient laws. There was a long, weighted pause as the gods absorbed the information. The thought that such cruelty existed, even in the mortal world, was hard for many to comprehend. Athena's brow furrowed. This child has endured far more than any being should. His strength is evident. Hera, despite her earlier disdain, seemed momentarily taken aback. It is unimaginable, she admitted, though begrudgingly, that a child should suffer so. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, with tears shimmering in her eyes, murmured, what a tragic beginning to his life. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, added, Every child deserves love and care. It is a travesty that he was subjected to such horror. Apollo, a god closely associated with healing, looked somber. I will examine him thoroughly and do what I can to heal the remaining scars, both the visible and the ones on his soul. Zeus' voice rumbled. The actions of these mortals are unforgivable. Yet, we must focus on Harry's future and ensure he is given every opportunity to heal and grow. Harry, for his part, looked a mixture of relief and anxiety. Artemis knelt beside him, whispering words of comfort. You're not alone anymore, Harry. We are with you. Harry looked at Artemis, his silver eyes watery as tears flowed down them. He hugged Artemis tightly and cried on her chest. I am sorry, Mama, he said over and over between sobs. Artemis held him close, allowing the boy the catharsis he desperately needed. The sight of the moon goddess cradling a child, her son, was an unfamiliar yet deeply touching one for the other gods in the room. Harry, I am here, let it all out, she whispered in his ear, rubbing his back. Harry griped. Artemis's chidden tighter buried his head deeper into her chest and cried loudly into her. The 6-year-old boy's muffled cries echoed through the hall of the gods. Artemis flashed him over to her throne and sat him down on her lap as she rocked him. Harry, look at me, said Artemis. Harry turned to Artemis with his eyes red like the blood moon, his hair turning blue to match his mood. I have raised you for almost 2 years now, and I want you to be honest with me. Do you still have flashbacks of your time with those beasts, for lack of a better word? Asked Artemis. Harry hesitated, his eyes darting away for a moment. The weight of his past, the shadows that clung to him, was evident in the way his shoulders tensed and his grip tightened on Artemis's chidden. It took him a moment to find his voice, but when he did, it was barely above a whisper. Yes, Mama. Sometimes. When it's dark, or when there's loud noise, or when someone gets too close too quickly, he admitted, his voice quivering. It's like I'm back there, even if just for a moment. The memories, they hurt. Why don't you go with Hestia to her temple to talk about it? She is the best when it comes to that, asked Artemis. Can I? Asked Harry, his voice still above a whisper. Will she be mad at me? Hestia, with her gentle presence and unwavering warmth, stepped forward. Little one, I will never get mad at you for seeking comfort or expressing your feelings. My temple is a sanctuary for all, especially for those in need of solace. Artemis gave Harry a reassuring squeeze. Hestia is the goddess of hearth and home, Harry. There's no better place for you to find peace and comfort. And she's right, you can always turn to her. Harry looked up, meeting Hestia's eyes, which radiated a warmth that seemed to beckon him. He nodded slowly, trying to find courage in the newfound support around him. Okay. Mama. If you think it will help. Hestia extended her hand towards him, her voice soft as a lullaby. Come with me, Harry. We'll find a quiet spot, and you can tell me everything. You are safe here. Harry hesitated for a moment, then gently slid off Artemis's lap. The boy looked into Hestia's eyes for reassurance before he took her hand, his tiny fingers barely able to wrap around her broad palm. They walked together, Harry growing more confident with every step he took. Hestia led Harry to an area in front of the blazing hearth and helped him climb onto a padded bench. Then she pulled up another bench next to him so they could sit face to face. The dancing flames from the hearth cast a warm, golden hue upon the room. It provided a serene atmosphere, a stark contrast to the charged environment in the main hall. The soft, crackling sounds created a rhythmic background, lulling the senses into a state of peace. Hestia observed the child sitting in front of her. He seemed so small, even more so given the knowledge of what he had endured in his young life. She offered him a kind smile, hoping to ease the anxiety that was evident in his tense posture. Harry, Hestia began softly, first, I want you to know that you can trust me. Whatever you share with me will stay between us, and I'm here to listen and help. Understand? He swallowed and nodded, his eyes darting towards the comforting flames every so often. I don't know where to start, Harry whispered, his voice carrying the weight of countless untold stories. You can start from anywhere, and take all the time you need. Remember, you're safe here, Hestia assured him. The child took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. Every day was a struggle, he began, his voice trembling. They would lock me in the cupboard, and I would only be let out for chores or when they wanted to hurt me. He paused, blinking away the tears threatening to fall. Hestia's heart ached at his words, and she reached out, placing her hand over his. "It's okay, Harry, breathe." He nodded and continued, "I tried to be good, you know? Thought maybe if I was, they'd treat me better. But it never worked. Dudley, their son, always made sure of it." A few tears slid down his cheeks. "I don't understand why they hated me so much." Hestia's eyes brimmed with tears. "Some people, Harry, are so lost in their pain and darkness that they try to inflict it on others. It's not your fault. You didn't deserve any of it." Harry looked up, locking eyes with Hestia. "Do you think it's possible for someone like me, with all these scars and memories, to ever find happiness?" Hestia squeezed his hand gently. "Harry, your mother loves you, and I know Daphne cares about you. I have known Artemis since she was a child in Delos, and I have never seen her be so caring to someone as she is to you. Believe me, if she didn't care about you, she would not have made you her heir." Hestia's voice was filled with conviction. "Your past has been unimaginably painful, but it doesn't define your future. You have a strength in you, built from endurance and resilience. And while the scars might never fully fade, they can become a testament to your ability to overcome. With time, love, and support, you can find happiness." Harry looked down, tracing the patterns on the floor with his toe. "I just want the memories to go away. Every night I cry myself to sleep because I remember everything still. I want to be strong like Mama, so I don't tell her anything. I don't want to let her down. I don't want her to disappoint her, so I stay silent." Hestia's heart felt heavy with compassion. "Oh, dear child," she murmured. "Being strong doesn't mean carrying all the burdens by yourself. It means recognizing when you need help and letting those who love you offer their support. I promise you, Artemis wouldn't see you as weak for sharing your pain with her." Harry's eyes shimmered with tears. "But I don't want to be a burden." "You are not a burden, Harry," Hestia assured him gently. "You are loved, valued, and cherished. Your mother took you in because she loves you, not out of obligation. Sharing your feelings and pain is not a sign of weakness but of trust." A soft sob escaped Harry's lips, his young face crumpling as the floodgates opened. "I'm so tired," he whispered. "Tired of hiding, of pretending everything's okay." Hestia pulled him into a gentle embrace, letting him cry freely against her. The flames in the hearth seemed to grow warmer, embracing the room with an added layer of comfort. "It's all right to cry, Harry. Let it all out. You're safe here." They stayed like that for a long while, Hestia gently rocking him, murmuring words of comfort as he cried. The raw emotion, the sheer exhaustion of years of torment, found release in the warmth of Hestia's embrace. After some time, when his cries had quieted down, Hestia gently pulled back, looking at him with compassion. "Now, Harry," she said softly, "I want you to promise me something." He sniffled and looked up at her, his eyes puffy from crying. "What is it?" "Promise me that you will talk to Artemis. Share with her what you've shared with me. She's your mother, and she deserves to know how you're feeling. And trust me, it will help both of you." Harry hesitated, but the trust and warmth he felt in Hestia's presence gave him strength. "What if she gets disappointed in me? What if she abandons me because of that?" Hestia cupped Harry's face gently, ensuring he was looking directly into her eyes. "Harry, Artemis loves you unconditionally. Nothing you share will make her disappointed or push her away. In fact, she might feel heartbroken knowing you've been keeping so much pain to yourself. Remember, a mother's love isn't something that wavers based on conditions or circumstances. It's unwavering, boundless, and eternal." He blinked, fresh tears forming. "You really think she won't be upset?" Hestia smiled gently. "I know her. She'll be grateful you trusted her enough to open up. And together, you two will find a way to heal." Harry took a deep breath, trying to gather his courage. "Okay, I'll talk to her, I promise." Hestia nodded, pulling him into another warm hug. "You know, Harry, I see a lot of her in you." "You do?" Harry asked, surprised, as he pulled back to look at Hestia. She smiled warmly, nodding. "Yes. Your strength, resilience, and the way you care about others, even after all you've been through. You have her fire, her spirit, and her determination. And just like her, you have a heart full of love and kindness. Even after all the pain you've endured, you haven't let it define you or turn you bitter." Harry's cheeks flushed a bit, touched by her words. I try to be strong, like her. But sometimes, it's just so hard. Hestia took his hands in hers, her eyes searching his. Being strong doesn't mean never breaking down or never feeling pain. It means pushing through, even when everything seems overwhelming. It means standing up every time you fall, learning from your scars, and letting them be reminders of your endurance, not your defeat. Harry looked down, processing her words. I want to be like her. I want to make her proud. Hestia gently tilted his chin up, making him meet her eyes once more. Harry, you already do. Every day, with every brave step you take. I've seen Artemis through millennia, and I've never seen her as proud and protective as she is with you. She loves you beyond measure. And you are her greatest pride. Hestia hugged him close once more. Always, little one. Remember, you're never alone. And whenever you need a moment of solace, my hearth is always open for you. I don't like remembering my past, I don't like thinking about it, I don't like feeling sad about it. But one reason I don't tell her how I feel is because I don't want to see her sad because of me. Sometimes I rather forget my pain, but I can't because every time I close my eyes, I see them. When I am in the forest, I feel peace around the animals, but I try to avoid sleep because it's too painful to remember," said Harry as Artemis walked in the door. His back was to the door so he didn't hear her come in. Artemis waited until he finished talking. I still remember the day Daddy and Mama Mortal Shell died. I remember the green light hitting her before she collapsed. I try to be strong so she won't have to abandon me. That is my biggest fear, Mama abandoning me because I am weak. It's why I enjoy the times we went hunting together," cried Harry. Artemis silently walked over to Harry. Harry James Potter, you are not weak. Her voice was firm yet gentle, filled with a mother's love and conviction. And I will never, ever abandon you. Harry started, realizing his mother had been in the room and had heard everything he'd said. He looked up, his eyes wide, a mix of fear and hope shining in them. Mama? Artemis knelt to be at eye level with him. She cupped his face gently, her thumb brushing away the tears staining his cheeks. Every day, you show a strength that leaves me in awe. The pain you carry, the scars you bear, and yet you continue to stand tall, to move forward, to smile even when the weight feels crushing. That, my precious boy, is strength. And that is why I am so proud of you. Harry's eyes filled with fresh tears, his lip quivering. But the nightmares, the memories. They're so real, Mama. I didn't want you to know because I didn't want to burden you. Artemis pulled him into a tight embrace, her hands gentle and comforting against his back. Her voice was soft and soothing as she spoke. You are never a burden to me, Harry. Your pain is my pain, and your happiness is my joy. We are bound by more than just blood. We share a bond that nothing can break. She paused for a moment before continuing. Now I have made a deal with the Olympic Council. You will go back to Camp Half-Blood for June and July, then from August through June, you will stay with me. I will be there within 2 hours of you arriving back at Camp Half-Blood. But I only know Chiron, because Hermes grabbed me and Mr. D as he was introducing me to camp, mumbled Harry. Harry, you do know Daphne. You know the girl you share a soul bond with? Said Artemis mischievously, the same girl who you play with and train together under Ariel, Jophiel, and Zoe's watchful eye. She is at camp as well. Harry smiled as a blush crept up his face. Mama, he protested. Artemis laughed softly, the sound like tinkling bells. Ah, so you do remember. Well, think of this time at Camp Half-Blood as a way to connect with others your age, to understand your heritage better, and perhaps to bond further with Daphne. Harry's cheeks were now a deep shade of crimson. It's not like that, Mama. She's a friend. A really good friend. Of course, Artemis said, her voice dripping with playfulness. Just a friend who happens to share a soul bond with you. Quite common, I hear. Hestia, not wanting to miss out on the fun, chimed in with a twinkle in her eye. Oh yes, very common. I remember when Artemis had a friend she was particularly fond of. Mama, Harry exclaimed again, trying to change the topic and save himself from further teasing. Artemis shot Hestia a mock glare, then turned back to Harry, her expression softening. All jokes aside, my dear, I want you to understand that my only wish is for you to be happy. Whether it's with Daphne or someone else, or even if it's just embracing the friendships and bonds you'll form at Camp Half-Blood. Harry nodded slowly, his initial embarrassment fading. I'll try, Mama, for you. Artemis brushed a stray lock of hair behind his ear. No, my love. Do it for yourself. You deserve happiness, joy, and all the wonderful experiences life has to offer. Hestia rose, sensing the need to give the mother and son some privacy. I'll leave you two to talk. Remember, Harry, my hearth is always open for you. He nodded gratefully. Thank you, Aunt Hestia, for everything. Once she left, Artemis drew Harry closer, wrapping him in her protective embrace. Promise me something, Harry. Anything, he whispered, looking up into her silver eyes. Promise me that you'll always come to me, no matter what troubles you. No secrets, no hiding. We face everything together. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat, feeling the weight and sincerity of his mother's words. I promise, Mama. Always.